What if you woke up one day to discover you possess the power to reincarnate through endless cycles after every logout? But with that divine gift comes a soul-crushing, agonizing loneliness? Because in the eyes of all humanity, you are the paragon, the sole bastion of hope against the world's total annihilation. Indeed, this is the tragic burden of my 99th life. A cold, loveless father, a mother who views me with indifference, and an older brother who treats me with nothing but scorn. To them, I was nothing more than a pariah. Ultimately, they didn't hesitate to cast me aside as a mere sacrificial offering. The exhaustion was so profound that I genuinely prayed this cycle would be my final end. Yet, by some twisted miracle, as I forced my eyes open, a jubilant, unfamiliar voice pierced through the silence. A healthy baby girl has been born! And so, the curtains rose on my 100th life. Scarred by my previous incarnations, I held no illusions of happiness, knowing all too well that no matter what, they would simply exalt me as a hero only to slaughter me on the altar again, wouldn't they? But wait, can someone explain why everything is spiraling so wildly off script? Where is the family that was destined to abuse and exploit me? Where are the gazes full of burning contempt? Why is everyone looking at me with such bizarre, baffling expressions? Amidst the stifling tension, Anastasia stood as motionless as a marble statue, her expression frigid and unyielding despite the desperate pleas. I beg of you, child, save us all. Count Ladon, her supposed father, was groveling at her feet, white-knuckling the hem of her gown as he whimpered, "Fulfill your old man's dying wish, my dear. If you just take that one step, everything will be perfect." Witnessing this pathetic display, Lady Loudon stood by and snapped with mounting irritation. "They said if you sacrifice yourself, the rest of us get to live. Why are you making your father beg like a dog?" Beside her, her brother Quint leveled a trembling finger at her, his voice dripping with blame. "Are you trying to disgrace our lineage? Act worthy of your name. You're destined to be a hero eventually anyway." Regardless of their verbal assault, Anastasia merely watched them with a hollow indifference, her mind screaming in utter disgust, "I am bored to death." All she heard was a tedious drone of troublesome, nonsensical rambling. Faced with her daughter's icy silence, Lady Loudon dissolved into theatrical sobs. Dabbing at her crocodile tears with a lace handkerchief, she wailed, "Do you think I enjoy sacrificing the daughter I raised with such devotion? You owe us this." Anastasia found the irony so sharp she had to interject, her voice laced with mockery. "Raised me?" A bitter, jagged smile ghosted across her lips. "You mean discarding me in a frozen room to rot? This family truly has no shame." Her venomous words struck them like a physical blow, leaving the trio paralyzed in absolute shock. With a look of pure loathing, Anastasia wrenched her skirt from the Count's grasp, irritation bubbling within her. That's right, it wasn't just once or twice. It has always been this way. Her eyes sharpened into lethal blades. She turned toward Count Layden, her smile becoming dangerously unpredictable. "Don't you worry." A single question had haunted Anastasia for eons. Why do they cling to me? Now the answer was crystal clear. She smiled with the terrifying grace of a deity granting a blessing. "I shall bestow this life upon you all, for I am the only one who can halt the apocalypse." To be honest, it's a saga spanning lifetimes. I am a traveler who has endured 99 distinct incarnations. With every rebirth, my arcane power swelled, refined by the singular purpose of saving this world. The cost of one measly life is trivial to me now. I harbor no lingering regrets. She gazed lazily out the window, her mind calculating the fallout. I refuse to let these villains boast that my sacrifice was thanks to their guidance. Hearing Anastasia finally yield, Count Ladon didn't suspect a trap for a second, his face lighting up with greedy joy. "Thank you, my child. You are a Ladon through and through. Because of you, our house shall flourish." Anastasia stared into the distance, a wave of hollow nausea churning in her gut. "Spare me this nauseating family drama." Then her tone shifted to a sub-zero command. "Now, all of you, on your knees." With a sharp flick of her wrist, she cut through the air. The dismal chamber was instantly flooded with a blinding celestial radiance. A heartbeat later, a magnificent gold-encrusted scepter manifested before her. Her voice was soft, yet it sent a primal shiver through their souls. "Don't you think it's time you pay the price?" The moment the words left her lips, the massive gemstone atop the scepter erupted in a violent flash. A storm of newspaper clippings spiraled down from the ceiling. Her lips curled into a predatory smirk as she delivered her final contemptuous blow. "In that pathetic little life, where you'll never see me again, do try your best to survive." Her cryptic farewell left the Count and Lady Ladin reeling, a cold dread creeping into their marrow. What? What is the meaning of this? Snatching a falling paper, Count Ladon's eyes bulged as he realized it was a news broadsheet filled with vivid, enchanted illustrations. An exposé. Scanning the page, he saw a portrait of a pitiful Anastasia captioned, "The Saint Who Will Save the World," while the image of him screaming at her was labeled, "The Hero's Abusive Father." The headline screamed with righteous fury, "A royal disgrace." Realizing the truth, he shrieked in terror. What is the sorcery? Is the image moving? His face drained of color. Before he could even look toward the window, a servant burst through the doors in a state of total panic. "Master, disaster has struck the estate." Seizing the chaos, Anastasia drifted upward toward the balcony. Outside, the servant's voice rose to a frantic pitch. "Look at the articles! The royal knights have breached the gates!" Realizing his golden goose was taking flight, Count Ladin scrambled to the balcony, howling in a fit of rage. "Get back here! How dare you! You think you can ruin our name and just vanish?" But his screams fell on deaf ears. Anastasia was already a speck in the sky. Looking down at her hateful family screaming in the distance, she thought with cold finality, "They don't even know the meaning of remorse. I'd rather die than be one of them." Fragments of her very first life began to flicker in her mind. Back then, my parents only wanted a family to use as a social trophy. Having only one child was shameful, so my brothers and I were raised as neglected status symbols. Even though I was starved for affection at home, I loved the world because I refused to become like my parents. I had friends who dragged me out of that darkness. They were truly wonderful souls. But fate is a cruel mistress. That peaceful life shattered the day my friend met with a horrific accident. No, a truck lost control and hurtled toward them. To protect her friend, Anastasia didn't hesitate to throw herself into the path of death. Even as the light faded, she felt only peace. But in a hazy blur, seeing her friends were unharmed, she exhaled in relief and surrendered to the dark, thanking the heavens for their safety. I was forced to bid farewell to life before even hitting 20, my exams left unfinished, yet I have no regrets. It was my choice. My next awakening was in a world teetering on the edge of ruin, where the only salvation was my own demise. Was it because I martyred myself once that now, every time, humanity screams for me to bleed for them? By the 5th or 6th cycle, I prayed for a change. But this agonizing loop dragged on for 99 miserable lifetimes. Anastasia gripped the divine scepter, her knuckles white as she sighed in sheer irritation. This is getting boring as hell. Hovering in the firmament above a desolate town, Anastasia muttered to herself, "This time, I harbor no regrets. Since I missed the window to stop the apocalypse, I might as well enjoy the front row seat to the chaos." Below, the terrified masses couldn't mask their dread at the celestial entity above, frantically gesturing toward the sky. "What is that thing?" An old man clasped his trembling hands in prayer. Merciful God, but her gaze remained as bitter as gall. With all this overwhelming power, I can feel their silent judgment, condemning me for not playing the savior again. She shook her head to banish the stray thoughts, her resolve hardening into ice. No matter how heartless I've become, I refuse to witness that tragedy ever again. On the cobblestones below, two small siblings huddled together, trembling in a state of absolute panic. High against the blood-red sky, Anastasia resembled a vengeful ghost returned from the abyss, looking down at the pair with a heavy heart. These poor souls could have lived so much longer. Anastasia exhaled a weary, jagged breath. Even in this life, I couldn't manage to reach my 20th year. Hoisting her scepter, she mentally tallied the grim statistics. On average, the expiration date of my past lives was somewhere around 17, so I have no lingering desires. I truly hope this existence is my final destination, leaving me with nothing left to wish for. I accept my 99th death. The moment the thought crystallized, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from the heavens, centering entirely on her fragile frame. Afterward, the world plunged into a silent velvet night until the scene shifted to another realm. A place featuring a sapphire castle as breathtaking as a fairy tale. On that day, the air was crisp and flowers were in full bloom, heralds of a magnificent new beginning. A tiny, delicate hand reached out to grasp the air, followed by the stunned, wide-eyed gasps of the waiting maids. It can't be. Anastasia's eyelids fluttered open, the startled cries of the servants echoing vaguely in her ears. "This is impossible!" But as her vision cleared and she felt the warmth of her surroundings, a chorus of joyful cheers erupted. "Congratulations, my lady! A young mistress has been born!" To her utter disbelief, Anastasia had been reborn once more as a chubby infant. Entering her 100th life, she thought with crushing disappointment, "I prayed it was over. 100. I've hit triple digits." Anastasia clicked her tongue in sheer frustration. "This twisted fate is driving me insane. I just have to endure it. Endure it." Leaning over to catch a glimpse, one of the maids beamed with delight. "I don't know how, but she's the spitting image of the madam." Her expression sparked Anastasia's curiosity. "I can't see a thing. What is she blathering about?" Judging by the opulence around her, she began to piece together her new identity. "Am I highborn? Stay calm. My powers won't manifest until my first birthday." While she was lost in thought, the maids by the bedside continued their gushing. "Oh my God, she's absolutely precious." Suddenly, a man in formal attire burst into the room. At his entrance, the maids bowed low in reverence and reported excitedly, "Master, you've arrived! It's a stunning baby girl." Catching the title, Anastasia speculated with a spike of anxiety. "Is Master supposed to be my father?" A moment later, the man stepped to the bedside. He was a high-ranking noble with razor-sharp features and a gaze so frigid it sent a literal chill through the room. Staring at the face of the man she would call father in this 100th cycle, the trauma of 99 past lives came rushing back, filling Anastasia with dread. What's the catch this time? Abandonment? Torture? Am I just an ill omen to them? Watching his massive hands slowly descend toward her, her pupils dilated as a cold sweat broke out, a terrifying thought flashing through her mind. Will he kill me the moment I'm born? She vividly imagined the horrific fallout. Until this world falls to ruin, I'm powerless this time. Am I forced to witness the end again? Panic-stricken orphans huddling together, praying for a miracle. Another world collapsing before my very eyes. Like mere dust motes, my soul is bound to this cycle. I can't believe I'm destined to watch it all burn again. Anastasia clutched her face in psychological agony, as if trapped in a nightmare with no escape. I'm condemned to witness everything until the world finally breaks. She broke into a silent, racking sob. I'd rather just exist. Let me be the one to shoulder all the pain. Anastasia's spiraling thoughts were abruptly severed when a large, warm hand pressed gently against her cheek. Ender Blang, the man with the fearsome visage she had just feared, was unexpectedly stroking her with immense tenderness. He gazed at her with shimmering eyes, as if she were a priceless relic, his voice thick with raw emotion. Our youngest, thank you for coming into this world safely, my little one. Conditioned by a century of hardship, being cherished like this left Anastasia completely floored and bewildered. What on earth is happening right now? She instinctively turned her gaze toward the woman cradling her. A radiant face appeared, joy-filled tears streaming down her cheeks. Duchess Jula, wife of Duke Enderblang, looked down with pure adoration. She truly is a divine little girl. This left Anastasia utterly suspicious and confused. Why does everyone look so genuinely happy? The Duke and Duchess continued their tender exchange. She really does take after me, doesn't she? Anastasia watched the scene in total disbelief. Is this some kind of elaborate plot twist? This serene, warm atmosphere made her soul ache with longing. I hope this isn't a lie. I hope my 100th life will finally be the peace I crave. And as for Enderblang and his wife Jula, they weren't just a stunning couple. Their devotion to one another was palpable. She could feel the depth of their bond in every look and every whispered word. After a brief, hushed conversation, they turned to her and spoke with profound affection. Anastasia, that shall be your name. She froze, whispering to herself, Anastasia, what a beautiful name. The Duchess smiled warmly and explained, the one who saved the world. It is the name of a legendary hero. Instantly, the word hero struck her like a lightning bolt, snapping her back to reality. What? She grumbled with sudden, mounting irritation. A hero. They shoved that hero label down my throat every single time. Clenching her tiny, infant fists, Anastasia fought back a wave of familiar despair. I've endured the absolute worst lives imaginable. How annoying. They're just going to exploit me and sacrifice me all over again. Gazing at the glowing, hopeful faces of Duke and Duchess Enderblang, a heavy weight settled in Anastasia's chest. It was moronic to think this time would be different. It'll probably be even more tragic. Consumed by this realization, she was seized by a fit of fury and frustration, wailing at the top of her lungs to vent her spite to the heavens. Moments later, as Enderblang gently rocked a fuming Anastasia, a young girl with striking pink hair, matching the Duke's exactly, was peeking through the cracked door, watching in silence. It seemed Anastasia's arrival had awakened something deep within her. The young girl pressed a fist against her racing heart and whispered, "My little sister." Time has moved at a breakneck pace since I drew my first breath. A month has slipped by, and here I am, the 1-month-old Anastasia, lounging in my opulent cradle and thinking, so far so good, no red flags yet. I remained wound tight, keeping my senses on high alert at every moment. I have already braced myself for the inevitable moment they hail me as their savior. As if a sudden memory flickered in her mind, she narrowed her eyes and warned herself, "It's far too early to lower my guard." This is exactly how the nightmare began in my previous incarnations. They'd claim I was a child blessed by the gods, labeling me a hero while wearing those fake, sickeningly sweet masks. But when the curtains finally fell, they grew terrified of my true power and treated me like a monster. They'd mock me as a useless brat in front of my own parents, making it look like I was just some desperate child begging for scraps of validation. Yes, with those bitter memories swirling, Anastasia hardened her heart. In this life, they've named me after a hero again. They're definitely grooming me to be their next sacrifice. She bit her lip and let out a heavy sigh, burying her rising panic. I have to be my own shield. There's no other choice. Anastasia stared at the shimmering, vibrant mobile dancing above her and sank into deep thought. As per my survival strategy, I've completed a full reconnaissance of my surroundings. The woman with the raven black hair and those piercing crimson eyes is my mother in this timeline. She tensed up as her mother showered her with affection. I'll likely fall into a trance-like sleep soon. I must stay sharp. If I slip up even once, the punishment will be severe. Then, possessing the feral aura of a wolf and a massive mountain-like physique, the man with the pink hair is the one I call Father. Regarding him, she couldn't overlook his tone of voice. It was so sugary it could induce a diabetic coma. Anastasia, did you wake up because you missed your daddy waddy? She went cold, feeling utterly helpless. Father always uses that cursed baby voice. It's genuinely traumatizing. She also filed away a crucial detail in her mental archives. That would be Anna, the maid tasked with the constant surveillance of my cradle. She never leaves my side. Noticing Anastasia's gaze, the girl beamed with a smile of pure, unadulterated worship. In her hyper-vigilant mind, every single interaction felt like a piece of a grand, dark conspiracy. Spying on a literal newborn, this family is clearly a den of demons. Hearing a muffled sound, Anastasia shut her eyes and instantly fell back on old habits. Again? And he's a duke? Noble lineages are always the most troublesome, but the 1-month-old's internal monologue was shattered by the frantic whispers of two figures casting shadows outside the door. What's the commotion? The intruders were Duke Enderblang and his personal physician, locked in a heated confrontation. The doctor looked like a ghost while Enderblang was fuming, barking at him. What is the meaning of this? Is there a defect with the child? Faintly catching the drift, she arched her brows, a realization dawning on her. They're discussing me. He's losing his mind over my condition, and now he's heading this way. Suddenly, Enderblang's patience snapped as he snarled, "If she isn't ill, then why does my precious gem neither wail nor smile?" His logic left Anastasia floored and baffled, her mind reeling with confusion. Wait, is he actually throwing a tantrum just because I won't cry? After a tense standoff, Enderblang glared at the doctor with utter disdain. Enough! It's clear you're too incompetent to diagnose her. The man shook like a leaf, stammering, "There is nothing more I can do." Enderblang's eyes turned predatory and cold. He slowly unsheathed the blade at his hip. "Then there is no use for that worthless head of yours." The sheer insanity of the moment made Anastasia break into a cold sweat. "Hold on, are you serious? You're going to execute a man just because I didn't cry? Is this some kind of sick, high-stakes thriller?" But the truth was, she was still haunted by the ghosts of her past. She'd known parents who despised her noise. She'd learned to be silent because her previous parents nearly sent her to the grave for a single sob. But this time, the script had flipped. Anastasia turned her head, her mind racing. "Fine. I'll give them a show. I have to prioritize survival above all else. Facing the Duke's gleaming steel, the doctor completely lost his composure and wailed, "I swear it's the truth. I've done everything. The young lady is in perfect health." The doctor's face turned a sickly shade of green as he shrieked, "Please, show mercy just this once." Hearing his desperate plea, Anastasia froze. A crushing wave of guilt crashed over her. "I feel absolutely terrible. I never intended for an innocent man to pay the price." With no other move left, she let out a piercing, glass-shattering, "Wah!" as if screaming, "I'm fine, you lunatic, put the sword away." Outside, Ender Blank stood paralyzed, unable to process the sound. His entire world instantly narrowed down to the cries coming from Anastasia's nursery. A heartbeat later, the Duke's face transformed, glowing with the warmth of 1,000 suns. He stormed in and snatched her up in a tight embrace, cheering with wild abandon. "My angel, your lungs are so magnificent and clear." Yet Anastasia couldn't help but be skeptical. "Are you finally satisfied?" In every other life, a loud cry was the harbinger of disaster. Being the catalyst for Ender Blank's radiant joy felt alien to her. Seriously, why is he this ecstatic? Even the gentle, reverent way he held her was a puzzle she couldn't solve. But this genuine warmth pried open emotions Anastasia had long since buried. Despite her mental warnings to stay alert, she found herself nuzzling into his chest, sobbing, I can't stop the tears." Suddenly, the rhythmic patter of small feet echoed across the floor. A young girl marched toward them, her tiny fists balled up as if she were harboring a massive grudge. That newcomer was Laurencia, the older sister of this lifetime. Clutching a plush bunny, she stomped over with an indignant glare and a sharp, accusing voice. "Father, I am absolutely appalled. How could you keep all the fun to yourself and leave Laurencia out?" In that moment, Anastasia locked eyes with the girl, sensing a wave of defiance and hurt. The cozy atmosphere turned instantly suffocating. She thought in a panic, "Oh no, so this is the big sister I have to deal with?" Throughout her long cycle of rebirths, she had learned a bitter truth. As the youngest, I knew I had siblings, but I was always kept isolated. This makes me more anxious than thrilled. Since they usually possess extraordinary gifts, they've always hogged every ounce of our parents' attention. So honestly, I'm just not a fan of kids. I was in a total funk, but catching Anastasia's little pout sent my train of thought completely off the rails. No matter how adorable they are, just look at those squishy cheeks. If she snaps and starts bawling... Suddenly, Laurencia's face crumpled into a grumpy scowl as she locked eyes with Anastasia. It made her turn pale, shrinking back in pure survival mode. Then, Laurencia let out a slow, heavy breath. But seriously though, there wasn't a single drop of jealousy in her voice. Instead, she broke into a radiant grin. "Is she actually my baby sister? Why is she so freaking cute?" Staring at the girl's glowing face, Anastasia froze, her brain short-circuiting. "Wait, come again?" Laurencia bolted over, throwing her tiny arms wide to pull Anastasia into a smothering, affectionate hug. Lara finally has the cutest little sister ever. Not stopping there, she turned to her father with wide, eager eyes. "Father, can I give Sasa a taste of my pudding?" Enderblang blinked, totally lost, and echoed, "Sasa?" Laurencia gave a firm nod. The hyper little girl scrambled onto her father's lap and cheered. "Lara for Laurencia, Sasa for Anastasia, we're a matching set." Hearing this, Anastasia's inner monologue screamed, "Hold up, who asked for a nickname, you little gremlin?" But since she was stuck in a baby's body, she could only thrash and flail her limbs to signal her absolute disapproval. Unfortunately, Enderblang completely misread the room. He nuzzled his cheek against her head with doting warmth. "Do you love your new name that much?" Anastasia was so helpless she could only shriek internally. "Not even a little bit!" Then, Enderblang flashed a smile at Laurencia and gently cautioned, "I know you're trying to be sweet, Laurencia, but Anastasia is way too tiny. She can't handle pudding yet." He made the request while softly stroking his daughter's hair, instructing, "It's probably best if Laurencia finishes it all for her." The carefree Laurencia tugged hard on his sleeve and pouted, "But Sasa will be so depressed if Lara eats it all alone." Enderblang blurted out in utter confusion, "Say what?" Laurencia mournfully recalled a past trauma. "Back when Lara was sick and stuck eating bland porridge, I was so miserable because I couldn't have anything cold." For a fleeting second, Anastasia felt a tug at her heartstrings from those innocent, thoughtful words. Is this kid actually worried about my feelings? Predictably, a second later, Laurencia looked up with massive shimmering puppy dog eyes and pleaded, "Father, can she have just one tiny bite?" Anastasia was stunned. She ignored them and turned away with a frustrated sigh. "One bite and I'll be speedrunning my next reincarnation, you little brat." But Laurencia decisively slammed the plate of pudding right under her nose, making her jump out of her skin. In a total panic, she could only send up a silent prayer. "Father, for the love of God, stop that kid." But Enderblang was blind to his child's silent suffering. He happily rubbed his cheek against hers, trying to soothe her. "What's that? Oh, I see. I get it now. Then he beamed and declared, "I just heard our little one say she'd be thrilled if Laurencia ate the pudding for her." Laurencia asked innocently, "For real?" Anastasia's lip twitched as a cold sweat broke out. "When did I ever say that? No, seriously, just eat the damn thing, Dad." Laurencia finally stopped protesting. She mumbled with a mouthful of creamy pudding, "Okay, but I still feel bad." Terrified that Anastasia might feel left out, she immediately shoved a plushie in front of her face. "Here, you can borrow my favorite deer." Enderblang was taken aback. He asked with genuine curiosity, "Laurencia, you can't even sleep without that toy. Are you absolutely sure?" Laurencia answered with unwavering sincerity and a big sister attitude. "Yup, Sasa is my sister. Since I'm the oldest, I'll let her borrow it." Anastasia felt another surge of emotion hitting her hard. Her eyes went wide as she stared at the tiny sibling standing before her. After a moment, she had to snap herself out of it. While wailing on the outside, she scolded herself internally. "No, stay frosty. Don't fall for the nice guy act." Seeing her squirm like that, Laurencia looked visibly confused and hurt. "What's wrong, Sasa? Do you hate the little deer?" But Anastasia just kept chanting a single mantra in her head. "Just despise me like everyone else did in my past lives." Meanwhile, Laurencia tried a different tactic, reaching out with a gentle touch. Her small hand pulled Anastasia into a soft embrace. Acting like a textbook big sister, she gave a soothing smile. "Do you want bunnies or tigers? I'll give you everything I own, so please don't cry." But Anastasia was totally unaccustomed to such pure sweetness. It actually terrified her. "What the hell? Why doesn't this kid have any beef with me?" Laurencia patiently coaxed, "Sasa, look at me." The girl covered her eyes with both hands, holding a dramatic, perfectly still pose. Then, she suddenly threw her hands open and pulled a goofy face, playing peekaboo to cheer Anastasia up. Anastasia was officially floored by the sheer silliness of it. Her tiny mouth betrayed her, letting out an involuntary soft giggle. The second she realized what happened, Anastasia was mortified. "Crap, I totally let my guard down." Seeing this, Enderblang was over the moon. He pumped his fist and cheered like a little kid. "I don't believe it!" Laurencia was even more hyped. The girl excitedly screamed her sister's name and stroked her hair. Anastasia, meanwhile, was drowning in confusion. "No way! I've been defeated!" From that day forward, the only thing anyone cared about was the saga of Anastasia's first laugh. The rumor that a simple game of peekaboo did the trick spread like wildfire. It turns out, the rumor mill moves faster than I ever imagined. The palace maids started swarming around her just to play. "My lady, watch this. I can make an even uglier face." Anastasia shared bashfully. Ever since then, the staff keeps making ridiculous faces without ever getting tired of it. Even the doctor was getting in on the action. He twisted his mouth and stuck out his tongue in a hideous expression, bragging, "When my own daughter was a baby, this face would turn her tears into laughter instantly." Naturally, my father followed suit. The legendary and formidable Duke Enderblang didn't hesitate to act like a total clown to make his daughter smile every day. "Peekaboo! Daddy's right here, little one!" But in the middle of all that, her only sanctuary was Jula. Thankfully, my mother eventually kicked everyone out of the room. "It's time for Anastasia's nap," she declared. Safe in her mother's embrace, Anastasia frowned, still feeling a deep inner conflict. This is a first for me, so I'm totally lost. Usually, if I don't give them a reaction, they get bored and quit. Meanwhile, out in the corridor, Enderblang was still obsessively practicing his peekaboo face. "What do you think? Pretty funny, right?" The doctor added enthusiastically, "Oh, I'm going to level up my game." Hearing that, Anastasia's eyes bugged out. Why would you even want to level that up? But the annoyance and suspicion were fading, replaced by a tiny spark of an unfamiliar emotion. I honestly can't wrap my head around this. Time slipped away until that afternoon. Anastasia groggily blinked her eyes open and saw a boy hovering over her. The pink-haired boy gave a warm smile and whispered, "Are you finally awake, Anastasia?" Anastasia jumped, lying in her cradle with her tiny fist clenched, eyeing him with intense curiosity. This was Damien, her older brother. He was 5 years her senior. Despite his young age, they said he was already being groomed as the official heir to the dukedom. Suspicion flared once more as Anastasia narrowed her eyes in a wary glare. I heard he's swamped with work, so why the surprise visit? This kid is going straight onto the blacklist too. Damien leaned casually against the crib railing, tilting his head with a smirk at his sister. Anastasia, what's going on in that little head of yours? She answered dryly in her mind. I'm calculating my survival rate, kid. A heartbeat later, he poked her squishy cheeks with a teasing finger, smirking at Anastasia, always wearing such a serious expression. Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you a little something. Think you'll like it? Anastasia's face drained of color. A gift? Unease bubbled within her gut once more. Bizarre. Why is everyone bent on doing favors for me? It's highly suspicious. But it wasn't the trap she expected. Damien unveiled an impossibly cute plushie, a stuffed predator. Surprise! This is my little tiger! A radiant beam illuminated the boy's face. Laurencia mentioned that Anastasia looks fascinating when she laughs. He rested his chin on his palm, gazing down at her. I'm bequeathing you my tiger. We've been inseparable since I was a tot, so being apart is lonely, but I'll endure it for Anastasia. Anastasia clutched the little beast placed upon her, her suspicion lingering. This isn't just some generic toy. Why hand over something so precious to me? Damien gently brushed Anastasia's fine, wispy hair and whispered, So... The boy's large, doe-like eyes shimmered with hope as he pleaded, Could you smile for me just this once? Anastasia remained utterly baffled. Parting with a childhood treasure just for a fleeting expression? She couldn't shake the skeptical voice echoing in her heart. For real? Is everyone in this house just obsessed with seeing me smile? Caught in the crosshairs of Damien's expectant gaze, she grew even more flustered. What the hell is wrong with these people? Behind that innocent infant facade, Anastasia's mind was a battlefield. Does a smile even matter at this point? Fine, just this once. I'll play along to protect this kid's childhood innocence. And so she granted her brother's wish. With eyes squeezed shut and her tiny mouth curved into a grin, her sheer cuteness was enough to melt the coldest heart. Damien was floored. He stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, as if he'd just witnessed a miracle. Then, a mask of pure euphoria washed over his features. Damien erupted in joy. She smiled, everyone. She actually smiled. Anastasia thought, I've endured countless lives and learned to stay wary of everything, especially when the going gets tough. But isn't it time for a miracle to finally find me? Her relatives, who had been hovering outside, Jula, Enderblang, and Laurencia, heard Damien's victory cry and charged toward her bedside. She looked at them, feeling a wave of shyness but still struggling to maintain the smile. Despite being burned so many times, I find myself actually anticipating this 100th life. This new existence sparked a flickering flame of faith in Anastasia's scarred soul. These people, this family, they haven't betrayed me yet. Maybe I can risk having hope this time. Since her rebirth, Anastasia's lifestyle had been the definition of opulence, in every sense of the word. In a single morning, she was paraded through a revolving door of exquisite, high-end outfits. After what felt like an eternity, the maids finally settled on a powder blue dress that felt refreshingly chic, complete with a dainty bow and crisp pleats. Anna and the rest of the staff took turns raining compliments down on her. Our little mistress is simply divine. She looks like a tiny snow fairy. Jula couldn't resist either, sweeping Anastasia into a suffocating hug. She's a literal angel sent from heaven. Not stopping there, she boldly commanded, I'll take the entire collection. Pay the tailor quadruple the asking price. The tailor bowed frantically. Right away, Your Grace. Anastasia, meanwhile, was spiraling. What? She stared wide-eyed. I still can't wrap my head around this vibe, and it all started with a stunt I pulled a few days ago. Under the crisp morning sun, the true saga began to unfold. At that point, I was a mere 5 months old. That morning, Anastasia was navigating the bedroom floor, her face a mask of lethal concentration. Finally, a spacious arena to move in besides that cramped cradle. She flailed her limbs experimentally. I'm on the verge of crawling, but I've barely moved an inch. Though still in the babbling phase, her vocalizations had become remarkably expressive. While tumbling across the rug, she was startled to find Enderblang lying flat on the floor beside her, eyes gleaming as he asked, "What was that? Did you just say you love your daddy?" She immediately scurried in the opposite direction, cringing internally. Actual communication is the one skill I haven't mastered yet. Staring through the glass at the tranquil sunlight, Anastasia found herself questioning, am I truly just a normal infant? Memories of her agonizing past lives suddenly resurfaced. I was hunted until terror became my only friend. In this life, the fallout is likely just a matter of time. I'm still keeping my guard up. But as those dark, gloomy clouds loomed, she simply collapsed back onto the cool floor to soak in the moment. If it could just stay this peaceful, that would be a dream. No sooner had she settled than a sudden roar from nearby made her jump. She whipped her head around toward the noise. It wasn't just Enderblang. At some point, Jula, Damien, and Laurencia had all materialized, watching her with unblinking, goofy grins. Observing their synchronized expressions, she thought, what's even more bizarre than my fate is this family. Little Laurencia threw her arms up and shrieked with excitement. Sasa flipped! She actually rolled over! Enderblang clutched, his face in theatrical shock. Unbelievable! Oh my god! Damien, however, adopted a scholarly seriousness and noted, Mother, our sister is a prodigy. I believe she's mastered the flip much earlier than the developmental charts suggest. Jula nodded fervently, her gaze turning sharp with pride. I think you're right, Damien. Our little star is truly exceptional. Finally, the family consensus was reached. We're throwing a gala to celebrate Anastasia's first flip. This morning, before Anastasia could even process the absurdity, she found herself perched on a magnificent gilded throne. She was floored. So, an actual banquet to celebrate the first roll of my life was actually happening. Her crimson eyes were dinner plates as she stared into the abyss. I was told this was just a quiet family dinner. How on earth did it escalate into this? Anastasia wondered, eyeing the massive feast spread out before her. Damien struggled to haul a gift box nearly as tall as himself. This is a tribute for Anastasia! The doctor was present as well, practically weeping as he choked out, I am profoundly moved to see you thriving so beautifully. Uproarious laughter soon echoed through the cavernous dining hall. Before Anastasia could recover from the shock, she heard her name being called. Little mistress! Anna and the others flocked to the chair, gushing without restraint. I can't believe you executed such a flawless flip. Your talent is boundless, my lady. With a look of pure, unadulterated bliss, she exclaimed, It is the greatest honor of my life to serve you. Anna's wide, blinding smile probably made Anastasia a little self-conscious, but the confusion still reigned supreme. Whenever these galas are thrown, the staff gets massive bonuses. It was just a baby's first role. Why the grand production? The festivities eventually wound down, but the questions remained etched in her soul. She distilled it into a single thought. Just as I suspected, something is very, very off about this place. Everyone here is so overwhelming with their affection that, honestly, I'm starting to get even more anxious about the catch. When night descended, the velvet sky erupted into a canvas of brilliant fireworks, their shimmering splendor reflected in Anastasia's eyes. The entire Enderblang household stood on the balcony in hushed awe, watching burst after burst of light scream into the heavens. Before one faded, another spark ignited the twilight. Anastasia lay nestled against Jula's heart, mesmerized by the majestic display as a tender voice cut through the boom. Our precious Anastasia. Her mother, Jula, was gazing down with such profound devotion that she could only whisper, In the future, just keep living and growing up healthy like this, okay? Struck by that sudden wave of unconditional love, Anastasia's tiny hand instinctively tightened. Her heart gave a painful throb. I don't need to be perfect or a savior, just healthy? She gripped Jula's collar, her cheeks flushing a faint rose. How can it be that simple? It feels almost too easy. The serene, idyllic evening eventually faded, and the morning sun surged back to herald a brand new chapter. Anastasia was sprawling on the floor playing as she always did, yet a strange restlessness gnawed at her today. Yesterday was truly magical. The warmth of last night's family gathering made the quiet of the nursery feel suddenly hollow and cold. She couldn't help but note, it's eerily silent today. Following yesterday's gala, the servants' year-end holiday had officially begun. Anna and the others were reluctant to leave, lingering by Anastasia's crib for one last goodbye. Promise to grow up fast, I'll be back before you know it. She watched them go and then scanned the corner of the room. Only a single temporary maid, registered for the holiday shift, remained on duty. She looks like she's barely in her teens, doesn't she? Already dozing off? Well, I suppose a growing girl needs her rest too. Perhaps because it's the year's end, everyone is swamped. Her father always stalls, unable to tear himself away until Jula finally hauls him off. Come on, dear, we're late. My parents departed the estate at dawn. My brother is currently locked away in a high-stakes tutoring session, and my sister is bedridden, having succumbed to a nasty winter cold. Anastasia felt only a flicker of loneliness before she shook it off with iron resolve. Fine, this is a rare window of opportunity. It's time to practice standing, even if it's just for a second. The objective is... No, it's nothing world-shattering. Her only burning desire at this moment is to conquer that sofa. She scrambled over with focused speed. Reaching out her tiny hand to grasp the upholstery, she told herself, I shouldn't rush growing up, but I have this primal urge to walk right now. Then her small arm began to quiver. Anastasia pushed herself, just a few more inches. Finally, her fingers successfully grazed the plush surface of the seat above. Right at that triumphant moment, a middle-aged servant approached, hoisted her up, and asked with a thin smile, My lady, are you having fun exploring? She blinked up blankly at the stranger, letting out a confused "ah," while her mind immediately went on high alert. Wait, I've never seen this face in my life. The woman maintained a plastic smile and said calmly, The Duchess sent me to fetch you. A cold dread settled in Anastasia's chest. Her mother had left hours ago, and why hadn't this servant even acknowledged the maid on duty? Her brain instantly mapped out the worst-case scenario. I've played this scene a dozen times before, haven't I? Even for a servant, she's acting way too shady. No way. Intuition screamed of impending danger, so Anastasia flipped the switch into acting mode and unleashed a deafening wail. The woman panicked and immediately resorted to a brutal method of silencing her. She pressed a cloth drenched in anesthetic over the baby's mouth. Only now did the woman's sinister, calculating true face reveal itself. I'll be taking very good care of you. Anastasia fought to resist, but her limbs grew heavy and limp. She cursed into the fading darkness. Damn it all. Suddenly, a heavy, forced peace washed over everything. The woman swaddled her tightly, threw on a black cloak as a disguise, and bolted into the deep forest, muttering a prayer. Just stay under for a while longer. Being handled so roughly, Anastasia felt every jarring jolt with painful clarity. What kind of nightmare is it this time? The drugs began to wear off. She snapped her eyes open and glared at the person carrying her. The maid was gone, replaced by an older man with a hardened look. Anastasia was paralyzed with fear, not daring to twitch. What now? This isn't the woman. Who is this guy? Now only one grim reality remained. I've been kidnapped. She caught a fleeting glimpse of the Duke's estate in the distance and calculated, at least I haven't been dragged too far yet. Anastasia squeezed her eyes shut, feigning a deep slumber while her pulse hammered against her ribs. I was way too complacent. I should have been scanning for threats instead of playing house. A shiver ran down her spine as she reasoned, No, keep it together. With any luck, this is just a common ransom job. But her mind couldn't help but spiral toward the abyss. What happens if they decide I'm a liability and kill me? I'll be cast back into the void, forced to watch the world burn from the sidelines again. Negative thoughts flooded her mind, making her instinctively ball her tiny fists in agitation. It's only been 6 months. I refuse to let it end like this. Anastasia thought with cold precision. So, what's the play? Do I let this kidnapping play out to see who's pulling the strings? Her eyes flickered with a predatory chill. It'll be a massive pain, but I can always teleport out. I need to know why they targeted me. Countless theories raced through her head. Is this just a lowlife targeting the Duke's wealth, or has someone sniffed out my true power? Anastasia's eyes cracked open slightly, radiating a bored, lethal aura. Whatever the reason, it's worth a look. I'll give myself 3 days to clear out. She was already imagining the various ways to incinerate these thugs. But then, Anastasia let out a heavy mental sigh. I won't be able to sleep in my own bed tonight, but it's better to cut this threat out at the root. She set her jaw, deciding to play the sacrificial lamb to ensure her family's long-term safety. I can't have them worrying. I'll try to project a dream to them that I'm coming home soon, praying they would stay calm. Just as her silent message reached out, an arrow whistled through the trees and buried itself deep in the man's thigh. He collapsed with a guttural scream of agony, still desperately clutching Anastasia as he hit the dirt. A shadowy figure lunged at him, teeth bared, as he began to snarl a question, only to be cut off by a fierce roar. Shut your mouth! Anastasia was equally paralyzed by panic, yet a surge of curiosity forced her to steal a glance. The voice belonged to a mere child. A heartbeat later, her eyes widened in shock, her heart skipping a rhythmic beat. Strands of shimmering blonde hair whipped wildly in the wind. Before her stood a boy around Damien's age. Yet he exuded a crushing aura of dominance as he leveled his blade at the abductor, demanding, What do you think you're doing with her, A few stray locks shadowed his brow, partially veering over striking, iridescent purple pupils. Anastasia was completely mesmerized by his raw gallantry, staring at him without so much as a blink. Her savior then made a startling, bold proclamation. This little lady became my fiancé as of today. She just lay there dazed, reeling. Who even is this guy? The kidnapper glowered at the small silhouette blocking his path and spat, Huh? A damn brat? Dismissing the threat entirely, he abandoned all caution and unleashed a guttural threat. Get out of my way or die. Anastasia watched blankly. Never seen this face in my life. But within seconds, the thunderous shouts of the palace guard erupted nearby. They're in the clearing! The young miss is over there! The frantic rhythm of accelerating footsteps closed in on the kidnapper's position. Paling with pure terror, he scrambled to flee, his mind spiraling into a frantic mess. Caught already? I barely made it past the estate gates. Seeing the criminal bolt, the blonde boy gave chase with effortless grace, advising in a chillingly steady tone, If you value your life, hand the child over now. The man was livid, snapping back with a desperate growl. To hell with you, stop following me. I was backed into a corner. The boy refused to yield an inch, slightly tilting his gleaming steel in a lethal promise. Spare me your pathetic excuses. Your run ends here. Anastasia, being carted around like luggage, found the breath to evaluate. He's my brother's age, yet he speaks with such cold-blooded authority. She felt a faint spark of genuine respect for the stranger. If that's what true bravery looks like, his sword stance is flawlessly stable, and beyond that, Anastasia could sense a roiling pool of mana within him. Powerful magic indeed. Master-level swordsmanship and immense mana. Just who is this kid? When the kidnapper refused to halt, the boy lashed out with a sharp, surgical strike that severed the man's hamstrings with terrifying precision. The criminal lost his footing and collapsed in a heap of panic. Anastasia's face drained of color. Wait, I'm going down with him. Faced with a bone-breaking impact, she had no choice but to conclude, if it's come to this, I'll have to burn my mana to shield myself. Bracing for the worst, she squeezed her eyes shut, terrified to witness her own freefall when a hand suddenly swept her up. But as she regained her senses, she was left utterly floored. Huh? I don't feel a thing. It turned out the boy had intercepted her fall with perfect timing. He gazed at her with eyes full of concern, asking, Little one, are you unharmed? Dreading a hidden injury, he hoisted her up to inspect her thoroughly. That must have been terrifying. Does it hurt? Is your silence a good or bad sign? But Anastasia simply replied within the safety of her mind, I'm perfectly fine. Unfortunately, his own situation was far from safe. The kidnapper behind them was stealthily rising, a jagged blade gripped in his hand. Having survived 100 lifetimes of treachery, Anastasia wasn't shocked, only disappointed. He's totally wide open. Great technique, but still just a naive kid. Her eyes flickered with a faint ephemeral glow as she grumbled, Ugh, I can't just sit here and do nothing. At the absolute peak of the tension, she covertly channeled her spiritual energy, dealing a phantom blow that crippled the kidnapper. The boy, still shielding Anastasia with one arm, watched in bewilderment as the man crumpled onto the grass. What? I didn't even move, but he's down for the count. Instinctively, he glanced down at the infant cradled in his embrace. Having exhausted her divine reservoir, Anastasia was drenched in a cold, weary sweat. My lungs are burning. Just as I feared, this tiny body can't handle my full power. Her feverish, flushed face made the boy's heart skip a beat. Little one? He gasped in alarm. Wait, is she coming down with a fever? Anastasia groaned internally. You're the one who almost got us killed. She quickly pivoted to play the victim, clutching his tunic with trembling fingers. Yes. Responding to her plea, he held her even tighter, cocooning her in his cloak as he cooed, It's all right. You're safe now. I'll keep you warm. Anastasia buried her face in his small chest, feeling her pulse quicken against her will. He's so warm. Just then, the guards finally swarmed the area, their voices frantic with relief. Your Highness, young mistress. A soldier lunged forward, pinning the kidnapper's arm behind his back to seal his fate. Anastasia kept her eyes tightly sealed, her skin turning a deeper shade of crimson. This has escalated into quite the catastrophe. Damien was at the forefront of the search party. He sprinted toward Anastasia with wild, desperate eyes. His face was a mask of sheer terror, his entire frame shuddering. Look at me. Your big brother is here. Please be okay. The kidnapper, shoved into the dirt, began to wail for mercy. My lord, I beg of you. This is all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Anastasia's breathing turned shallow and heavy, her face still burning with a supernatural heat as she slipped into unconsciousness. Damien, ignoring the pathetic whimpering of the man who dared touch his sister, turned to his men with a gaze of absolute ice. Take him, interrogate him until my father returns. Show no mercy. Anastasia was whisked back to the manor, bathed and tucked into a silken bed. As she drifted back to lucidity, she caught fragments of a hushed debate. It's premature, but given the circumstances, we have to move forward. Agreed. For their safety, the contract must begin immediately. Her eyelids felt heavy as she looked up to find Jula and Enderblang hovering nearby. She wondered groggily, how long have I been out of it? Seeing the light return to her eyes, the two cried out in a harmonious chorus of relief, Anastasia! The girl was still reeling from the mana burn. Her cheeks were flushed a deep rose and she looked utterly spent. Locking eyes with Jula and Enderblang, the words Mom and Dad flickered through her mind. Yes. Enderblang grew flustered and immediately barked an urgent command to the servants. Anastasia is awake. Summon the doctor this instant, immediately. The subordinate bowed low. Right away. Yet both parents refused to leave her side, whispering comforts. My angel, you must have been petrified, weren't you? I should have been there, but the Emperor's decree... She shut her eyes and reasoned. No, duty comes first. Father is a duke after all. Reflecting on that chaotic moment, she knew exactly why she'd blacked out. It was the sheer strain of overdrawing her mana, a brutal side effect of using power without a matured vessel. A second later, Anastasia was forced to open her eyes and look back when a voice thick with regret reached her. I'm so sorry, Anastasia. Jula appeared, crestfallen, visibly disappointed in her own failure as a mother, and kept repeating, I'm so sorry, my sweet child. Every word sent a ripple through Anastasia's heightened senses. Her soul was deeply stirred. These people, they truly, genuinely cherish me. She tentatively reached out her tiny hand and grasped that large, warm palm, vowing to herself, I refuse to let these people be hurt. I need to grow up and fast. Moments later, the captain of the ducal guard marched in and dropped to one knee in a formal salute. His sword remained sheathed with discipline, held perfectly upright before him as a sign of respect. The knights behind him mirrored his movements with military precision, their voices roaring in a single chorus. We pledge our absolute, eternal loyalty to you. Anastasia was actually more terrified now than when she was being kidnapped. Her tiny frame sat frozen in total bewilderment. What is wrong with all these people? Enderblang, however, looked immensely proud and reassured. He leaned down and introduced the unit. These are your personal escort knights. They will be your shield from now on. Do you like them? Since she couldn't exactly leave a review, she pieced the puzzle together in her head. So, the kidnapping was an inside job. A couple working at the manor grew greedy over their son's gambling debts, especially after seeing my parents lavish so much gold on me. Stupid, desperate thoughts clouded their judgment. They snatched me during the holiday lull, banking on a massive ransom. Fortunately, my brother's friend intervened and shut them down. I heard they were escorted away in pieces. My parents claimed they handled the matter with great generosity. Regardless, I suppose a security upgrade is smart for my siblings, but isn't 20 elite knights a bit overkill for a single infant? Indeed, Enderblang noted her baffled expression and patiently explained further to his little princess. Anastasia, every one of these men has sworn his life to you. He looked at her with sparkling, expectant eyes. So, why don't you give them a little encouragement? Anastasia continued to stare blankly, her mind filled with question marks. Seriously, father? What do you expect from a 6-month-old? They aren't going to find inspiration in a baby's babbling. However, she clearly underestimated the like master, like servant rule. Those guards were even more hyped than her father. Please, young lady, a word of blessing. We beg of you. Anastasia looked on in horror. They are way too invested in this. Trapped by those shimmering puppy dog eyes, Anastasia broke into a cold sweat. This atmosphere makes it impossible to say no to father. She surrendered to the moment, shyly averting her gaze as she let out a soft which loosely translated to, "Fine, just keep me safe." The soldiers were so overcome with emotion they clutched their chests, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. A heartbeat later, cheers of pure triumph thundered through the mansion. "We shall defend you with our lives, young lady. It is an honor to serve." Anastasia thought wearily, and so it begins. Time marched on, and a month after her personal legion was formed, the occupancy of her room seemed to double. She pulsed her divine energy to scan the perimeter, detecting 2 additional shadows lingering outside the door. She shivered. She reached out her hand. As her body developed, reading the flow of the world became slightly more intuitive. But the real clarity won't hit until my first birthday. I'm still only 7 months old. With a heave, she reached the chair. The kidnapping was for gold, but keeping this family safe won't be that simple. On the day of the abduction, I recall mother and father leaving the estate with incredibly grim expressions. It's rare for both of them to vanish at once. Being a ducal house, we are naturally surrounded by hungry wolves and hostile factions. Then again, there's no logical reason to deploy such a ridiculous level of protection for a baby who never leaves the nursery. Deep in thought, Anastasia attempted to hoist herself onto the sofa. Should I cheat with a little magic? No, I can't. She remembered with a pang. If I collapse with another fever, they'll lose their minds. I can't bear to see them suffer. Her fingers gripped the cushion as she pondered. But is a peaceful life enough? Only I have the power to stop the apocalypse. While straining on her tiptoes to climb, a familiar voice suddenly startled her. This seems like a pretty urgent mission for us siblings, doesn't it? She whipped around. Ah, I know that voice. Damien was standing right behind her. He dropped to one knee with his arms wide open, calling out her name. Anastasia! She pivoted and scrambled as fast as her knees would carry her toward the boy. It's just my brother. How did he even bypass the guards? Their bond had deepened significantly, so Anastasia didn't hesitate to crawl into Damien's lap for a hug. He beamed, though he seemed genuinely stunned. How are you this fast? My Anastasia is growing up at warp speed. Anastasia thought, that is rich coming from a brat who's barely a kid himself. Damien gave her a gentle smile and showered her with affection, softly stroking her hair. It took her exactly 3 seconds to sense a shift in the air. His expression, it's different than usual. Something's up. True to her intuition, Damien sat with her for a moment before broaching the subject. Anastasia, you know my friend is dying to meet you. The one from before, remember? She vaguely summoned the image of her mysterious savior. Brother's friend? Oh, that kid from the woods. Anastasia immediately gave an enthusiastic nod. Mm-hmm. Damien asked softly, So, Anastasia, would you like to see my friend again? Her eyes sparkled as she locked onto Damien's gaze, letting out a resolute, ooh-ah, to signal her consent. She recalled that small yet formidable figure from the kidnapping. I've been curious. That boy's mana pool was staggering. Even though he's a stranger, he feels strangely familiar. After cycles of rebirth, I've met many souls who share the same wavelength across different eras. Usually when I encounter a familiar soul, I just assume I crossed paths with them in a previous life. But the little Duke, he's more than just familiar. A bizarre sensation is churning deep within me. Sensing a twist of fate, Anastasia steeled her resolve. This is the perfect chance. This time, I'm going to investigate him thoroughly. Damien noticed her face turn unusually grim, and, worrying he'd made her uncomfortable, he watched her with a puzzled look. From the courtyard, an announcement rang out. Master Mikhail has arrived. Inside his carriage, an aide reported respectfully, "Young lord, we have reached the estate." Mikhail peered out the window. Already? Time really does fly when you're anticipating something. He stepped out of the carriage with a light, effortless grace, his mood visibly lifting. Excellent. Let's see her. Not to mention he was beaming like a kid on Christmas, shouting with wild enthusiasm, "So, exactly where do I go to find the young lady?" That was Mikhail's singular focus as he came to a halt before the massive, sprawling estate. Since Mikhail had arrived, Damien instinctively bolted out to meet him. His joy mingled with a stern warning. "You better keep your word, you got it?" Mikhail countered firmly. "Count on it." Damien kept drilling the rules into him just to be safe. "You have to be on your absolute best behavior, okay?" Hearing the lecture for the 10th time, Mikhail snapped, "Yeah, I get it already." He pressed his palm against the heavy oak door leading into the familiar nursery. After throwing it wide, Mikhail stepped inside with a glowing face and a cheerful, high-pitched greeting. "Finally, I've found you again, little lady." Aww. Anastasia was perched in a tiny, custom-fit chair, flanked by her usual entourage of maids. She'd been styled in a precious purple checkered dress finished with an elegant bow. Faced with Mikhail's dazzling grin, Anastasia gave absolutely nothing back. Her expression remained icy and clinical. "So, he's finally here." Mikhail wasn't deterred in the slightest. He leaned in, eyes shimmering with pure adoration as he gushed, "The princess looks absolutely divine, so tiny and precious." As they locked eyes for a long moment, a subtle spark of recognition flickered within both of their gazes, especially for Anastasia. I expected a flood of memories upon seeing him again, but I've got nothing. I've only known a few souls in 2 millennia, so I should be able to place him instantly. Seeing Mikhail frozen like a statue, completely dazed and mute, Damien waved a hand to snap him out of it. Damien chided him with a speechless look. "Earth to Mikhail, you haven't even introduced yourself yet." The boy smugly doubled down on his protectiveness. "My Anastasia is basically a living doll." Mikhail, confused, shot back instantly. "She's a baby, nuts! Not a toy." Damien proudly boasted about her with doting flair. "My darling baby Anastasia is the sovereign lady of this dukedom." Hearing the over-the-top flattery, Anastasia looked away and noted, "These two are being aggressively enthusiastic." Mikhail erupted into laughter at Damien's theatrics, which only made the boy see red. "What's so hilarious?" Anastasia watched in silence as the two engaged in a heated debate, specifically her 5-year-old brother. "Honestly, I can't believe my brother is acting like such a total kid. He is usually marketed as the calm, dignified heir. I guess it's good they're finally acting their age." Mikhail finally humored his friend, crossing his arms and remarking playfully, Fine. You want a formal introduction, right?" With a flourish, he pivoted and stepped directly into Anastasia's personal space. Despite being only 5, Mikhail exuded the polished grace of a seasoned young lord. He gently took Anastasia's hand and offered a courtly bow. "It isn't our first encounter, but it's a privilege to meet you, little lady. I am Mikhail, the young lord of the Grand Duchy of Leventis." Finishing his greeting, Mikhail even pressed a soft kiss to the back of the tiny hand he held. Anastasia was floored by the sophisticated, gentlemanly gesture. She stared at him, her eyes wide with shock. Damien felt like he had been struck by lightning. Scowling with his jaw on the floor, he stood paralyzed for a heartbeat before losing it. "Hey, Mikhail, even I haven't kissed her hand yet." As for our golden-haired little lord, a quick brief, he is Mikhail Leventis, the sole successor to the Grand Duke of Leventis. Since that fateful first meeting, he has spent over half a month practically living at my mansion. Because the reigning Grand Duke is swamped with high-level politics, he arranged for his son to study alongside his childhood best friend, my brother. Thanks to that arrangement, the current tea among the maids is strictly about Mikhail. I've heard more about his life than my own family's. The maid attending to Anastasia was already accustomed to the routine and confidently predicted, "Oh my, I'm sure he'll be making an appearance today too." But Anastasia found the whole thing bizarre. "By the way, I thought you were strictly here for my brother." Minutes later, Mikhail burst through the door, his tone as doting as ever. "Princess, I'm home!" But Anastasia wasn't feeling it. She was beyond annoyed. Why are you always in my face? And he's even earlier than usual today." Mikhail charged into the room, asking eagerly, "Are we having a good time?" Suddenly, a stray droplet of water splashed onto her, making Anastasia rub her eyes and let out a few cranky woo-ah sounds. Ugh, freezing. What was that for? What? It turned out the moisture clinging to Mikhail's hair had sprayed into her eyes. He gave a bashful chuckle and explained, "Sorry, did I splash you? I wanted to look sharp for the little lady, so I squeezed in a quick bath before heading over." Anastasia stared back with a deadpan expression, her eyes narrowing with sheer boredom. How incredibly thoughtful. He really doesn't act like a 6-year-old at all. Mikhail suddenly flourished a glowing red gemstone and continued excitedly, "Anyway, princess, why don't you take this today and give me a little smile?" Anastasia, now used to these bribes, thought with a hint of disgust. Ugh, here we go again. She looked back. When exactly did Mikhail's gift-giving offensive start? Rewind to a few days prior. Mikhail couldn't mask his curiosity and asked the staff, "Why doesn't the baby ever crack a smile?" The maids gasped, "Oh, young lord, well..." Then came their dramatic explanation. The lady's smile isn't a gift granted to just anyone. Exactly. You'll only witness its glory once you've truly earned her favor. Mikhail took that to heart and asked in confusion, "Seriously?" Ever since that conversation, Mikhail started hauling in every treasure he could find. Her nursery was on the verge of being swallowed by mountains of luxury gifts. Watching his friend go to such extremes, Damien crossed his arms and scoffed, "Give it up! Anastasia only reserves her smiles for her brother Ryan." Laurencia cut in with a smug boast, "I've already made her laugh a dozen times." Mikhail caught their arrogant looks and puffed out his cheeks in a fit of jealousy, intentionally pouting and turning his back on them. Anastasia recalled with a massive headache that, thanks to her siblings' trash-talking, Mikhail had turned competitive, showering her with endless gems. Today's offering was a gemstone of a deep, violent red. Anastasia, completely unimpressed, bluntly looked away and sighed, "Why would you give something like this to a literal infant?" Mikhail caught that soft exhale and asked in shock, "Wait, was that actually a sigh?" She didn't care, busy straining to scale the sofa as her thoughts raced. "My physical progress feels like it's stalled. Is he the distraction, or am I just making excuses for not mastering this power yet?" Mikhail was transfixed by her every move, harboring a secret wish. It would be so incredible to finally hold her. Anastasia, meanwhile, was judging him hard. Man, human nature is so predictable. She drifted back to her own frustrations. "I'm genuinely stressed about my delayed walking and speech, but the people in this house don't seem to notice at all. This is my 100th time being a baby, after all." Her small hand shook today as she reached for the high armrest. She wondered with a flicker of anxiety, "Is it okay for me to be this far behind?" While Anastasia was pouring every ounce of effort into pulling herself up, Mikhail suddenly strolled over and dropped the heavy gem into the hood of her cloak. The weight of the stone, suddenly hanging behind her neck, yanked Anastasia, who was already struggling with gravity, straight backward. Anna gasped, her eyes bugging out as she shrieked in absolute terror, "My lady!" Mikhail was equally horrified and lunged forward, screaming, "Princess!" But he was too slow. Anastasia's little bottom hit the carpet with a dull thud. Her head was on a collision course with the floor. In the worst-case scenario, she was about to be spiked by that sharp, expensive gemstone. Mercifully, Mikhail managed to dive in, his hands sweeping out just in time to cradle her head before impact. Ultimately, Anastasia escaped without so much as a bump on her head. Anna and the other maids, still visibly rattled, swarmed her, frantically asking, "Are you all right, my lady?" Anastasia, however, was in a state of pure shock, reeling from a single question. "I actually lost my balance? Did the mere weight of my own head just take me down?" Mikhail's face was ghost white. He waved his hands in a desperate, regretful gesture, confessing, "I'm so sorry, princess. I only wanted to give you the gem. I never imagined it would make you slip." A vein of pure annoyance throbbed in Anastasia's temple as she glared at the gemstone lying rejected in the corner. The realization hit her like a freight train. No wonder standing felt like a Herculean task. The brat had stashed a literal ruby in her hood. Anastasia's tiny fists clenched, trembling with the sheer intensity of the rage coursing through her veins. How absolutely dare you! She desperately wanted to roar, "How dare you humiliate me like this?" But her infant vocal cords could only produce babbling shrieks. "Hate it, I hate it." Anastasia's fragile body was a stark contrast to her shrill, piercing screams. The nursery echoed with the high-pitched demand, "Hate it, I hate it." She hammered the words "don't like" over and over. Mikhail hung his head, looking like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. He pointed a finger at his own chest, asking in utter disbelief, You hate me? Or was it your brother?" Anastasia whipped her head away, refusing to acknowledge his existence, yet her stubborn mouth kept firing off "oh-ee" sounds. Mikhail, somehow, translated her rage perfectly. "Go away." He tried to coax her gently. "I messed up. I just thought you'd look stunning holding a massive ruby." In the background, Anna and the maid whispered in a fit of jealousy. Unbelievable. How can he decode the young lady's babbling so easily? Right? Meanwhile, Anastasia was still in full tantrum mode, yelling, "Hate it," while Mikhail pleaded, "Please stop saying you hate me." Caught in his gentle, earnest smile, Anastasia felt a surge of restlessness. This is getting on my nerves. This guy can interpret nonsense that my own flesh and blood can't even fathom. Her siblings had been so distraught by the language barrier. Even Jula had spiraled into self-doubt, thinking, perhaps my maternal instincts are lacking. Laurencia had also lamented, "I can't understand a single word Sasa says." But that wasn't enough to extinguish Anastasia's fury. She pouted with fierce irritation. "I get that he saved me and he's trying to be sweet, but I won't have him making my family feel even more sidelined." Then Mikhail flopped flat onto the rug, persistently prying, "Princess, do you want to walk? I'll be your support." Anastasia remained turned away. "Don't want." Mikhail reacted instantly. "No, but princess, you're actually a natural at talking. How is such a tiny mouth so articulate?" Anastasia felt drained. "You're becoming a real pest, you know that?" But Mikhail was a dog with a bone, continuing his bribery and even boldly bragging, "I can seriously help you. I was already walking before I hit the 6-month mark." Anastasia froze in sheer disbelief. 6 months old? Fortunately, her back was still turned, masking her pale, horrified expression. "I can't even stand without wobbling, let alone walk, and I'm already 7 months deep." Mikhail edged closer, excitedly spilling more. "I was a pro at walking since I was a newborn. Are you sure you don't need a masterclass?" Anastasia's face was ashen. She thought tensely, "This is absurd, but honestly, I'm a little shook. Actually, this is my first time experiencing a normal childhood. I don't have any baby cheat codes. I just want to escape these pureed food days as fast as humanly possible. But I'd rather die than ask this annoying brat for help again." Mikhail extended his hand, making an open, inviting offer. "Let me show you the way." He wasn't bothered by her cold shoulder, the corners of his mouth curling into a radiant, warm smile. Anastasia was so unnerved she froze, her lip twitching in horror. What is that look? No way, right now. Is he actually channeling my brother's energy? Ultimately, she yielded to his sincerity and reached out her hand, though she tried to gaslight herself. "I am definitely not accepting this help just because he reminds me of my brother." She latched onto his hand, telling herself, "I just need to accelerate my growth, that's all." Witnessing the truce, the two maids were both delighted and stunned. Oh my heavens! Mikhail's aura shifted instantly. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as a mischievous smirk appeared, triggering Anastasia's suspicions. Again? I've never seen him make this face before. She stared up at him with wide, bewildered eyes for a long moment, but after a few minutes, Mikhail remained as still as a statue. Losing her patience, Anastasia had to pat his hand repeatedly, signaling him to get a move on with the lesson. Her mouth grumbled. "Duh?" Mikhail finally hoisted her hand gently and began to guide her. "I'll get you on your feet, and then we'll work on those steps." He provided just enough leverage for her to stand up with effortless ease. In that fleeting moment, even Anastasia was caught in a daze of wonder. Seeing her take her first shaky, staggering steps under Mikhail's wing, the maid squealed in delight. "Look, the little lady is standing on her own 2 feet." But Anastasia stared down at her own feet in a state of shock. Standing up was this easy? Mikhail stood as her anchor, looking down with a triumphant beam. Told you so, didn't I? I promised I'd get you standing. Anastasia stared back, unblinking. Seriously? What is he even made of? Then Mikhail continued to lead the charge. Since you've mastered standing, walking is the next logical step. She hesitated, her face a mask of panic. Wait, hold on. There's no way I can walk right now. Yet, against all odds, Anastasia's first stumbling step was a resounding success. She toddled forward. Despite the wobbling, she was undeniably walking. The sensation left her floored. What? Am I actually walking? Anastasia's skepticism melted away as her face lit up. Her tiny mouth blossomed into a radiant, excited smile. Finally. Anna and the other maid cheered in unison. The young lady is taking her first steps. We're witnessing history in the making. Damien had slipped into the room unnoticed. Witnessing the miracle before him, the boy was so stunned he dropped his book, completely lost for words. Anna? Seeing him paralyzed by the shock, she vaguely wondered, Brother, is class over already? Mikhail looked over at his friend, a smug, ear-to-ear grin plastered on his face. He bragged with zero chill. Look at this. The princess is holding my hand and walking. Pretty impressive, right? Anastasia caught that arrogant look and felt a shiver. Are you literally flexing on my brother right now? Okay, that's enough. She tried to pry her hand away, but Mikhail reminded her firmly, No, princess. If you let go now, you're going back to the floor. Damien stood there, silent and seething, before he suddenly began a menacing march toward them. Without a word of warning, the boy snatched Anastasia up into his protective embrace. His face was as dark as a thundercloud. In a voice dripping with icy concern, he asked, Anastasia, did you fall? Anna lowered her head and stammered, The lady didn't fall hard, and she didn't shed a tear. Damien's tone turned lethal. Why did she fall at all? Mikhail didn't dodge the question. He bluntly, if a bit sheepishly, confessed, Damien, it was on me. I tried to give the princess a gift, but then... Damien didn't even grant him the courtesy of finishing. He scowled and interrogated him in a menacing whisper. My sister fell... because of you? Mikhail's confidence began to crumble. He tried to backtrack and soothe the tension. It wasn't a bad fall. I caught her head before impact. But Damien was deaf to the excuses, his focus solely on the crime. She almost hit her head. You! Anastasia, hearing the lethal edge in Damien's voice, was also shaken. Wait. Before her brother could even process the shock, he was met with the frigid declaration of Mikhail Leventis. From now on, don't you ever dare set foot here to see Anastasia again. Mikhail arched his eyebrows in utter disbelief. He attempted to plead his case. Damien, it was an accident. It wasn't as catastrophic as it looked. But Damien completely incinerated his apology, roaring at the top of his lungs. Save it! Get out! If it wasn't for your recklessness, Anastasia would never have been in harm's way. Mikhail could only heave a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping in total defeat. Anastasia, trapped in her tiny body, was powerless to mediate between the two. She was rattled by her brother's unusually savage reaction. This had escalated into a much more explosive confrontation than she ever anticipated. Mikhail gazed at his best friend Damien, his eyes brimming with a quiet sorrow. A heartbeat later, his focus crashed to the floor as he murmured, Must be nice, actually having a little sister to protect. Damien was hit with this sudden, sharp pang of remorse. The boy whipped his head back to lock eyes with his friend. As for Anastasia, she was still reeling from how quickly the atmosphere had turned toxic. Everything would be so much simpler if they just acted like the children they were. She recognized the tragedy of two boys forced to wear masks of maturity. They were far more brilliant than their peers. Honestly, they possessed more depth than most shallow adults. In a crisis like this, they've forgotten how to reconcile like kids. If this continues, the rift will become a canyon. I hate doing this, but I'm cornered. She pursed her lips, plotting, Time for a little tactical intervention. Anastasia began her analysis by dissecting both perspectives. First, she looked through Damien's eyes. Damien lived for the post-class reading sessions with his siblings. He loved napping to the rhythm of a story and sharing snacks whenever Laurentia's stomach growled. This was the soul of Damien's daily life. But ever since Mikhail became the hero who saved his youngest sister, Damien had masochistically abandoned all his favorite comforts. Then, she shifted to Mikhail's point of view. Mikhail's only tether to family is a grandfather who is eternally preoccupied with the state. Mikhail found infants fascinating, yet he was completely illiterate in the art of interacting with them. A 6-year-old prodigy who had already mastered the lethality of the blade. Mikhail's clumsy antics weren't malicious. The poor kid just didn't know the proper boundaries. Finally, looking at it from her own perspective, Anastasia bluntly confessed, "Bottom line, I'm the problem here." She had been especially cranky that day, so she'd lashed out. She had waved a tiny hand to dismiss Mikhail. Ai. And Mikhail, in his innocence, translated it as, "Go away?" He had smiled calmly and countered, "But didn't you just call out my name?" As the days bled into weeks, that one misunderstanding became the catalyst for disaster. The cool truth was, I uttered Mikhail's name before anyone else in the family. They were so heartbroken they spent the entire day desperately chanting my name. On top of that, my very first steps were taken into Mikhail's arms. How could my brother not be devastated? But Anastasia, reviewing the wreckage of the past few days, took full accountability. Yeah, this is on me. I didn't want to play this card, but the situation is officially a dumpster fire. She initiated her plan by taking a massive breath until her cheeks were puffed like a blowfish, her eyes stretched wide. Then, channeling every bit of her internal mana, she strained her tiny neck and let out a piercing wail that froze both boys in their tracks. The two maids descended in a frantic panic. "My lady!" Damien, predictably, lost his mind. "Anastasia!" Even Mikhail lunged forward, crying, "Princess!" as Anastasia squeezed out a flood of tactical tears. Her face flushed a brilliant, alarming shade of crimson in seconds. Damien turned ashen. He hovered over her, paralyzed by a terrifying sense of helplessness. Ultimately, the boy surrendered, swallowing his burning pride to beg Mikhail for a translation. Mikhail, flustered, decoded the shrill sobbing. She's saying it's terrifying, that she hates the fighting. Damien stood there like a statue, his mind clouded by a thick, suffocating fog of guilt. The boy immediately groveled to soothe Anastasia's heart. "I'm so sorry." Mikhail's voice also dropped to a soft whisper. "I messed up too, princess." Anastasia squeezed her eyes shut, screaming internally, "No, idiots! Apologize to each other. I'm not the one you offended." She continued to thrash with all her might, plunging Damien right back into a state of total confusion. Seeing that her brother was still clueless, she pointed a tiny, accusatory finger straight at Mikhail's face. In a split second, a heavy silence smothered the room. Neither boy dared to utter a word. Mikhail exhaled a long breath and found the courage to speak first. "I am truly sorry for endangering your precious sister." Damien, abandoning his stubbornness, gave a quick, awkward bow. "I'm sorry too. For banning you, I was just acting out because I was jealous of how close you got to my own flesh and blood." The maids watched the icy tension thaw and allowed themselves a small, relieved smile. Mikhail scratched his cheek sheepishly as he admitted, "Look, Damien, I don't know the first thing about babies. I'm an only child. So, will you teach me the ropes?" Damien was instantly flooded with regret for his earlier outburst. Mikhail, sensing a hesitation, scrambled to clarify. "I really just didn't know. If you guide me, I'll follow your lead. You have your routines with her, and I'll respect your rules about not touching her without your okay." Only then did Anastasia realize the hidden win in her plan. "So, no more unsolicited baby handling? Perfect." Mikhail pleaded with genuine sincerity. "Please, Damien. I honestly didn't realize how dangerous I was being, okay?" Seeing him extend an olive branch with such raw goodwill, Damien was floored, unable to process the gesture for a moment. A second later, the boy let go of every lingering grudge and flashed a genuine smile at his friend. The boy reached out to grasp Mikhail's hand. "All right, since my best friend is asking so nicely." "Yes." Mikhail asked with a dumbfounded look just to be certain. "So we're cool, right?" Damien froze for a beat, then nodded reflexively. Yeah, we're cool. Mikhail pushed his luck. So, can I hold the princess? Damien laughed and answered with zero hesitation. You bet you can. Mikhail finally dropped his defensive stance and exhaled a long, shaky breath. Phew. Anastasia beamed while observing the pair, feeling a wave of relief wash over her soul. Such pure-hearted kids. Then again, it's been ages since I've cried like that, and the exhaustion is starting to hit me like a truck. Inevitably, my eyelids grew heavy. Her drowsy, nodding head made the two young lords chuckle softly. Looks like the lady is out of juice. Makes sense. Get some rest. Good night, Anastasia. The dream realm opened. Rhythmic droplets of water fell from a void of nothingness, rippling across a glassy surface. In that infinite, shallow pool, Anastasia sat isolated, her eyes darting around frantically. The abyss was as silent as a tomb and pitch black, making her pulse skyrocket. I must have drifted off in my brother's arms. But where is this? Is this a dream? She tried to center herself, demanding her mind to wake up. Suddenly, a desperate plea echoed from the shadows. Save me! How could Anastasia possibly ignore a cry like that? She whipped her head toward the source of the sound. In the distance hovered a massive cocoon of white bandages, bound tight by glowing golden chains. The faint voice surged from within. Please, I beg you, save me. Anastasia stood frozen, a flicker of intense curiosity igniting in her chest. What on earth is that thing? She slowly rose to her feet, taking small, splashing steps toward the entity. My consciousness feels so incredibly heavy. My body is acting on its own, drawn like a magnet toward whatever is trapped in those layers. There's no way this is a real person. Reaching the object, Anastasia's eyes widened in sheer horror. What the hell is this? The voice inside hissed. I am your only understanding. Anastasia turned ghost white, reeling. Understanding? My hands, they're moving on their own. Stop it! She snapped back with irritation. How can you claim to understand me? Have you survived hundreds of reincarnations or something? The moment her fingertips brushed the outer shell, a violent shockwave erupted. The space exploded in a supernova of golden light as the white bandages unraveled, fluttering away into the dark. The sudden, blinding glare forced Anastasia to instinctively shield her eyes with her arms. Once the world felt stable again, she cautiously cracked one eye open. A small figure materialized before her, radiating a suffocatingly powerful divine aura. He looked like a god of dreams. He glared up and spoke with chilling authority the moment their eyes met. Don't forget, Anastasia, I am the only one. Hovering in the air, the dream god drifted closer and bowed his head as a final warning. Remember, I am the only one for you. She stared up at him, her mind a total blank. The dream god muttered, Hey. He scanned the surroundings, evaluating the space. Besides, this place is pretty cozy, don't you think? Anastasia was dazed, her vision blurring with fatigue. An urgent voice pierced her ears. Hey! She vaguely recognized the tone, but in a flash. Anastasia shattered the boundaries of that strange dream, snapping awake to a soft, frantic call. Hey, little one! As soon as her eyes flickered open, she saw 5 people crowding her bed with devastated faces. She counted them one by one. Mikhail, her father, her mother, and even both her siblings. Why does everyone look like the world just ended? A slender hand reached out to gently check her temperature. A trembling voice cried out, Our precious Anastasia! Then Jula rushed to her side. Tears spilled over as she choked out, Do you have any idea how terrified we've been this past week? The fever just wouldn't break. Anastasia processed their grief-stricken faces. She stared in pure disbelief. I've been bedridden for an entire week? Laurentia wailed loudly. I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat, so please just don't be sick anymore. Damien, the eldest, stoically added, If you're taking the hit, then I'm taking it for you too. Enderblang was overcome by the sight of his children's fierce devotion. He gathered them both into a hug, his own eyes welling up. To keep you all safe, I'd gladly take every illness on myself. Mikhail felt a sharp, sudden ache in his chest. He looked away, not daring to intrude on the family's warmth for too long. Sensing his loneliness, a hand gently settled on his head and gave a comforting pat. Yes. Enderblank knelt beside him with fatherly affection. He used a towel to dry the boy's damp hair and stated, Mikhail, we owe this all to you. He replied humbly, It was nothing, just what I had to do. Enderblank stroked his hair again and whispered sincerely, Don't be so modest when you've done something this grand, Mikhail. Yes, sir. He added with deep gratitude, while Anastasia was fading, you traveled a grueling distance to bring the high priest here. It appeared Anastasia had been struck by a curse from a shadowy force. Everyone was paralyzed when the high priest diagnosed the malaise. Enderblang was profoundly moved. Mikhail, it was only because of the medicine you secured that Anastasia was able to wake. Yes. Jula cradled Anastasia close, her voice thick with emotion. Truly, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Anastasia nodded, eyeing the boy with suspicion. Mikhail. She frowned, her thoughts racing. The high priest's sanctuary is incredibly far. Just like before, I'm deeply in Mikhail's debt. The burning question dominating her mind was, but what's this nonsense about a curse? I've lived 100 lives. I thought I was functionally immune to this garbage, but not only was I dragged into a dream, someone actually dared to siphon my stored mana. Clearly, life number 100 is going to be a total war zone. She reminded herself with a grim focus. The warmth of this home almost made me forget my true path. It is the absolute unyielding principle of my existence. Her hands balled into tiny, determined fists. She told herself, I must accelerate my growth to wield my power. Gold is forged in fire, and strength is born from struggle. Noticing the movement, Jula called out softly and urgently, Anastasia. She still seemed haunted by fear, leaning down to soothe her. Please, just grow up healthy, my angel. I beg you. Anastasia buried her face in her mother's chest, her own eyes misting over. For now, in this house, the baby is the undisputed center of the universe. About a month has slipped by since then, the first time in millennia that I've succumbed to such a profound, soul-deep slumber. My physical vessel is finally stabilizing, so using my mana now only triggers a mild fever. Thankfully, no more uninvited guests have crashed my dreams. Time marched on, and I'm officially 9 months old. Today, Enderblang arrived in high spirits, dropping to one knee and spreading his massive arms to urge me, Come to Daddy, our little star. As per usual, Anastasia was grinding out her physical therapy by scaling the summit of the sofa. Seeing her father waiting expectantly, she felt a sudden surge of adrenaline and hyped herself up. I can do this. I've totally got this. She was determined to conquer the floor on her own 2 legs. Her tiny feet executed a slow, calculated step. Success! Anastasia tried to accelerate her pace, but her heart was pounding against her ribs, so she kept whispering internally, Steady now, 1 step at a time. However, her center of gravity was still a mess. After a few more strides, her entire world started to tilt. Whoops! Anastasia lost her footing and began a slow-motion faceplant. She knew right then she was about to eat dirt. Fortunately, Enderblang's reflexes were top tier, his arms sweeping in to scoop up her precious tiny frame before impact. He erupted into a boisterous laugh, beaming with pride. Did you see that? Our princess just crushed 3 steps in a row! He then turned to the guards, his eyes sparkling. Did everyone witness our baby girl walking all by herself? Anastasia felt just as smug. It's my only party trick right now, but it's still pretty badass, isn't it? The guards responded with theatrical fervor. Magnificent, a truly breathtaking display. We are honored to have witnessed such a historic milestone. Hearing their over-the-top glazing, Anastasia's lip twitched with a dry smirk. I walked 3 steps and it's breathtaking? Well, I guess it is a pretty big flex for me. She snuggled into his chest, her mind already racing. As this body matures, channeling magic will become second nature. It's time to start gathering some real intel. Pushing her divine power, she could clearly sense Jula's internal debate. Which gown will shine brightest at the April festival? Thanks to that eavesdropping, I realized a festival is right around the corner. She even caught a snippet of Mikhail's cold, firm voice. I'll be at the estate shortly. Mid-April is the target. It looks like young Lord Mikhail is also making a comeback. Damien's voice, practicing a formal address, was equally sharp. The Enderblang ducal line boasts a legendary lineage. My interest was piqued. I'm finally learning the lore and the power structure of this clan. She shut her eyes and reflected. I was stressed about my slow growth, but this intel is pure gold. I feel a lot lighter. Enderblang, still cradling her, suddenly broke the silence. By the way. His tone shifted instantly into commander mode. Our youngest is already mastering the walk, but are you slackers training just as hard? Anastasia heard her father's interrogation and felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment. What does a baby walking have to do with night drills? Dad, you're doing too much. The brown-haired and red-haired guards didn't miss a beat, declaring with burning intensity, we're nothing compared to the young lady, but we're grinding. We'll double our efforts so we don't get left in her dust. Enderblang's voice turned dangerously stern. I heard that during the last transition from Viscount to Grand Duke, someone was slacking. The guards went pale, stammering, Who? He dropped a chilling hint. It's spring. High time I personally audited the knight's skills after such a long hiatus, don't you think? Hearing this, the guards looked ready to faint. You mean... Enderblang suddenly roared with absolute authority. During the April festival, we are holding a grand martial arts tournament. Everyone, prepare for war! The two knights turned ghostly white, yet they still managed to plaster on strained smiles and salute. Anastasia watched her father's bold declaration with a blank stare. Dad, are you really just using me as an excuse to purge the weak? His aura flipped in a heartbeat. He went from a hardened general back to a softie as he hoisted her up, proudly deciding, and the crown jewel of this festival is... Anastasia was genuinely caught off guard by the intense way her father was looking at her. Right then, the frantic rhythm of Laurencia's footsteps began echoing down the corridor. The young girl burst into the room with a smile that rivaled the morning sun. Sasa! Jula watched her daughter skip along with such carefree joy and couldn't help but beam. Laurencia dropped to the floor and tackled Anastasia with a hug, peppering her with kisses. The baby sat stoically, accepting the affection, and silently called out, Big sis. This morning, Laurencia had her wrapped in a cozy embrace, sitting quietly on the rug and doting on her with that nickname, Sasa. From the second she walked in, Laurencia's face had been stuck on pure joy. A moment later, she made an ecstatic announcement. She's going to be the absolute princess of this festival. Meanwhile, Jula was rubbing her chin, meticulously vetting every design on the table. Since our little one's hair is still coming in, she needs a hat to pull the look together. The maids were buzzing around her. A matching ribbon for the dress? That would be slaying. Spring is here, so maybe a vibrant yellow fabric? Anna leaned in, her curiosity piqued. What was your style back in the day, madame? Jula paused, a distant look in her eyes. Me, she murmured, traveling back in time. My first gown. I believe it was white with gold filigree. Anna clapped her hands in delight and suggested, Then a yellow dress would be an absolute serve for the young lady. The two maids gushed with excitement. The little lady is the carbon copy of you, madam. Her features are so delicate and refined. Jula closed her eyes and basked in the praise as they analyzed every trait. That midnight hair and those ruby eyes, they're exactly like yours. She brushed her cheek, her mood radiant. Anastasia would probably be thrilled to know she's my twin. My husband even said he wanted a mini-me. Jula's eyes narrowed slightly as she quickly reined in her emotions. Very well. She gently ran her fingers over the fabric swatches and made her final call. She'll wear a yellow dress for the tournament. At her age, bright yellow is just so visually refreshing. Anna beamed, unable to contain her hype. You have such impeccable taste. She'll look as precious as a little chick. Jula's cheeks flushed a soft pink. Oh, stop. I was actually going for forsythia flower vibes. The designer sitting across from them caught the vibe and felt a surge of creative fire. She stood up, slammed her palms on the table, and declared, Trust me, madam, I will craft a masterpiece that is as ethereal as a forsythia and as adorable as a chick. Jula was hyped and encouraged her. Can you really pull it off? Then show me what you've got. Jula squinted and smiled, gesturing toward the mountain of fabric. Our youngest is still lacking in the wardrobe department. Let's take this opportunity to stitch a whole collection, shall we? The designer froze, stunned. Come again? The designer stood paralyzed, jaw on the floor, staring at the high-end fabrics while Jula's words sank in. Exquisite gowns. Jula tilted her head and gave her a blinding, radiant smile. You're up for the challenge, right? The festival preparations went into overdrive. Thanks to the sudden tournament announcement, the two knights, looking absolutely fried but still flexing, reported to Anastasia with pained smiles. I'm taking the trophy. I've been doing 3,000 swings a day for this. She was speechless. Young lady, ever since the knights volunteered to grind 24/7, they've started losing their minds. The maids were in the embroidery room, spilling tea and laughing. What's the move today? I'm stitching flowers with the name of the knight who slid into my DMs last week. The girls started blushing and confessing their crushes. Anastasia mused. I guess spring really is in the air. Everyone's acting a little delulu, but they seem happy. Outside the palace, the atmosphere is already electric. Time is ticking down to mid-April, the grand debut of the martial arts tournament. Since the crack of dawn, servants have been scurrying around in a frenzy. A silver spoon is brought to Anastasia's lips. Open wide, little lady. Say ah! A stray glob of porridge nearly splatters onto her arm. Whoops! Luckily, the head maid's reflexes are legendary. She teleports out of nowhere to flick away the hot drop with god-tier speed. Fuming with rage, she drills the junior maid. Today is momentous. I warned you 1,000 times to be flawless. Anna bows frantically, hyper-apologetic. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The head maid huffs a final warning. If you stained that dress, you'd answer to the madam, focus or else. Earlier, Anastasia had twirled in her new threads, leaving the staff gasping in awe. Stunning! A literal angel! I haven't stopped simping for her cuteness since she arrived. That yellow is a total serve. The madam has impeccable taste. Jula, arms crossed, drops a massive flex. Excellent work. I'll double your commission. The designer's eyes turn into literal jewels. I'm your humble servant forever, madame. The head maid points a threatening finger. Ruination of the lady's wardrobe is a one-way ticket to unemployment. Anna whimpers like a kicked puppy. Forgive me. Anastasia raises an eyebrow, completely over it. Nothing even happened. Why is everyone acting so unhinged today? She waves a tiny hand to cut through the drama, instantly capturing their attention. The maid looks up, dazed, asking, Is the young lady actually comforting me? Anna clutches her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with pure stan energy as she leans in. Our little lady is an actual saint. I wonder who her escort will be today. I'm so jealous. Who's the lucky guy? The head maid huffs and pushes off, shouting one last order. He'll be here any second, so scrub like your life depends on it. Anastasia turns away, exasperated. So all this fuss is just about my partner? A moment later, a formal announcement rings out. Young Master Damien is, oh my gosh, I think the lady's date has arrived. Quickly, let him in. A boy with shimmering, sun-kissed blonde hair appears. Anastasia heaves a sigh as she watches him approach. I usually have the worst luck in these cliché scenarios. Either that or they always end up being absolute prodigies. Mikhail enters with a radiant, heartthrob smile, running toward her and waving. Hey there, little lady. Anastasia eyes him, calculating. I heard he retreated to the Grand Duke's estate. It's been a month since I've seen his face. Mikhail closes the distance and drops into a courtly bow, whispering, The stars have aligned. I get to be the lady's partner today. Anastasia gives him the cold shoulder with a deadpan stare. He clenches his fist slightly, asking with a mix of nerves and caution. Last time, I think my hug made the baby a bit uncomfortable, right? Well, I've been grinding at the Grand Duke's, so... Mikhail drops to one knee before Anastasia, summoning his inner knight to propose. May I be your sworn protector, little lady? But Anastasia just stares at him blankly while he waits, hand outstretched like a scene from a romance novel. Simultaneously, out at the arena, Jula stands with her hands clasped behind her back, projecting her voice with solemn gravity. Listen well, warriors. The victor of this tournament won't just claim a prize, but a legendary honor. The crowd hangs on her every word, and that honor is... 2 rows of elite guards stand at stiff attention, their steel reflecting the festival lights. Jula leans over to introduce the VIPs. Damien enters with a gentle, brotherly grace, leading Laurencia by the hand as Jula announces, Laurencia Enderblang. Then, a pair of polished leather shoes steps into the light. It is... The audience watches with bated breath, the tension thick enough to cut with a sword. Mikhail carries her out, strutting with immense pride as Jula's voice thunders. Anastasia Enderblang will present the honorary flowers. Her head is spinning as she mentally roasts him. He claimed he practiced, but his baby-carrying skills are mid at best. This is 0 out of 10 for comfort. The knights are absolutely hyped, shouting toward the royal box. Little lady, those flowers are as good as mine. Victory belongs to us. Lara, Damien's personal knight, coughs shyly. Rest easy, young Master Damien. We're bringing that bouquet home to you. Jula leans toward her children, smiling as she prompts them. Now, how about a few words to hype up our brave knights? Laurencia waves with pure sunshine. Go get 'em, Lara. Good luck to everyone. Damien gives a dignified nod of approval. I'm holding you to that promise of victory. Don't let the family name down. Jula and the others turn their expectant gazes toward the baby. Your turn, Anastasia. She jumps, startled by the spotlight. Me too, she sighs internally. What can a 10-month-old even offer? I'm still in the babbling phase. Mikhail pipes up to give her some backup. Don't sweat it, little lady. I'll be your translator. She grimaces, her lip twitching. That is literally not the problem here. Below, the knights are looking up with puppy dog eyes and shimmering expectations, leaving Anastasia with zero choice but to perform. Anastasia waves a tiny hand and lets out a spirited battle cry. Mikhail doesn't miss a beat, translating for the crowd. You heard her. The lady demands a total sweep from all of you. Yeah! A thunderous, unanimous roar erupts. We won't fail you. Once the spotlight fades, she exhales a breath of pure relief. That was draining. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Little lady. Mikhail is staring at her with a mischievous grin, asking, No special words of encouragement for me? Seeing Anastasia's confused blink, he tilts his head and clarifies, Because I'm entering the fray too. Anastasia's eyes go wide. You? For real? She flashes back to his high-diff fight with the man in black. Is he seriously planning to scrap with those hulking knights? Looking at his track record, his skills might be elite, but how can he bridge the gap in raw physique? I hope he doesn't get wrecked. He's literally 6. Mikhail grins and scans the arena, babbling excitedly. Aren't you going to cheer for me? If you give me your blessing, I'm basically invincible. Anastasia is speechless. You have no idea how fast those guys move. Finally, after weighing the risks, she reaches out and tugs on his sleeve. Anastasia locks eyes with him and babbles a stern warning. Don't, ouchie. Mikhail blinks, seeking clarification. Don't get hurt? Wait, you're not telling me to win? He laughs with pure satisfaction and gently places her back on the ground. Mikhail drops to one knee, his eyes crinkling with a radiant smile as he makes a blood oath. I'll have to go all out now to show you how cool I can be. He looks at her with a gaze full of resolve. It's showtime. I'll be back soon. But little lady, once I win, you'll admit I'm the coolest, right? She just stares back with a blank, no comment face. Later, when Mikhail sees Anastasia pouting and looking away, he stays upbeat, feeling a mix of helpless and totally whipped. The lady is back to ignoring me again. Classic. In her mind, Anastasia suddenly realizes, I didn't think he'd take it to heart when I said cool was a title exclusive to my brother. Back then, she'd coldly dismissed him, babbling, Bro, cool. Mikhail had asked hopefully, What about me? She'd shut him down instantly. Nope. Kids and their petty rivalries. While she's lost in her memories, the announcer's voice booms, Citizens! Our tournament officially begins! Anastasia snaps back to reality. Here we go. Wait, where's Dad? He's the host, but he pulled a vanishing act. Suddenly, a thunderous, familiar voice bellows from the pits. Laurencia! Anastasia! Her jaw drops. Why is Dad's voice coming from the actual arena floor? A massive, gauntleted hand waves frantically from below. Ender Blang grins like a maniac, promising, Your father is bringing those flowers home personally. Anastasia is absolutely flabbergasted. This isn't a tournament, it's a playground for overgrown man-children. Ender Blang continues to grin, waving to his wife and kids like a total dork. My beloved family, are you ready for a show? Jula could only click her tongue in sheer helplessness. Your father is truly a piece of work. Damien thoughtfully hoisted her up. It's too risky to stand so close, Anastasia. Anastasia pouted, judging him silently. Dad, in front of this family, you aren't cool at all. You look like a total brat. The servants scrambled with lightning speed to finalize the seating arrangements. The moment Laurencia claimed her seat, she waved frantically and cheered at the top of her lungs. Dad, you're the GOAT! Lara's rooting for you with everything she's got. Enderblang was drowning in pure bliss and couldn't stop blowing enthusiastic kisses toward the stands. That's my girl. Just you wait and see. Anastasia leaned back comfortably against Damien, musing to herself. As I suspected, being carried by my brother is infinitely more cozy. She scrutinized the knights' faces and passed silent judgment. Dad's entry is bizarre, but I'm curious. Given the knights' terror and how Dad handles them, his skills must be god tier, but it's hard to visualize. Enderblang was grinning like a complete idiot, waving his arms nonstop in her direction. Our youngest! Look at Daddy! Later, at the designated hour, the referee hoisted the green flag and whipped it down. The battle is on! Enderblang gripped his sword, standing opposite a red-haired knight. He lightly tested the hilt and spoke with chilling gravity. Good luck! The knight replied through gritted teeth, Yes, sir. Instantly, his brow furrowed. A lethal, dark, and frigid aura immediately saturated his entire being. Anastasia flinched, her eyes widening in shock. He's like an entirely different person. Even from this distance, the bloodlust is suffocating. The knight gnashed his teeth, his body seizing up instinctively as he took an unconscious step back. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, Enderblang lunged, closing the gap in a flash. Enderblang swung his blade with surgical precision, exploiting an opening and unleashing a savage assault that utterly crushed his opponent. Hey, stay focused, the knight stammered. Yes, sir. In that split second of doubt, the knight panicked and his legs tangled. Enderblang's voice rang out like a steady command. Ground your weight and keep your balance. Anastasia lowered her gaze, speechless. Is this a tournament or a private lesson? With such a massive power gap, they don't even view this as a fight. It'll be over in seconds. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the wooden sword was sent spinning into the air. The young knight froze and conceded regretfully. I've been bested. Enderblang erupted into joyful laughter, spreading his arms toward the VIP box and shouting, My precious babies! Does Dad look legendary or what? Anastasia broke into a cold sweat. If you hadn't asked, I might have actually said yes, Dad. Next, Mikhail stepped onto the field against another challenger. In this round, Mikhail was pitted against a knight 10 years his senior. Sensing the massive size difference, the moment the flag dropped, he closed the distance and landed a punishing strike. He scowled, wielding his blade to exploit the knight's panic, disarming his foe and snatching the first round. But Anastasia watched the clash intently, offering a professional critique. If this turns into a war of attrition, Mikhail is cooked. His combat IQ is elite, though. She sat there feeling anxious for him, but was this a blessing or a curse? His opponent for the second round was her father. Enderblang wore an expectant smirk. Show me what you've got, little knight. Mikhail gripped his hilt with lethal resolve. Mikhail's gaze sharpened into a blade, instantly identifying a chink in his opponent's armor. He aggressively charged in a jagged zigzag, launching a relentless, savage flurry. Enderblang tilted his head back by a hair to dodge a lethal strike, then calmly and elegantly dismantled the boy's offense. Anastasia sighed, having already called the play. As expected, Dad is just playing with his food. Damien leaned down to catch her eye, a radiant smile plastered on his face, unable to mask his pride. Our old man is truly on another level, isn't he? But Anastasia watched in silence, offering no reaction. Mikhail knew he couldn't topple her father, but instead of folding, he was redlining his engine just to stay in the game. Down on the field, the situation was becoming painfully lopsided. Mikhail turned pale, biting his lip as his wooden blade began to quiver. Anastasia sensed a sharp edge in every micro-movement he made, and her mind drifted to his future self. That is the raw, terrifying talent of a 6-year-old prodigy. He's obsessed with winning. In 10 years, he'll hit Dad's level, and in 20, he'll be the undisputed king of this continent. Her deep crimson pupils dilated as she made a grim, certain prediction. I probably won't be around to witness it. I can't break the age 20 curse. What a waste. This is exactly why I stopped taking disciples. Instinctively, Anastasia's thoughts turned inward. In her myriad of past lives, people were desperate to grow stronger. She had tutored anyone with the spark, regardless of their birth or age. But the depressing reality was that she never once saw a student reach their prime simply because she always kicked the bucket prematurely. She pouted, a wave of annoyance rising. Or maybe they just betrayed me. Truly a bunch of ungrateful snakes who forgot a master's kindness. Anastasia bitterly ran through her mental list of failures. Out of 10 students, 8 stabbed her in the back, 1 died young, and the last one flatlined during a long surgery. While Anastasia spiraled into her own dark thoughts, she realized, my track record is pretty tragic, isn't it? Also, muscle memory is a terrifying thing. The two below were still trading blows. Her professional instincts immediately began the autopsy. Power is leaning too much on the left shoulder, solid foundation, but too much wasted motion. Control is top tier. Judging by his precision, he's seen real blood. He's a natural-born monster, but the real key is awakening his dormant mana and fusing it with his sword. Anastasia chuckled to herself. As she continued to analyze and score the fight, she thought, maybe I still want to leave a legacy behind. Damien suddenly spoke, making her jump. Anastasia, you're really into Mikhail, aren't you? I guess I should jump in there too, just to show you how cool your big brother can be. She shook her head violently in protest. No, big bro. Massive misunderstanding. How could I like that brat? I just need to level up fast. No, no, no. The boy blinked. Wait, so you're saying I'm the cool one? More than Mikhail? But Anastasia just stared at her brother, wondering why on earth he was stating the obvious. Damien grinned with pure joy. If that's the case, I'm stoked. I wonder if Mikhail would cry if he heard that. She thought to herself, there's that feeling again. Flashes of her beloved family, Laurencia's laughter and Jula's warmth danced through her mind. In this life, I actually want to stay. I thought having a reason was enough. Anastasia's brow furrowed, her red pupils narrowing as she recalled that entity from her dream. Ever since I met that bizarre baby in the void, this feeling keeps clawing at me, making me greedy to stay by their side just a little longer. She scowled, making a final hard decision. To make that happen, I have to hunt down that suspicious dream baby first. Down below, a sword was sent clattering, hitting the arena floor with a heavy thud. The wooden tip pointed at the dirt as the loser spoke through heavy breaths, admitting, I yield. Mikhail Leventis had managed to tag her father twice, but he was knocked out in the second round. Enderblang patted his head in genuine praise. You've leveled up, little knight. The boy bowed with perfect etiquette. Thank you, sir. Moments later, fueled by the thunderous roar of the crowd, Enderblang, Mikhail, and another knight stood in the winner's circle. Unsurprisingly, the undisputed champion of the tournament was Dad. Suddenly, a small, soft hand reached out and grasped Anastasia's. Damien followed behind, playing the perfect escort to his two sisters as they approached their father. Enderblang's face was flushed with a father's pure, unadulterated pride. My children! He leaned down to sweep Laurencia into a massive hug. She gushed with praise. Dad, you were incredible. Lara's dad is the absolute best. Is that so, my little princess? Anastasia also waddled forward, tugging at his hand to present a small, vibrant bouquet. Da! Enderblang offered a meltingly soft smile as he took the tiny gift, clutching it as if it were a priceless treasure. Overcome with emotion, he pulled all three into a suffocating embrace. This is the best year of my life. You're all so precious. Dad finally got to flex his cool side for his favorite kids. Damien turned away, blushing. I'm not a kid. Laurencia clung to him, nodding. Yes, Dad is number one. Mikhail stood off to the side, stifling a giggle. I wonder how much longer the little lady will pretend she can't hear a word I say. Jula gritted her teeth and marched over, landing a playful swat on her husband's waist. Get a grip, you dork. He just kept grinning, making a vow. I'm going to keep earning these wins for you guys. The tournament had its drama, but it officially ended when Mom smacked Dad 3 times for being extra. In that same moment, deep within Anastasia's subconscious, a dark gaze was fixed upon her. A voice echoed with a haunting, bone-deep melancholy. Master, I miss you more than words can say. The scene shifts to a bustling restaurant in the heart of the city. Plates of sizzling, fragrant grilled meat and overflowing drinks were laid out across the heavy wooden table. 2 men were deep in a happy conversation. Free wine and meat? The Duke really is a legend. The man opposite him laughed. Is it all because his youngest joined the festival? It's a pretty interesting vibe this year, isn't it? A silver-haired man exhaled and nodded. After April, the harvest grind begins. This peace is a luxury. Eat up so you've got the fuel to work. The younger man rested his chin on his hand, daydreaming. Anyway. Then, He dropped a question that made everyone in the room go silent. Between the Duke and the Madam, which one do you think the baby actually looks like? Every ear in the shop leaned in to catch the verdict. Is that really what you're thinking about over lunch? I don't know. She looks like a mini Duke to me, just like the older ones. Don't be so sure. She might be a wild card. Just then, a man burst through the door with an announcement. The Duke's parade is passing by. If you want a glimpse, get moving now. The two farmers locked eyes, sharing the exact same thought in a silent heartbeat. 3 seconds later, they were part of the stampede heading for the street. Let's go check it out. The owner chased them, frantic. Where are you going? What about the bill? The silver-haired man frowned, struggling to keep up as the youth expertly weaved to the front. Wait, slow down, look, there they are. Perched on the parade carriage, Anastasia sat regally in Jula's lap. Seeing that she and the madam were practically clones, the young man cheered. Told you, she's definitely taking after her mother. The crowd below erupted in cheers as the carriage rolled by. To celebrate the vibes, Dad had authorized a literal feast of meat and wine for the public. He even insisted on riding in an open-top carriage to soak it all in. Earlier, Enderblang had beamed with a joyful squint. I can't just ignore a festival where my own daughter presented me with an award. Anastasia and Damien just hung their heads in a silent pact. They were both 30% exhausted and 70% mortified by their father's antics. Their shared thought, it's just a convenient excuse for Dad to act out. On the other side, he and Laurencia were oblivious, playing in their own world. Lara is a literal princess. Back to reality, she scanned the cheering citizens below. Let's make this a productive year. You're the only one who watches over us like this. The Duke is so noble. The little lady will be a heartbreaker when she grows up. Anastasia's mouth hung open in shock. This is fascinating. Everyone is still completely entranced by her, showering her with praise. Duh! Where else are you going to find a baby this top tier? She quietly took in the atmosphere of harmony and mutual respect. Enderblang leaned down to accept a flower from a local girl. I have never seen a high-ranking Duke be this chill with the commoners. Faces everywhere were glowing. Through this festival, the Duke had personally smoothed over the people's lingering stresses. Steaming piles of meat were still being served. For a multitude of reasons, the Duke had made sure they were fed. That's why the joy was real. It's been a minute since I've seen a leader this worthy. But Anastasia just closed her eyes and leaned back. Feeling the refreshing breeze brush past her face, she mused, if I were in charge, they'd probably never see my face unless I was out on a solo mission. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance caught her attention and she opened her eyes in surprise. Huh? A bouquet? Johann smiled as he moved closer, delivering a message. A little girl wanted the madam to have these. Only then did Anastasia look at him with suspicion. Wait, shouldn't the tournament knights be off duty? Why is he still here? Yes, of course. Johann sheepishly rubbed his neck. No, madam. If I sit still for too long, I start to get the jitters. Anastasia watched him with silent respect. The loyalty in this duchy is built different. In my past life as a knight, I was never this dedicated. Anastasia clutched the flowers, lost in her own thoughts. As long as you don't backstab and you keep your master safe, that's all that matters. She drifted back to her previous existence. If I displayed my true power, it didn't matter if they were kings or nobles. Even if they were trembling in fear, they'd cling to me for survival. As Anastasia sighed, with her eyes closed, old echoes swirled in her mind. Among them, there was always someone watching, pleading for me to stay alive, even if it was for their own selfish gain. But those people always look so pathetic, sobbing in terror. If you die, who will be our shield? Anastasia had replied with zero emotion. If I live, the princess is the one who will pay with her life. Is that what you want? The girl had stammered, shaking like a leaf. But I'm so scared. Anastasia gave her a faint, comforting smile. It's fine. The princess will flourish even without me. That was just one chapter of the past. The bratty, complaining princess was only 10. Honestly, I had a soft spot for her, which is why I layered her in protection spells before I bit the dust. Anastasia's eyes were shadowed with a hint of sadness. I wonder if she ever actually grew up. She squeezed the bouquet, a strange, creeping discomfort rising in her chest. It's weird. I've never once thought about these things until this moment. The people from my past lives were all shrouded in darkness. So why, as death approached, did the faces of those I cared for suddenly appear? She shook her head to snap out of the trance, focusing on her family's laughter. She told herself, "No, it doesn't matter. It's just ghosts. Don't let them mess with your future." Anastasia pursed her lips, her gaze sharpening with resolve. I'll be able to tap into my power soon. I need to summon my right hand. In the same scene moments later, her face was a mask of exhaustion from a new barrage of questions. Why so serious, baby? I crushed the first round. Did you see how cool I looked? Anastasia sighed, defeated. Ugh, when did this guy show up? Mikhail hopped over, grinning as he tried to win her over. What's the secret? How do I get you to call me cool like your brother? I even practice my baby carrying technique. She was so stunned she fumbled her bottle. You actually spent time practicing that? He moved with a flash of speed, catching the bottle effortlessly. Got it. Mikhail patted her back as he handed it back. Fearing she'd be upset, he comforted her gently. A baby is still a baby. Grip it tight, or it'll take another dive. He flashed a radiant grin and made a bold request. I need to hear you call me cool too. If I can take down the Duke, will you finally praise me then? But Anastasia gave no reply, turning her gaze toward the pyrotechnics blooming brilliantly against the night sky. Relaxing into the moment, she mused, if you hadn't said that, I might have actually complimented you. I'm quite the actress after all. Yet the roses remained in full bloom within their vase. The festival's after-party carried on without a hitch, and before I knew it, May was nearly at its end. Scene change. The butler eased the door open and stepped inside, advising with soft respect, Madam, it is already midnight. Please, get some rest. Jula looked up in surprise and gave a tired nod. You go ahead. I'll retire as soon as I finish this journal entry. She narrowed her eyes slightly and offered a reassuring smile. You know this month has been chaotic as hell. Kids grow up in the blink of an eye. If I don't document it, I'll live to regret it. The butler bowed, understanding her heart. In that case, I shall prepare some soothing chamomile tea for you. Jula nodded with a warm smile as she watched him depart. Thank you. In the silence that followed, she gathered her thoughts and wrote, the pen gliding with a deliberate grace across the parchment. Lines of text, as clear as polished gems, began to materialize, resurrecting memories before her very eyes. May 5th, Laurencia's birthday. She was over the moon with that pink cake that matched her hair. Seeing all 5 of us gathered together, she looked truly angelic. May 14th, Anastasia's bottom front teeth have officially arrived. They are absolutely tiny. You can see them peeking out whenever she giggles. The servants are constantly bringing toys just to catch a glimpse of their precious baby. Though, should I mention the little one looks a bit confused by it all? This morning, Anastasia was seen crawling on the sofa, surveying her kingdom. And today, May 31st, Anastasia finally conquered the heights of the sofa. It's a tragedy I missed the moment. To celebrate, we threw a small soiree this evening. Jula took a contemplative sip of her tea and pondered. To think Anastasia is already nearly 11 months old. Why is she growing up at such a breakneck pace? She thought of her tiny daughter with overwhelming affection. I wish you'd stay small just a little longer. Simultaneously, in the dead of night, Anastasia's eyes snapped open as she bolted awake. Earlier that morning, Anastasia had sat up and observed the maid stationed beside her. After confirming the coast was clear, she felt satisfied. Perfect, just as I thought. She's out cold. She pouted with a look of utter helplessness toward her overzealous family. Just like when I first learned to roll over, I can't believe they're throwing parties just because I climbed a couch. This family is so extra. Glancing at Anna, who was nodding off in her chair, likely drained from party prep, she mused. Thanks to their exhaustion, I believe things will go much smoother than planned. Anastasia raised her tiny hand, meticulously and skillfully channeling her energy to manifest a swirling vortex of blue mana. Now then, I summon you. The moment the incantation finished, the magic surged, forming a shimmering, high-pressure stream of water. From outside the window, a faint dome of azure light flashed once before slowly dissolving into the night. From within that fading orb of light, a pair of avian wings flapped with vigor. A creature adorned with sleek, yellow and black fur materialized out of the ether. The little beast caught sight of Anastasia, its tiny tail wagging like a blur. Demon King! The familiar soared with excitement, flapping its wings until it crashed straight into her embrace. I missed you so much. Gazing at the sobbing little beast, she cracked a smile and stroked its head. It's been an eternity, my loyal intelligence operative, Choco. The little beast wailed in total grievance. Master, I've been waiting 2 decades for you to call for me. Did you not miss Choco at all? I was dying to see you, Demon King. I thought of you every time I looked at the stars. Do you have any idea how lonely Choco was? She discreetly covered her ears. If I tell him I didn't want to see him because he's a chatterbox, he'll definitely lose his mind. Hey, Choco. She tilted her head. To be honest, I possess another specialized talent. I can summon entities from my previous incarnations. I met Choco in my 13th life when I reigned as a demon king. He was my primary spy. He's been by my side ever since, and he's always been a total yapper. He used to ask incessantly, Demon King, why did you name me Choco? Because you look like my favorite treat. Then I want to eat some too. You'll literally die if you eat that. She sat on the edge of the bed, hugging a pillow dejectedly. In my 99th life, everything was such a total drag. For 20 long years, I was paralyzed, unable to even gather a shred of intel. The little beast perched itself atop her head, huffing with indignation. Demon King, why aren't you giving Choco head pats? Choco is the cutest. Anastasia looked up and gave a serious reminder. I can't exactly pet you if you're sitting on my skull, Choco. It immediately looked submissive. He promptly flew down to curl up in her lap. Anastasia thought, despite my own burdens, my talkative companion must have been incredibly isolated. Choco is the only one I can truly talk to about my endless cycles of life. He's precious to me. Anastasia gently stroked his fur out of habit, just as she had done through countless centuries. Basking in the attention, he squinted with pure delight and rolled onto his back on the mattress. Choco! Present, Demon King! She spoke with a slow, heavy seriousness. Someone has infiltrated my dreams. At those words, he bolted upright. What? Someone dared to enter the Demon King's sanctum? Choco scanned the room, growling with alert hostility and asking frantically, was it a nightmare or a glimpse of hell? Anastasia shook her head. No, just an ordinary place. He looked like a 3-headed dog. He sobbed with pure jealousy. Who dared to trespass in the Demon King's mind? Choco is about to lose it. He sat up straight, gave a sharp wink, and placed a tiny paw over his heart. So, all I have to do is hunt down that shameless parasite, right? Anastasia gave a satisfied nod. Exactly. I also need you to scout this world and bring me some fresh intel. Choco blinked blankly. Why? He sniffled, fat tears welling up in his eyes. Recalling how he used to wail in despair over her dying body in previous lives. Demon King, you promised you wouldn't live a hard life anymore. Did you not promise Choco you'd live in luxury? That was your vow to Choco 100 years ago, that you'd never suffer through sickness again. Through all that time, even when she didn't summon him, he had been a silent witness to every waking moment of her existence. That promise was the only thing I had to believe in for 20 years, even when I couldn't see you. Do you understand? Anastasia gave a strained smile. But I don't really mind. Looking at the little girl clutching her own cheeks in pain, he shook his head in absolute distress. Choco hates this. Every time the Demon King suffers while everyone else is saved, Choco hates it with a passion. Anastasia let out a soft sigh and smiled helplessly. He's truly heartbroken for me, but I really don't mind the burden at all. My past selves, huh? I've endured so many betrayals across so many lifetimes. I faced countless trials just to keep myself alive. Images of her warm, chaotic ducal family in this life flickered through her mind. But this family, they've given me their love without asking for a single thing in return. Is this my compensation for the last 11 months? I want to shield them until the bitter end. Anastasia pulled Choco into a hug, affectionately reassuring him. I'm doing this because it's what I've chosen to do right now. Choco whined, calling her out. You always say that. Anastasia persistently whispered in his ear. In the future, You can just sit back and watch, but this time, I truly need you." His eyes widened with a sense of wonder. "For real?" She sat opposite him on the bed, locking eyes with a gaze full of cold determination. "For real. This is my will. So, I need you to handle these tasks for me." He snapped into obedience, immediately flapping his wings and diving into the night. "Consider it done." Anastasia sat on the bed, watching his wings vanish into the distance, placing her full trust in him. Chaco is the Demon King's ultimate assistant. Chaco will listen. Chaco will obey. A map appeared with a fortress circled in blood red. According to Chaco's reconnaissance, this world is divided between an empire and two kingdoms. The Holy Land hoards divine power, while the empire monopolizes magic. The kingdom is likely the neutral party. The empire is a fortress of security. My family is quite a distance from there. There are nations of all sizes, including the Holy Land where the Pope reigns as king. It's a familiar world composed of those with divine favor and those with arcane mastery, where inner strength is a forgotten concept. Notably, the Kingdom of Basan, where my home, the Enderblang Duchy, resides, recognizes both magic and divine power. Perhaps that explains why a magic tower exists near the Duke's Land. A magic tower in a kingdom instead of the magic-centric empire? For now, this is all we have. The investigation continues. Anastasia frowned and pondered. Since the empire dreams of controlling the entire continent, the appearance of a magic tower is crucial. Perhaps there are still secrets hidden away? While she was focusing her thoughts, feeling a bit uncomfortable for some reason, a small spoonful of food was brought forward. Chaco sat on the floor, frantically apologizing. "Demon King, Chaco couldn't find anything else." She sighed and comforted it. Besides relying on Chaco, I also tried to investigate the intruder myself, but found nothing. Anastasia puffed her cheeks and chewed her food, her little head busy with a pile of thoughts. "I want to explore the empire right now, but I can't because my current power limit only allows me to investigate within the kingdom." She opened her mouth wide as Anna fed her a spoonful of porridge. "Say ah, little lady." She felt a headache coming on and reassured herself. Maybe there are no more intruders, only Chaco gathering useful info for me. My mom said not to worry too much. Colorful sticky notes carefully recorded every important milestone in her life. Lately, she's been working hard to grow up fast, walking, climbing the sofa, practicing pronunciation, and more. My mom, who isn't like those people who just like kids, is very diligent. Jula rested her chin on her hand, watching happily and teasing with a laugh. "Why does my little daughter keep making herself so tired?" She stepped closer and gently tapped Anastasia's nose, advising, "Your mother wants nothing more than for Anastasia to grow up healthy. I hope you'll be my baby for a long time." She closed her eyes while eating and thought, "Thank you, Mom, for making me worry less, as if you can see right through me. Things have been better in the past 2 months, so I'm fairly confident it will stay that way in the future." Sitting in front of her, Chaco's eyes sparkled and his tail wagged nonstop with excitement, assessing. "This is the first time I've seen the Demon King so relaxed." He excitedly clung to Anna's head, cheering. As expected, the Demon King is the best, and Chaco is the most important to the Demon King. This one-of-a-kind scene made her unable to stop herself from laughing. Anna, knowing nothing, thought she was laughing at her. She turned away and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God, Lady Anastasia is laughing because of my baby feeding skills." She stood in a corner, agitated and talking to herself. "What should I do? I've been practicing this since the festival." Chaco wondered, with wide eyes. "What's wrong with her?" Anastasia casually shook her head. "Leave her be. I'm only smiling because Chaco is so cute. It's a misunderstanding, but there's no need to fix it." Actually, she had thought about this before. Chaco in puppy form can only be seen through my eyes. I told him to always be cautious, but even the sorceress hasn't noticed his presence yet. Chaco wondered as he flew around her head trying to get an answer. "But she's so weird." She gave a wry, helpless smile and thought, "Well, the good news is Chaco can stay by my side safely. The bad news is that I'm the only one who has to listen to all this noise. It is what it is." However, one day when Mikhail came to visit, he suddenly crouched beside her in the garden and asked suspiciously, Little one, when did you get a puppy? Anastasia's world turned upside down in confusion. No way! Why can he see him? Choco, turn into a stuffed animal. Anastasia hurriedly gave a silent command. Choco, turn into a stuffed animal. Understanding her, he immediately stiffened his body without a single movement. She looked away, pretending not to know as she continued rolling a ball on the ground. Even the sorceress didn't notice him, so how can he see him? Mikhail curiously reached out his hand toward Choco to confirm. Is it a teddy bear? He closed his eyes tight and flattened his ears as the boy approached. Anastasia was equally tense. Even though she didn't know why he could see him, she couldn't let him touch him. Thinking this, she suddenly let out a cry. Mikhail turned to look at her, confused. Is it a teddy bear? She lied without blinking and immediately nodded. After speaking, she immediately turned to leave. He followed right behind her, incessantly curious. Do you like this kind of stuffed animal? Do you like the ones Damien gave you? He gave you a lot like that last time, but you didn't like them. No matter what he said, Anastasia only replied with cold, mm-hmms. Mikhail thought for a while and then asked, So it's not the type you like, huh? Hearing that, she just nodded. Mm-hmm. These words were like a bolt from the blue to Choco, whose face turned pale as he cried heart-wrenchingly, Demon King! Suddenly, his next question made her turn back in confusion. So, what do you think about a red dress? Why did the conversation suddenly swerve to dresses? Mikhail clasped his hands behind his back and smiled curiously. You don't like rubies? I like them because they look like your eyes. After he spoke, a silence suddenly fell between the two. Anastasia turned away in boredom. She was determined not to open her mouth. He'll just get noisy again if I answer. My intuition tells me so. She immediately trotted ahead. Mikhail ran after her, talking non-stop as he went. Anastasia looked tiredly up at a bird perched on a high branch nearby. It was also breaking into a sweat, empathizing with her situation. He talked excitedly as if he hadn't spoken in ages. What about fireworks? I think you'll like them. How about a little yellow fluffy chick? Girls said they like yellow. Anastasia was speechless, 30% helpless and 70% miserable, thinking, I'm ignoring him, but he keeps broadcasting like a radio station. She glanced toward Choco, who was still playing dead over there. She couldn't believe the information Choco had brought her. The memory of Choco showing her an image of Mikhail resurfaced. While children of his age were trying to strike up a conversation, he just gave a cold glance and replied sharply, I'm not interested. Anastasia pondered this dialogue. Young Duke Mikhail Leventis is famous for being emotionless, but right now he's smiling radiantly and chirping away at her. What do you think about having your own piece of jewelry? What she knew about the handsome boy in front of her. Mikhail Leventis, as he once said, could walk when he was only 6 months old, but couldn't babble a single word even at 1 year old. The Duke and Duchess were very worried. From doctors to priests, one after another was summoned. I heard they called a famous priest and a doctor to make sure nothing was wrong. Thanks to him, I learned my family isn't the only one like this. In the heat of the moment, little Mikhail suddenly stood up. Fortunately, right after that, he spoke his first words. He turned to his parents and asked curiously, Mama? Papa? That's what he said. The young couple's mouths hung open in shock. There's even a rumor that the Grand Duke's family was turned upside down by this sudden event. Then, Mikhail went back to reading books. However, he became famous for only saying what was necessary after that incident. His small figure became even lonelier. It happened 2 years ago. Mama? Papa? I heard that after his parents' death, he became even more taciturn. Perhaps Grand Duke Leventis sent Mikhail to our duchy. Young Damien stood behind the adults, peeking at him. It was because behind the reason of educating the successor. In an environment with friendly adults and children of the same age, this would give him time to live like other kids. Damien and Mikhail laughed and joked together. He and Laurentia aren't close, but strangely, why does he seem so awkward with my older sister? Anastasia knew her sister well. Laurentia is very sociable, so I thought he'd be able to make friends with her easily. But she recalled Mikhail said he didn't talk much when he first came here. Maybe out of shyness? The little dog tilted its head curiously. Choco also said he didn't know much specifically. You said there's too little information? Anastasia hugged the golden ball in her lap. Anyway, I heard that he says very little. Anastasia scowled, officially over Mikhail's relentless yapping. Why the hell are you still here giving me a play-by-play of my own life? Suddenly, he cut the act and called her name with such gravity it made her spine stiffen. Little one. Mikhail crossed his aunt's arms, his features softening into a gentle, disarming smile. Lately, I've been dying to hear you call me cool. I just want to see you genuinely smile. Could you throw me a bone here? Anastasia remained on high alert, eyes narrowed. Look, if you're trying to bribe me with gifts for a reaction, I'm out. What's the catch? Mikhail dropped to a crouch, leveling with her eyes. Your big day is approaching. I'm racking my brain for the perfect gift. Any requests? Anastasia clutched her ball, looking completely blindsided. My birthday? Flashes of every warm, vibrant moment in this new world surged through her mind. Right. It's almost been a full year since I was reborn as the baby of this household. Just one short year. She bit her lip, a rare flush creeping up her cheeks. I feel like I've just been idling. Every single one of my past lives hit a wall at 20. It's like a cursed expiration date. As she spiraled into her thoughts, a maid's voice drifted from the distance. My lady, young duke, snack time is served. Let's head inside. Anna leaned in, her expression clouding with awkwardness. Wait, wasn't Lady Laurentia with you two? Mikhail simply shook his head. She hasn't been near us. The maid ushered the two children indoors, her brow furrowed in confusion. That's odd. I sent Lady Laurentia to fetch them ages ago. Unbeknownst to them, Laurentia was standing like a ghost behind a nearby tree. Earlier, the maid had knelt down to ask the girl, Lady Laurentia, the little one is out in the garden. Could you be a sweetheart and bring her in for treats? Laurentia had beamed, nodding eagerly. Yes, I'm on it! Laurentia had skipped away with a spring in her step. Snacks for Sasa and Lara, coming right up. But the moment she reached the clearing, her feet glued themselves to the grass. The light vanished from her emerald eyes as she stood paralyzed, staring forward. Right there was Mikhail, crouched low, sharing an intimate, quiet moment with Anastasia. He was smiling with a radiant warmth, his eyes crinkled shut in genuine joy. It was the polar opposite of the wall he built around her. To Laurentia, Mikhail was always a fortress of ice and silence. She remembered when they were smaller. She had waved with a heart full of hope. Want to play? I'm Lara. Let's be friends. He had recoiled, his expression hardening as he looked away. Mikhail, Duke of Leventis, keep your distance. Mikhail had walked away without a hint of hesitation. No, I have duties. Damien, there you are. Laurentia had balled her tiny fist, desperate for a connection. I'm just Lara. Please, just call me Lara. Mikhail had simply looked down at her, cold and formal. Lady Laurentia. He never looked back, leaving her in the cold. Days bled into weeks as a mountain of unspoken resentment began to tower. Her pink hair shielded her downcast face. Time marched on relentlessly, and before she could process the hurt, Anastasia woke to a morning that felt different from the rest. It was the dawn of July 3rd. Vague memories of being a shivering newborn swaddled in silk a summer ago surfaced. I kicked off this 100th run in total despair. What am I even supposed to feel now? Anastasia stood like a doll while the servants fussed over her outfit, her heart fluttering with a strange heat. Is it actually okay for me to be excited? Today was the day. She caught her reflection in the mirror. Hard to believe it's been this long. In the past, no one gave a damn about me, and I had even less intention of caring about myself. Images of her former selves being marched toward the gallows flickered by. In my previous cycles, birthdays were just a countdown to the end, pure agony if the life was a struggle. Her tiny feet were planted firmly on the floor, but the vibe was entirely new. Even I'm catching feelings here. She closed her eyes, basking in the luxury of her new gown. Instead of that heavy, dark cloud, I actually feel happy. It's like my deadened emotions are coming back to life. Maybe just hearing a happy birthday from this family is enough to heal the scars. While she mused, Jula burst in with a wardrobe bursting with vibrant silks. She chirped, Rise and shine, Anastasia. What is our little hero's vibe for today? Anastasia's lip twitched at the sheer volume of fabric. What is this? A fashion show? Jula knelt beside her and whispered conspiratorially, Anastasia, this party is a huge deal. The baby blinked, confused. A party? Is this like that choose your fate ceremony from my first life? She sifted through the dusty archives of her memories. Right. I picked a spool of thread back then and still checked out before 20. Since I've technically been around for 2 millennia, this feels a bit redundant. Jula held up a turquoise dress patterned with delicate blooms. She explained with wide-eyed excitement. They say the gown you pick for your first birthday seals your fate with a soulmate. It could be a husband, a partner in arms, or a ride-or-die friend. She leaned in closer, her smile practically glowing. When I was your age, my mother picked out a pink dress with a matching emerald clip. Anastasia immediately pictured Enderblang's goofy wink. Pink and emerald? Let me guess, Dad? Jula clapped her hands, erupting into laughter. Exactly! My daughter is a genius, and that choice led your father straight to my side. Jula stroked her hair, her voice dropping to a tender murmur. He's the one man I can trust with my soul, and because of that choice, I was blessed with you. She gripped the clothing rack, her eyes shining with hope. So, Anastasia, the dress you choose today will guide you to a companion who will stand by you for the rest of your days. Anastasia stared out of the flamboyant display, thinking, in any other life, I'd call BS on this. I've never had that kind of luck, but her hand moved, almost of its own accord. When Mom says it, I actually start to believe it's possible, just this once. Her chubby arm reached into the rack. Even though hope used to terrify me, I thought... Jula gasped, her hands flying to her face in awe. Oh my goodness, look at that! Anastasia's own eyes went wide. Wait, I thought this was just plain white. She pulled a pure white hem from the cluster. It radiated a brilliant light that put the other colors to shame. The exquisite fabric was encrusted with a galaxy of emeralds, amber, rubies, and diamonds. Even the simple belt was a masterwork of gems, a minimalist silhouette draped in maximum luxury. Anastasia smiled, a sudden weight lifting from her chest. It's like I can finally read the depths of Mom's love for me. Jula tilted her head, offering a look of pure serenity. My mother clearly wants me to find someone I can truly lean on. As Anastasia inhaled, the fabric carried a scent that felt like home. She hugged the dress to her chest. Maybe I was just desperate after 100 lives, but this hope I never dared to touch. My mom just handed it to me as a blessing. Scene shift. Anastasia sat in deep thought. 12 months, I've officially survived a year in this mansion. She watched the servants scurrying about like ants. I stopped being surprised by their extraness after the first babble, but they've really outdone themselves. She tried to mentally prepare, but a massive shimmering chandelier loomed overhead. Vibrant crimson banners draped the walls like a royal coronation. Anastasia stopped dead in her tracks in front of a colossal, hand-carved stone monument. Is that a statue of me? Her eye began to twitch as she noticed the massive ruby clutched in the statue's hand. This family has zero chill. Where do you even commission something like this? Mikhail flickered into existence right beside her, waving casually. Afternoon, Lady Anastasia. She snapped her head toward him, her brain instantly firing on all cylinders. Wait, that ruby looks familiar. Was this your doing? Anastasia turned away with a cold, deadpan expression. Let's move elsewhere. He called out after her. Wait, you don't dig it? She approached a massive pink confection and marveled inwardly. What a stunning architectural masterpiece. It's a literal 5-tier beast. She squinted at the gingerbread topper. What is that supposed to be? Based on those menacing red eyes, I guess that's me. Anastasia gazed up at the towering pink cake, feeling a spark of genuine wonder. My birthday is surrounded by such beauty. It feels like a fever dream. Enderblang and the rest of the crew strolled over, beaming and waving. Anastasia, over here, sweetheart! She immediately trotted toward them with tiny, determined steps. He hoisted her up and nuzzled her cheek with doting affection, whispering, I truly hope your first birthday is legendary, Anastasia. The knights and maids erupted in a chorus of joy. Please look after the young lady. Happy birthday, my lady. Time is a blur. We're so grateful to have spent this year by your side. Anastasia was placed back down as a maid approached with reverence. This is the gown you personally handpicked for today, my lady. Anna knelt on the marble floor, looking up with a radiant smile. Just like this dress, I'm certain that a beautiful destiny is waiting for you. She locked eyes with everyone in the mansion. The scene was the same, but Anastasia balled her fists and surmised, Dad must be rewarding me for existing, right? She reflected on the staff and their specialized roles. Why go to these extremes? It's because their devotion to the Duke is the real deal. Now is the moment for those heart-wrenching words. The truth is, I've been woven into this tapestry of genuine connection. How could I miss that? Anastasia tucked her hands behind her back and flashed a brilliant smile. Thank you, everyone. Platter after platter of fruit, violins, and a parade of gifts. The debut party of this life was peak luxury. A spread of exotic fruits awaited her while a world-class royal orchestra played ethereal melodies. A sea of unknown nobles bowed with stiff respect, a humble offering from the Baron to celebrate your big day. The Viscount presents this token, from the Countess with our regards. But Anastasia turned ghost white at the mountain of fruit cluttering the room. I thought I was a pro at parties, but this, being the main character, is a whole different beast. Even at home, I feel like a total outsider. A voice from the side broke her trance. Our youngest, Anastasia, as Enderblang extended a formal hand toward her. He wore a gentle, courtly smile and asked, May Dad have the honor of your very first dance? Anastasia was momentarily stunned. A ballroom dance with a 12-month-old? Cringe, but I'll allow it. He guided her to the center of the grand hall. The two of them locked eyes and shared a silent, knowing nod. Enderblang solemnly dropped to one knee, matching her height. He stared straight into Anastasia's eyes and took her tiny hand in his. Anastasia's cheeks flushed involuntarily. I see it now. Dad literally lowered his world just to meet my gaze. The pure white hem of her gown swayed gracefully to the rhythm of the music. But as the melody hit its grand climax, he suddenly launched her high into the air. Cheers thundered through the hall. Our youngest is a natural on the dance floor. She closed her eyes, totally helpless. Bruh, really? I literally just held Dad's hand. Enderblang beamed with pride. Being my daughter, of course your moves are elite. Anastasia just sighed and played along. If it makes Dad happy, I can take the L. Laurencia shot her hand up like a frantic volunteer. Lara too. Lara wants a turn with Sasa. Damien chimed in immediately. Dad, I need a dance with my baby sister, so quit hogging the spotlight. Mikhail adjusted his collar and requested smoothly, I would also be honored to dance with the little lady. Enderblang pouted like a spoiled child. I think I'll gatekeep my daughter's tiny hands for just a bit longer. Jula laughed, coming to the kid's rescue with a wicked smile as she approached a knight. Since my husband is ghosting me today, I suppose I'll have to find another partner. He turned pale and shrieked, No! Stop! My hand is yours, madame! Anastasia cheered internally. Mom's got zero chill. Absolute legend. Damien and Laurencia rushed over, seizing both of her hands at once. The girl was jumping with pure hype. Sasa, dance with me! The boy laughed and gave a gentle warning. Laurencia, chill. Anastasia is still a baby. Since Sasa is the big sister, she'll lead the tempo. The conductor flicked his baton. Laurencia was a whirlwind, dancing through song after song without a break. This is the jam I sang last year. Damien sprinted after her. Wait up, Laurencia. Anastasia's face was beet red as she huffed. She trotted after them, completely floored. Her cardio is absolutely insane. She skidded to a halt to catch her breath. Need a break. But before she could recover, Mikhail appeared with that signature squinty-eyed grin. Little lady, care for a dance? She sighed with total indifference. Right, forgot about this guy. 2 crystal wine glasses clinked in the background. The entire room swayed to the enchanting melody. Anastasia's eyes widened as she slowly found her rhythm in the music. Mikhail smiled brilliantly, gazing at her with a soft warmth as he confidently guided her footsteps. Damien blushed, looking down as his sister dragged him through the motions. Is this how I used to move when I was a toddler? Anastasia felt a sudden wave of warmth and pure bliss, her lips curling into a faint smile before she could stop them. Gotcha! Mikhail caught her hand and smirked instantly. Little one, did I just catch a smile? She hit him with a flat denial. No. He asked suspiciously, Really? I'm pretty sure I saw a grin. Anastasia shook her head firmly. Nope. He spun her around with a laugh. Then I'll just have to grind harder until my moves make the little lady smile for real. Today, Anastasia stared at Mikhail, who was blushing and beaming at her. He really doesn't have a quit button, does he? Even if his persistence is a bit extra, I don't totally hate it. He led her by the hand. A family joined together, moving as one in the dance. At the party's end, the core five gathered once more. Though the gala wrapped in the afternoon, my parents gave the staff the night off to celebrate. Laurencia threw her hands up excitedly. Sasa actually ran. No cap. Dad missed it. Because of that, the family spent the night in a cozy, intimate huddle. The girl pulled her into a tight hug, nuzzling her. Laura is your big sis, so I've got your back. But wouldn't it be a vibe if Sasa held hands with her brother and sister and walked? She half closed her eyes. Yeah, I'd like that. Damien started nodding off on the sofa, drawing everyone's gaze. This year really vanished in a heartbeat. Mom, I'm zonked. Is that so? Even though I'm still terrified of getting addicted to this warmth, time for bed. Knowing the stakes, I swear I'll treasure every single second I have here. Enderblang cradled her in his arms, his voice a gentle hum. I'll tuck you in tonight, Anastasia. He patted her back with a soothing rhythmic thrum, making her heavy eyelids slowly descend. Every time this happens, I feel my walls crumbling. But Anastasia looked back. The shackles of the past have finally shattered. Yet, if I just drift off like this, for some reason, it feels unnerving. A small figure in a white cloak, hovering in the void, reappeared. He smiled and chirped, "Hello." He's back, that little bastard. Then Monk smirked, completely unfazed by her obvious irritation as he teased, "Bastard? Now that's a bit uncalled for, don't you think?" He flicked his wrist, tearing open a miniature portal. "Already forgotten me? It's been ages since this gate was last breached, so I assumed you were inviting me in." Anastasia's brow furrowed as she delivered a frostbitten denial. "I invited no one. Who the hell are you? Who are you anyway?" Then Meng rested his chin in his palm, bowing his head with a theatrical sigh. "Forgotten? How truly tragic." He took one slow, deliberate step after another toward her. "Well then..." In a blur of distortion, his small frame rapidly expanded into his adult form. With a permanent, mocking smirk etched onto his face, he asked playfully, "Is this look more familiar? Surely you recognize me by now, right?" Her eyes nearly popped out in sheer shock. Even if this was just a dream, his ability to manipulate form so effortlessly was terrifying. Just how vast is his mana? I have zero clues about his game or his true identity. "Still nothing?" Tane Mong placed his hands on his hips and cocked his head. "Do you need a hint?" She looked down at her own hands, watching them rapidly age and mature, her heart racing in panic. "What's happening to me?" Anastasia froze as the realization hit her like a physical blow. This is my body from my first life. How could you possibly know what I looked like back then? Then Mong smiled thinly and turned away. "Recreating a single past image of yours is child's play, because I'm the only one who truly gets you." He turned his back to her, widening the gap between them as he declared, "Our time is up. Forgive my rudeness earlier, on the day you finally come to find me." He squinted, his long lashes drooping over a knowing smile. "I'll be waiting." The words that followed were swallowed by the void. Anastasia's pupils dilated in pure disbelief. What did you just say?" With a casual snap of his fingers, the world ignited in a flash of light. Anastasia was violently ejected from the dreamscape. She woke up clutching her throbbing head, hissing a curse. "That absolute psycho!" Her face was a burning scarlet, her nightgown drenched in a cold sweat. That dream was a literal nightmare. As the morning light bled in, Anastasia sat up to find Anna still drifting in dreamland. Her mind was a chaotic mess. It seems that encounter was just a brief midnight glitch. The maid didn't notice a thing. She pressed a trembling hand to her forehead, desperately trying to piece it together. "Wait, that man called me by my name, didn't he?" Flashes of her life as a student flooded her consciousness. Even though the voice was a faint echo in the waking world, that was undeniably my name from my very first life. Anastasia squeezed her eyes shut, chanting a mental mantra. I cannot afford to let this memory slip. But her focus was shattering under a rising fever. Her skin was flushed as she gasped for air. She summoned Chaco, who manifested in a flash. "Ready, Demon King!" She barked an order. "Trace the signature of the intruder who just breached my mind." He obeyed with frantic energy. On it. Choco will sniff out that rat in no time. Rest for now. As he spoke, her world began to blur. I can't stay conscious. Fine, I'm going under, so come find me again. This time the door stays unlatched. I've got a mountain of questions for you. Scene change. 2 weeks later, the nursery was bathed in warm, golden sunlight. That ungrateful creep really doesn't know the meaning of boundaries. Anastasia sat on the rug, aggressively handling her dolls in a fit of frustration. I left myself wide open as bait, but he ghosted me. She imagined Than Mong laughing at her, tapping his temple to mock her. Because of that jerk, I spiked a fever and the whole mansion went into a tailspin. Do you have any idea how hard it was to stop my sister's crying? Anastasia took a sharp breath to center herself. No, I need to stay clinical. Fact 1, he's a regressor, just like me. Anastasia rubbed her chin, her mind working at a feverish pace. Actually, he might have looped through time even more than I have. With enough power, recreating an image from a past life is simple. That's why he knows me. If I found another traveler, I'd be drawn to them too. She tossed her own doll aside with a scowl. But what if he isn't a regressor at all? In her mind, she saw Than Mong spreading his arms as she floated helplessly. Scenario 2. He's the one pulling the strings of my reincarnation. A god-tier entity, perhaps. Anastasia bit her lip, her expression hardening. Then he shouldn't pretend to be an ally. He's nothing but an enemy. But while she glared at the toy, the doll she had designated as Than Mong sat in her palm. I'm still not certain. If it's the latter, why reveal himself now? Suddenly, Choco burst through the door. Demon King! She snapped her head up. Choco? Well, did you find him? He hung his head in a display of profound gloom. I failed you, Demon King. His identity is a total ghost. Anastasia managed a small smile, patting the little beast to soothe his ego. And the trail? Did you at least find where he's hiding? Choco leaned into the pat, his ears twitching with renewed joy. Of course! If I failed that after the clues you gave, I'd have no right to show my face. Yes! He stood tall, hands on his hips, radiating pride. The sun was almost gone, but Choco is a pro. I even crossed a whole mountain range. The mountains? You mean you went into the Asan Empire? Bingo! But Choco hated it there. The vibes were beyond cursed. Choco looked at her, his voice dropping as he recounted the journey. It's the polar opposite of your pure, radiant mana, Demon King. It was foul. A dark stain of suspicion spread across her thoughts. The intel Choco brought regarding the Asan Empire is a massive red flag. Distorted magic is fueling their bid for total continental dominance. Rumors of mana-based WMDs and that bastard... Anastasia stroked his fur and looked toward the window. For a year, my purpose was a blur, but the mission never changed. The dawn of the apocalypse is approaching the world I was born to protect. She clenched her tiny fist, her resolve solidifying. I'd bet everything that the Asan Empire is the ground zero for the coming destruction. Our kingdom is squarely in their crosshairs. We have to gear up for war. A fierce, determined flame ignited in her crimson pupils. It's not just about stopping the end of the world. It's about protecting my family's peace at any cost. That's the only way to repay the love they've poured into me. She was deep in a tactical spiral when Laurencia suddenly kicked the door open, screaming, Sasa! The girl was pale, her breath coming in panicked gasps. Sasa, everything is going down. We have to pack our bags right now. Anastasia's face went white with terror as her mind jumped to the worst-case scenario. Is this it? The first sign of the apocalypse? I'm not ready. I need to scout the threat immediately. But when she reached the destination, she stopped dead in her tracks, her face instantly flattening into a mask of pure, unbothered deadpan. Damien was hovering worriedly over Laurencia as she leaned out. The whole family of 5 was already packed into the carriage. The girl let out an ecstatic shriek. Family vacation time! Anastasia sat there, watching everyone chatter with a sense of utter defeat. A place we haven't seen in 2 years. Damien, remember? You bet. Lara doesn't remember a thing. Anastasia exhaled a long, heavy breath. The stress that had been crushing her heart evaporated. She had been redlining for absolutely nothing. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes began to sparkle with genuine excitement as she gazed out the window. A summer getaway with family. Even in my first life, that was just a myth I heard from friends. Ender Blang took in the passing landscape and gave them a heads up. Almost there, kids. Look over there. Whoa! Jula matched her daughter's radiant energy, asking softly, Anastasia, darling, would you like a better look at the view? With a sweet nod, Anastasia was hoisted up by her mother to the windowsill. Stabilizing the toddler with a gentle touch, she murmured, Now, stay steady, my love. Don't let those little feet slip. But Anastasia was completely entranced, her eyes wide with pure wonder as she soaked in the vibrant landscape. The road, flanked by a canopy of lush emerald trees, made her spirit drift into the serene beauty of nature. I'm surprisingly hyped, which is a rare vibe for me, but since the world hasn't ended yet, I guess I can indulge a bit. I never imagined this summer getaway would be packed with so many core memories. The carriage rolled smoothly into the heart of the duchy Enroll village. The moment they crossed the threshold, a chorus of warm voices erupted. A grand welcome to our Duke and Duchess. Right on cue, the village chief and a crowd of locals surged forward to greet them. The young master and the little ladies have blessed us with their presence again. Ender Blang escorted his family out, asking with genuine concern, In this sweltering heat, why did you all wait out here for us? The chief let out a hearty laugh, replying, Ho ho, don't you worry, my lord. We've been keeping cool in the shade while we waited. Ender Blang offered a gracious smile. I am glad to hear it. I've brought some ice for the village. Please accept it as a gift. The chief was visibly moved, accepting the offering with a deep, sincere bow. Every year, you save us, my lord. Thanks to your kindness, no one has to fear the sun's wrath. Anastasia watched from behind, taking it all in. He really is the ultimate green flag duke. Anastasia's tiny feet began to pivot toward a new path, sensing that this adult's small talk was going to take forever. She toddled away, making a break for the garden while running the numbers in her head. I need to master walking on uneven terrain. The mansion floors are way too polished and forgiving. It's impossible to get any real training done there. After a short sprint, a strange sensation prickled at the base of Anastasia's neck. She stopped dead, thinking, wait a second. She felt the unmistakable weight of multiple gazes on her back. Why do I feel like I'm being tracked by a specialized unit? True to her instincts, a group of village women were huddled nearby, squealing. The baby born just last year is already on the move. The sound of her tiny footsteps is literal ASMR. How can a human being be this wobbly and cute? Little lady, come over. We've got some legendary snacks for you. Jula's stranger danger lecture flashed in Anastasia's mind. She paused, weighing the risk before giving herself a mental green light. Since my parents are within earshot, the threat level should be minimal. Ultimately, Anastasia decided to pull a pro-gamer move and retreat. But mom's rules are law. Strangers are a no-go. She even let out a resolute, no thanks, before waddling off, leaving a trail of broken hearts and melting spirits. She definitely has the Duchess's signature pout. But they weren't giving up, escalating the temptation with sweet, irresistible promises. We have the freshest fruit and candy, every kid's dream. Look at those squishy cheeks. My lady, just one tiny pinch? It's not like you'll run out of chubbiness, right? Her face darkened as she thought, back off. I'm just trying to get my steps in. Why am I the center of the universe? A wave of genuine panic hit Anastasia, making her recoil instinctively. I feel like I'm about to be devoured by a pack of grandmas. She stared at the laughing crowd with their arms wide open. Oh, ho, ho, look at this juicy fruit. Over here, little lady. She kept backing up blindly until she collided with someone's arm. Looking up, she found Jula kneeling beside her, whispering with a soothing smile. It's all right, Anastasia. You can go play with them. She blinked, thinking, oh, it's just Mom. Copy that. With the Duchess's seal of approval, Anastasia's heart rate leveled out. They were a bit intense up close, but if Mom says it's safe, it's safe. Let's go. Changing her tune, Anastasia approached the group, obediently extending both tiny palms to receive the offering. This display of peak, good girl behavior struck the village aunties like a lightning bolt, making them gasp and cover their mouths in awe. The next instant, the garden erupted in cheers. Did you see that? The young lady is elite. She's barely a toddler, but already has better manners than most adults. Anastasia stood frozen, judging them internally. You guys are the ones who summoned me, so why the over-the-top reaction? One woman stepped forward, handing her a refreshing slice of watermelon with a warning. Here you go, precious. Hold it tight and eat slowly. Eat slowly. Don't go choking on us. Anastasia eyed the crimson wedge in her hand with a hint of trepidation. I really hope my baby stomach can handle this. She took a cautious experimental nibble. A wave of pure bliss washed over her. Is it because of the cardio? This is sweet, ice cold, and honestly hits different. Anastasia's eyes lit up as she looked at her snack with newfound respect. Witnessing her delight, the village elder shouted joyfully, Look at her! I'm so glad she likes it! The Duke probably feels like he's feasting just by watching her. The joke sent the entire crowd into fits of laughter. Anastasia just stared at them blankly, totally confused. I'm literally just eating fruit. It's wild that people who aren't even related to me are getting this much of a dopamine hit. She began to grapple with the emotional complexity of the situation. My life is officially getting weird. Out of 100 lifetimes, 99 tragedies, and this final run, this is the peak of absurdity. The elder smiled, asking, Want another round? She held out her hands and gave a polite, The woman carved out another slice in record time. Anastasia chewed with her eyes closed, trying to process it all. More than anything, I want to believe that this final life, this might actually be normal. In that moment, only one thought resonated in Anastasia's mind. Even if it feels a bit heavy, the vibes in this life are incredibly bright and warm. A short while later, Enderblang led his family to a grand country house, introducing it with a flourish. Behold, our sanctuary for the next 2 days. The estate was a masterpiece of tranquility, featuring a rustic swing and a crystal-clear, bubbling stream. The three siblings, Damien, Laurencia, and Anastasia, stood frozen in awe. They were absolutely mesmerized by the view. The kids immediately exploded into chaos. Quick, let's go dive into the stream. Jula checked them with perfect timing. Wait, I've got your swim gear ready. I handpicked these myself. Suddenly, Laurencia burst out of the house shouting, Mom, look at me! The girl was triumphantly holding up a pair of fluffy rabbit ears. She slid the headband on and began skipping around with a megawatt smile. Laurencia is a little bunny. Boing, boing. Damien emerged next, sporting a headband of his own and looking incredibly embarrassed. Mom, you're kidding, right? Then Anastasia made her entrance, rocking her own headband with a quiet dignity. She was sporting a pair of fierce tiger ears. They actually matched her energy perfectly. She felt a bit slighted, thinking, usually people go for puppies or kittens. Why am I the apex predator? Laurencia couldn't resist, rushing over to smother her in a hug. Sasa is too cute. Look at the little baby tiger. Damien joined the dog pile to tease her. Totally. If our little tiger starts growling at home, Big Brother is going to have to wrangle you. Anastasia finally relaxed. Okay, if my siblings are into it, I can live with being a tiger. Suddenly, Enderblang's voice boomed from the shore. All right, squad, let's hit the water. I'm taking you boating. Anastasia flinched, feeling a bit sketched out by the idea of open water. But when she saw the 3 custom-built mini-boats designed specifically for kids, she was floored. How can one man be this excessive with his wealth? Damien, standing right behind her, could only breathe out a stunned, It's massive! The boy's heart was racing as he turned to Anastasia. Isn't this insane? Anastasia, this is the coolest thing ever! Truly impressed, she simply replied with an, Observing Enderblang's sheer delight, Anastasia realized, I heard Dad is a sucker for a grand reveal. He's totally feeding off our shock right now. Laurencia was losing her mind, screaming, Whoa, Dad, you're a legend. You're so freaking cool. Lara loves you the most. Enderblang wasn't prepared for the sheer volume of their hype. He was literally moved to tears by the praise. Cue the emotional father-daughter montage as they spun around, holding hands. Enderblang choked out, Dad loves you so much too, Laurencia, and Damien, and Anastasia, I love you all to the moon and back. Suddenly, Damien piped up with a hesitant tone, Dad, can I just, swim normally? Do I really have to use the boat? He wore a gentle smirk and replied, You're absolutely right, Damien. You're more than capable on your own, but Then Enderblang raised a hand and suggested, I have a feeling Damien would much rather enjoy the ride with his siblings, wouldn't he? Hearing that, Damien dipped his head, a silent surrender to the heartwarming proposal. A moment later, the serene atmosphere was shattered by the exuberant shouts of the kids. Laurentia was so hyped, she spread her arms wide and shrieked, Lara wants the front seat! Dad, push faster, faster! Enderblang chuckled, dotingly launching the boat. Patience, sweetie, don't be in such a rush. A few minutes later, she pouted and demanded a new thrill. Dad, Lara wants to slide. I want the water slide now. He smiled warmly and advised, Easy does it. It's Anastasia's turn first. She instantly switched to big sister mode and replied, For real? Then Lara can totally wait. Enderblang didn't miss a beat to praise her. That's my girl. Our Lara is such a legendary and kind big sister, isn't she? After the boat touched the dock, he told his daughter, Stay put for just a second. She obediently chirped, Got it, Dad, hurry back soon. In a hidden corner of the lake, a lone leaf drifted quietly onto the glassy surface. Enderblang waded back to the shore to retrieve Anastasia. He asked tenderly, Did you wait long, little one? Suddenly, a violent gale swept the leaf away and the water erupted, splashing ferociously onto the father and daughter. In a heartbeat, Anastasia's survival instincts flared. What's with this unnaturally lethal wind? Something is dead wrong. Damien suddenly gazed toward the center of the lake and screamed Laurencia's name with sheer desperation. Her boat, which should have been docked, was now drifting aimlessly into the deep. She gripped the gunwale, petrified. Ah, Daddy! Anastasia was equally panicked, her mind racing. Sister! Anastasia lost her composure and shouted, No, Laurencia! Dad, go now! Johann quickly scooped her up and warned, Cling to me, little lady. She couldn't shake the suspicion. This wind, it's artificial. Anastasia stared in horror at the jagged boulders waiting behind Laurencia. There are too many rocks if she makes impacts. She instinctively threw her hand toward the looming disaster. Anastasia grit her teeth, her anxiety peaking. Her sister was moments away from a catastrophe. Without hesitating, she channeled her mana to intervene. But seconds ticked by, and the power in her palm only flickered. A total dud. A cold sweat broke out across her brow. Damn it, my magic is offline. Why now? Anastasia was on edge, but she forced her racing heart to settle, hunting for a desperate fix. Focus. I have to cast a protection barrier on her first. Instantly, an invisible shell materialized around the trembling Laurencia. Anastasia calculated, if I can't halt the boat, I have to ensure she makes it to Dad. But the universe had other plans. Another crushing gust slammed into them. Johann warned, the wind is shifting erratically. Enderblang reached his breaking point and plunged into the depths. The knight scrambled to restrain him. Wait, Duke, it's too risky. Enderblang ignored the pleas, charging through the water as he bellowed to his child, Laurencia! He lunged forward, his outstretched hand inches away from the drifting vessel. A heartbeat later, his fingers locked onto the side of the boat in a vice-like grip. Laurencia immediately collapsed into Enderblang's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy! Between her gasps for air, she wailed, Daddy, the boat moved all by itself. Lara was being good. Enderblang exhaled, the weight of the world lifting. He didn't scold the girl, but simply stroked her hair to settle her nerves. It's okay, you're safe now. Laurencia, you did nothing wrong. You were perfect. The freak storm vanished as quickly as it came. Relief swept through the crowd and Anastasia whispered a silent, Thank God. She let out a long breath, scanning the faces around her. Looks like no one clocked my magic, but I know who's pulling the strings. Anastasia had clearly felt the sinister mana surge when her sister fell, and when she tried to counter it, something foul tried to hijack her body. She lowered her gaze, her thoughts darkening. That tainted magic. It's the creep from my dreams. That absolute bastard. Anastasia gripped the boat's edge, her knuckles white. He actually tried to kill my sister. Whatever his endgame is, he's officially on my list. She was resolute. He's dead. Only when she felt the danger pass did Anastasia allow her eyes to close. Her energy bottomed out and she slumped backward. Falling into the void, Anastasia mused. Through 100 lives, I've reigned with absolute magic. I never thought my own mana would turn traitor in this one. When her consciousness returned, Anastasia found herself enveloped in warmth. How many times is this now? I must have redlined my system trying to bypass that interference. Jula saw her stir and asked with a voice full of dread, Anastasia, can you hear me? She let out a shaky breath. Thank the heavens, my precious little Anastasia. The baby murmured dreamily. Mom. Jula immediately pulled her into a protective embrace. Darling, Mom is here. It hurts, doesn't it? I shouldn't have kept you out in this weather. You're still so tiny. Anastasia tiredly shifted the blame. That's not it. Why are you blaming yourself instead of that psycho, Mom? She swore a silent, venomous oath. I'm going to hunt you down and make you regret breathing, you jerk. A chilling, killing intent radiated from her as she grit her teeth in silent fury. How dare you ruin my family's vacation? Hammond shivered, looking around. Wait, did the temperature just drop? However, the sabotage didn't end there. It struck again, as sudden as a flipped bowl of soup. A moment later, Jula dotingly brought a spoonful of food to Anastasia. Open wide, sweetie. She obediently opened her mouth, oblivious to the faint magic circle shimmering on the bowl. Before the spoon could even graze her lips, a pulse of mana sent the bowl flying, leaving mother and daughter in a stunned silence. Jula, completely unaware of the supernatural interference, asked, Does our little hero not like her baby food today? Anastasia clutched her head in pure frustration, unable to explain. It's not the food. He's using his wind magic to mess with me. Anastasia flashed back to her grittier past lives. Having spent centuries in starvation, wasting a meal was a cardinal sin. That bastard is literally throwing my survival away. She stared anxiously at the floor, certain that no matter how saintly her mother was, she had finally crossed the line. The guilt weighed heavy as she dodged every gaze, terrified that after her recent illness, her mother would finally find her a burden. But to her shock, there wasn't a trace of anger. The couple simply exchanged a knowing look. Our little one is already 13 months old. She's clearly bored of this bland baby food. Anastasia's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she heard her father chime in. That's gotta be it. She's been such an angel that I figured this rebellious phase would be a cakewalk. Then Jula leaned in with a tender smile. My precious baby, what's bothering you? Are you frustrated because you can't put your feelings into words yet? She even covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Damien used to throw the wildest tantrums at this age too. Why does our youngest take after him so much? The boy reading in the back turned beet red and stammered, Hey, I never... Jula teased him playfully. It's fine. You were adorable back then, the kind of child who never breathed a word of complaint. Despite the praise, the boy looked ready to shrivel up from embarrassment. I seriously doubt that. Laurencia, always sharp, jumped into the spotlight. What about Lara? Was Lara a handful too? Enderblang didn't miss a chance to hype her up. Our Laurencia was a champion eater. She cleared every plate. Jula added, a bottomless pit for food, sure, but she'd wail the moment her parents left her sight. The girl blinked innocently. Lara was a crybaby? Jula nodded. Babies just want to be glued to their parents. Laurencia beamed, squeezing her brother tight. True. Lara loves being stuck to Mom, Dad, Big Bro, and Sasa. A moment later, Enderblang slid a fresh bowl forward. Anastasia, you still need your nutrients. Can we try this again? She gave a slow, cautious nod. Seeing her hesitate, he softened his voice to comfort her. It's okay, little one. Daddy isn't mad. You're just struggling to tell us what you really want, aren't you? Anastasia was completely floored by his infinite patience, staring at him in a daze. The incident left her in total awe. How can they be this understanding? Even if it was an accident, I deserved a lecture for that. I really need to step up and be worthy of this family. Yet, reality often spiraled out of her control. Anastasia could only watch in horror as that sinister mana intentionally swiped a water glass off the table. Other times, he'd hijack her body to act out like a brat, making her thrash around and refuse her bath time. Then came the breaking point. Anastasia looked back to find Enderblang sprawled on the floor before she even realized what happened. She was paralyzed with terror at the sight. She had actually laid a hand on her own father. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. She finally saw through that bastard's endgame. He wanted to alienate her. If my family grows to hate and discard me, I'll be cast back into the freezing dark. But then, a warm hand settled on her head. In my past lives, I would have already been calculating my exit strategy. But, she realized this world followed a different set of rules. Enderblang stood up with a hearty laugh, immediately checking her for injuries. Daddy should have been more careful, huh? Did I give you a scare? Anastasia gazed up at the man, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Every single one of my previous 99 lives was a gauntlet of misery, but the warmth of this family, it's a sensation I've never known. As she replayed the peaceful memories of this life, the question echoed in her mind, is this what a real family feels like? Even as she scrawled a few messy ink strokes onto parchment, she held on to a single, desperate prayer. I just want to shield this normal, everyday happiness. When they saw her work, Laurencia and Damien looked like they'd witnessed a miracle, making her vow to protect their smiles at any cost. On the paper sat the very first word Anastasia had ever mastered. Good. She mused quietly. 99 failures versus 1 success, the math is brutal. Even so, I'm going to break the cycle. Eventually, the trip concluded and the family returned home. Anastasia drifted off into a deep slumber in Jula's embrace. Suddenly, she jolted awake. Seeing the majestic spires of the castle through the carriage window, Anastasia knew she was finally back on home turf. Beside her, Damien and Laurencia were out cold, leaning on each other for support. She noted privately, that trip was total chaos, but it was honestly a blast. Watching Jula and Enterblank together, Anastasia finally let out a breath of relief. Luckily, I kept a defensive shroud up during those last few days so that trash couldn't lay a finger on us. Recalling Laurencia and Damien building sandcastles, she realized that despite his attempts to isolate her, Thanmong had only been watching from the shadows. He must have backed off after seeing the unbreakable bond of her family. A profound sense of gratitude washed over her. I have to admit, my family is elite. Instead of flinching, they just pulled me closer. Anastasia exhaled, finally relaxing. If it weren't for them, I'd probably be trapped in total isolation right now, exactly like that freak intended. She smiled to herself, a rare moment of triumph. This win isn't just mine. It was a total team effort by my whole family. As the carriage rolled into the bustling capital, it felt like the first genuine omen of a bright future in 100 reincarnations. The scene shifts to the sound of hurried, rhythmic footsteps. If you asked the Duke's second child, Laurencia, who she stand the most in this world, her answer was instant. In the past, she would have dived into Jula's arms, shouting, "Mom! Lara loves Mom more than anything in the universe." Enderblang would usually grit his teeth and hold back tears of defeat. Fine. Dad is a solid second place, right? Damien had learned to make peace with his rank, and big bro Damien takes the bronze at third. But the moment Anastasia arrived, the entire leaderboard was demolished within a single year. The rankings flipped because the baby was a literal mini-clone of their beloved mother. Anastasia had been born with the same midnight hair and crimson eyes as Jula. Laurencia was officially obsessed, unable to stop herself from doting on Sasa. Swinging the door open, Laurencia blinked at the empty room in confusion. Wait, where did she go? She darted around, checking every corner of the next room. Meanwhile, Anastasia was busy scowling at the person in front of her, looking completely unimpressed. Mikhail, however, was still wearing that smooth smile, trying his best to charm her. Laurencia lurked silently behind the door, narrowing her eyes. I knew he was sniffing around, but Sasa is my little sister. She watched with extreme suspicion. I've got a bad feeling Mikhail's trying to poach my Sasa. Mikhail was still relentlessly trying to bait Anastasia into a chat. Still ignoring the gift I got you? She shot back a frosty, yes, beat it. Mikhail smirked, totally unfazed, and pushed further. Why so hostile? It's been a minute since our last meeting. Aren't you being a bit too cold? I brought this just for you. Anastasia stammered her rejection. Don't want it. He still refused to back down, insisting, I missed you, so I dropped everything to rush here. Meanwhile, Laurencia was lurking in the shadows, witnessing the whole exchange. She couldn't help but feel her blood boil on Anastasia's behalf. Laurencia trembled with indignation, her teeth gritting together. That bully Mikhail! Our Sasa already told him she's not interested. But catching his eye, Laurencia's bravado faltered. I want to charge in there and give him a piece of my mind, but Mikhail is just so intimidating. She scowled, a bitter memory resurfacing. Lara already tried to be his friend once, and look how that went. Suddenly, a sharp epiphany struck her like a bolt of lightning, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the doorframe. Wait, could it actually be? Laurencia's imagination began to run wild with a dark possibility. Has Mikhail been low-key bullying Sasa every time I turn my back? The more she dwelled on it, the more the pieces clicked together. Is that why he's so aggressive with me? To keep me away from Sasa? She visualized a scene where she approached him only to be rebuffed by his icy voice. Scram! In her head, she could only whimper, I'm scared, while a helpless Anastasia reached out, crying, Save me, sis! But as Laurentia watched Anastasia stubbornly resisting him, her conviction solidified. There is zero chance a pure, angelic child like Sasa would loathe him this much without a valid reason. She squeezed the door handle with everything she had, summoning a surge of courage as she reached a verdict. I have to rescue her from his clutches. In Laurencia's mind, the epic quest began. Slay the terrifying demon king Mikhail and liberate our precious, adorable Princess Anastasia. Her gaze blazed with newfound resolve. Because I am Sasa's ultimate big sister. A few days later, the castle stood in its usual state of tranquil, breathtaking grandeur. Laurencia wore a wide grin as she peeked into the nursery, her voice singing out, Sasa! Anastasia, who was mid-wobble during her walking practice, jumped and spun toward her. Sister! Laurencia dashed over, breathless. Sasa! Did you actually miss me? Anastasia gave a slow, deliberate nod. The girl immediately smothered her in a massive, bone-crushing hug. Anastasia was slightly perplexed. But isn't it technically her nap time? What is she doing here? Anastasia calculated that she usually popped in during the late afternoon, or if Mikhail was lurking, she'd wait until dinner to show her face. Anastasia huffed, failing to grasp the logic. Just how toxic is his vibe that he makes her go into full avoidance mode? He should be stoked that my siblings even make time to hang out with him. Suddenly, Laurencia's tone turned serious as she whispered, Sasa. Then, she gently pressed her finger into the center of Anastasia's tiny palm. Without a second thought, Anastasia's fingers locked around Laurencia's, making the older girl giggle. Even if your grip is still weak, I'm never letting go of you. Then, Laurencia issued a grand invitation. Come on, let's play, Sasa! Anastasia gave a flat, bewildered, Laurencia threw her hand up with pride and declared, There are tons of secret rooms you haven't seen yet, right? I'll be your guide. We're playing the mansion exploration game. Anastasia silently echoed the phrase, mansion exploration. She thought to herself, thanks to Chaco's scouting, I've got the floor plan memorized, but I've never actually done a boots-on-the-ground tour. Then Anastasia glanced over to gauge the reactions of Johann, Anna, and Laura. Johann immediately jumped on board with the plan. Superb idea. Please, allow us to join your elite expedition. Laura added with a thoughtful smile, Exactly, my lady. I'll pack the survival rations for this trek. Laurencia lunged forward, shaking her head so hard her hair whipped around. Hard pass. Today is an exclusive sisters-only mission for Lara and Sasa. Johann tilted his head and asked softly, And why is that? Are you searching for some hidden treasure? The girl was dead set on keeping her cards close to her chest. Top secret! Laura knelt down, playing her last card. But if we aren't allowed to tag along, who's going to manage the young lady's snack supply? This hit Laurencia right in her weak spot. Well, that. Her brain began to stall as beads of sweat formed on her chubby, panicked face. Finally, Laurencia made a bold, defiant declaration. It's fine. Getting hungry is just part of the struggle of an expedition. Lara is the big sister, so I can carry the load myself. The two servants could only think, the young lady is peak cuteness. She even turned to secure her only ally. Sasa prefers it when it's just us two, right? Anastasia played along with a cooperative nod. Laurencia adjusted her bag, looking thoroughly satisfied. I knew Sasa was on my wavelength. She immediately grabbed Anastasia's hand, laughing with pure joy. Then let's move out, Sasa. A few hours later, a boy with damp blonde hair suddenly materialized in Anastasia's chambers. He called out in a low voice, Little lady? But unlike the usual routine, the room was silent. Mikhail blinked, letting out a confused, Huh? He scanned the vacant room, baffled that she wasn't at her post at this hour. Where could she have gone? My instincts are screaming that something is up. Far out in the garden, a pale hand was clutching a crude, hand-drawn map. Laurencia was marching forward with absolute confidence. This is the path, follow me! Anastasia glanced back with a hint of concern, thinking, Is she seriously this oblivious? She eyed the bushes where Johann, Laura, and Anna were clearly tailing them. She could only sigh to herself. Solo exploration in this mansion is a literal impossibility. Anastasia turned her head and kept pace, thinking, I just hope this stalking squad doesn't recruit any more members. When they reached the first objective, Laurencia squealed with excitement. Sasa, we've successfully reached the first mysterious room. Anastasia stared blankly at the daunting threshold before her. This place? She could practically see the dark, depressing aura radiating from the hinges. A literal basement of gloom is our first stop? Really? Laurencia raised her tiny fist and hammered on the door. A butler with a face like a funeral opened it slowly. Yes, do the young ladies require something? But the moment he spotted the two tiny icons at the door, his demeanor did a total 180. Oh, little ladies, what can I do for you? Laurencia chimed in. We're here for Dad. Sasa's never seen his grind before. Can we peek inside? He dipped into a low bow, answering with a strained voice. Lady Laurencia, my deepest apologies, but currently... The butler hadn't even finished his sentence before Enderblank sent both doors flying open from the inside. He instantly switched to doting dad mode and beamed. Oh, my precious angels, did you come all this way just because you missed your daddy? But as Anastasia scanned the room, she couldn't hide her shock. Wait, what? I expected the office to be a den of murderous intent. Was I that off? Enderblank heralded cheerfully. Step into my office, children. The study was draped in heavy formality, which made the state of the people at the desks look even more tragic. The man on the left was a total wreck, slumped over with both hands glued to the table. As for the one on the right, they had already surrendered, dropping their head onto their arms for a desperate nap. The father and daughter stood paralyzed by the sight. The air was thick with pure lethargy. These two were running on 0% battery. Anastasia took one look at the carnage and remained unfazed, knowing her assessment was spot on. Poor, overworked souls. Sensing visitors, their two lingering spirits drifted over to pay their respects. Well, welcome, young ladies. I'll fetch the elite snacks. We even have that floral tea the young lady craves. Enderblank placed a heavy hand on their shoulders, a chilling reminder of who was in charge. The butler will handle the refreshments. He issued a cold surgical command. As for you two, I expect a full report on my desk in 2 hours. The two assistants shivered. Understood, Duke. In a blurred frenzy, they slammed the door shut from the outside, leaving behind only a frantic, We'll be taking our leave now. Enderblank pivoted back to his daughters and asked with a honeyed tone, So, my beloved girls, what brings you to my domain? Laurencia answered instantly. You look the most savage when you're working, Dad, so we had to see it. Taken aback, he blinked. Laurencia, you really think I look that cold while working? She mimicked sword strikes while answering, Yeah, but you also look super cool when you swing your blade like swish swish. Enderblank offered a grand proud invitation. In that case, shall we migrate to the training grounds? However, Laurencia immediately shut it down with a sharp, No! He crumpled into a crouch, looking like a kicked puppy, and whined, Why not? You just said my swordsmanship was cool, so I wanted to flex for you. She replied with total gravity, Because today is for exploring the mansion with Sasa. Laurencia pointed a finger like a tiny drill sergeant. So, we aren't stepping a foot outside. This interior is our designated quest zone. Hearing that, the pieces finally clicked for Anastasia. I see her game. Mikhail is definitely at the training grounds right now, isn't he? No wonder she's blocking the exit. Next, the girl added a finishing blow. Besides, you know, Lara and Sasa can't stay long. It hit Enderblank like a physical strike. He wailed in total panic. But why? Laurencia recited obediently, Mom said not to be a nuisance while you're grinding. Enderblank shed silent tears of pure grief. How could my precious daughters ever be a nuisance? She stepped closer to console him like a mini mentor. No, Dad, Mom says you have to do the stuff you hate to become a top-tier person. She patted her father's arm and lectured, That's why Lara forced down bell peppers and spinach today. You too, Dad. No matter how much you want to play, you have to work. That's how you'll level up. Witnessing this, Anastasia saw the clear shadow of Jula gently chiding, Don't repeat that mistake, okay? And Laurencia instantly folding with, Yes, ma'am. Anastasia couldn't help but be floored. Has Mom's discipline already become hardwired into my sister's DNA? Laurencia gave one last bit of old soul advice. You get it right, Dad. After all, you're a capable adult. Anastasia tried to stifle a giggle, but it was a lost cause. Sorry, sis, but your mature act is peak cuteness. Then Anastasia let out a burst of genuine laughter. The father and daughter froze in their tracks, immediately snapping their heads toward the baby. They watched her laugh, with their own eyes lighting up with pure, unadulterated joy. Laurencia started bouncing with excitement. Sasa is laughing, Dad. She's actually laughing. Ender Blang was losing it. I see it. Our youngest just cracked a smile, didn't she? Anastasia laughed even harder because they were making the exact same face. Ender Blang started poking Anastasia's cheek, teasing, Are you getting a kick out of Daddy getting roasted? She puffed out her cheeks, thinking, No, it's just because she's being so extra. But Laurentia immediately stepped in as a human shield. Why are you trying to frame Sasa as a rebel? He scrambled to explain himself. Wait, I didn't mean she was being naughty. Then the girl looked back at her sister and declared, Sasa was probably thinking exactly what I was. Laurencia acted as Anastasia's spokesperson. If you want the glory, Dad, you have to grind through the boring stuff. That's what you meant, right? Totally. Anastasia wanted to protest. Well, not quite, but seeing the girl's smug face as she bragged, Lara is Sasa's sister, so Lara is a mind reader. She could only think, whatever, I'm staying out of this. Sorry, Dad. Anastasia flashed a smile at the two of them and gave a soft, confirming, Laurencia cheered in victory. See? I told you. Enderblang played along, dramatically sobbing into his hands. The two sisters shared a warm, smiling hug. Anastasia mused, My sister's happiness is the only priority on my list. After exiting the office, the duo turned back for a final wave. We're off to conquer the next floor. Bye-bye, Dad. Laurencia gripped Anastasia's hand firmly with one hand while navigating the map with the other. Let's see. Where's our next objective? When Anastasia glanced over, she noticed the bag was nearly bursting with supplies. She knew the contents by heart. Top-tier cookies. A literal loot bag of snacks. She remembered the detailed hand-drawn map waiting back in the room. Anastasia stared at the girl beside her, a wave of realization hitting her. She planned all of this just to get some quality time with me. While Laurencia was scowling at the map in deep study, Anastasia felt a pang of regret. Since Mikhail is always hogging my time, I've barely played with her. I feel like such a flake. Lost in her thoughts, Anastasia's tiny feet got tangled. She screamed internally, Not good! But before the floor could claim her, Anastasia could only let out a startled, high-pitched chirp. Laurencia spun around with lightning reflexes and called out her name. Then only the frantic echo of her cry could be heard. Sasa! The situation was so sudden and perilous that Jula rushed over. Anastasia and Laurencia, looking worried, plopped down as they asked, Sasa, are you hurt? Shit. Her face drained of color and she glanced at Jula awkwardly, stammering, Lara didn't mean to do it. She gently comforted her. I know, darling, but since Anastasia is still so tiny, you must let her walk slowly. Lara, you can manage that, right? The girl whispered, Yes. Not only did Anastasia refrain from crying, but she also toddled over and lightly patted her sister's shoulder to console her. Laurencia was so touched that her eyes began to shimmer with fat tears. She broke into a sob, startling Anastasia. Jula simply smiled and stroked her hair. Even though the adorable youngest had comforted her, she couldn't stop the waterworks. The girl thought, Lara wasn't a very good big sister today. And in her heart, she made a vow. From now on, I'll only show you my best side. If Sasa is the princess, Lara will be the knight. Being a princess is all well and good, but she could also become a warrior to shield the little sister who comforted her. Because at that exact moment, a hand caught Anastasia just as she was about to take another tumble. She turned around blankly to see the person behind her. A familiar voice reached her. Sasa, are you okay? Laurencia smiled brilliantly and replied with pride. This time, I gripped Sasa's hand tight so you wouldn't fall. You're my precious little sister. With her sister as an escort, she began to seriously scout the Duke's estate. The tour kicked off in the kitchen. The chef was cooking with absolute fire. I'll let the young ladies witness the most delectable dish on earth. I watched the chef perform a literal fire show. The next stop was the floral garden. The two sisters had a tea party with their mother. She asked dotingly, Sasa, is it tasty? Sipping tea with Mom in the garden. In the drying yard, the two of them played with high energy, darting back and forth, playing hide and seek behind the laundry hung by the servants. Laurencia held Anastasia's hand and sprinted through every winding path in the mansion. They sat together, spelling out and reading every single word in a rainbow-colored book. Today's ultimate discovery was the children's library within the manor. Laurencia was tense, squinting as she spelled out, "What? This is..." Anastasia sat quietly listening to her, her mind beginning to drift. Although it wasn't as smooth or articulate as when her brother read, she truly adored that voice, which resonated like the sound of summer wind chimes. A moment later, her eyelids grew heavy and dreamy. Anastasia wondered if she had walked too far or if she had overdosed on snacks. "I'm so sleepy." But Laurencia was still locked in on the book, struggling to decode a difficult word. She shyly asked, "Sasa, should I pick a different story?" Receiving no reply, the girl looked up with curiosity. "Sasa?" Her eyes immediately lit up with pure delight the moment she saw her. It turned out Anastasia had fallen into a deep sleep right on the floor. Sasa drifted off. She proudly covered her mouth, terrified she wouldn't be able to stop herself from squealing. Did I actually lull Sasa to sleep? After a moment of thought, Laurencia also sprawled out on the floor. She gazed at her dotingly as the baby breathed steadily. "Sasa is my adorable little sister, right?" The sleeping Anastasia only vaguely twitched her lips and shifted slightly in her sleep. Laurencia happily studied her chubby, angelic features. She couldn't help but marvel. She's so precious, so perfect. That's why she's my baby sister, not Mikhail's. Her hand lightly brushed Anastasia's, and her finger was instinctively grabbed. Then, after who knows how long, they both fell into a slumber filled with happiness and warmth. My sweet little sister. Later, someone gently draped a blanket over the fast-asleep Anastasia and Laurencia. It was Damien, watching them with affection. He looked 30% exasperated and 70% like a proud guardian. "My little sisters are hiding from me in here?" He carefully slid pillows under their heads. Then Damien didn't mind grabbing a pillow for himself and gently lay down beside Anastasia. "You two are the only explorers, but can I join the squad?" After that, the routine continued. After roaming the mansion for a week, I was rarely in my room except to crash. Anastasia sighed and thought, however, there's one thing weighing on my mind. Mikhail kept dropping by to see her, but always missed her. Choco dejectedly replayed the boy's mood for her to see. Is the little lady missing today too? Where did she go? Is she on another expedition? Damien, I want to play with her too. Choco used gestures to describe the scene, making Anastasia worry about the fallout. Every time he left, his face was clouded with regret. Could he have been captivated by the Demon King's aura? Today, Anastasia pondered and stroked her chin. She seriously analyzed a fix for this current mess. I didn't mean to, but it feels like I'm ghosting him. If I had been closer to my sister from the start, this wouldn't have happened. I also feel bad for making him wait. Finally, she decided she would tell her sister she was skipping the exploration tomorrow. The next morning, Laurencia was hyped as usual. She showed up right on time, looking absolutely radiant. "Sasa, I'm here!" The girl excitedly flexed the items in her massive bag. "Sasa, check this out. This is the chocolate I got. And this!" But Anastasia could only offer a helpless smile. How can I say no to her? Mikhail is probably going to be pretty crushed. Laurencia tapped the map and suggested, "So for today, let's head here." She nodded and gave an in agreement. Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed from the hallway, racing toward them. The footsteps stopped dead at the entrance, blocking Anastasia's door, and a voice rang out clearly. "Wait!" It was Mikhail. Panting and drenched in sweat, he suggested, "I want to go on the expedition with you too." Anastasia gasped in shock. "Mikhail?" He stated with total gravity, "I want to play with the youngest lady too. I've already geared up for the exploration. If I come along, I'm certain I can be an asset, Lady Laurencia." But her face went completely dark. Anastasia watched the girl's unsettling expression with a mix of unease and tension. Is she okay? But Mikhail pushed on. "So, if I join the party..." Before he could finish, Laurencia suddenly grabbed her hand and cut him off. "No!" Her emotions boiled over as she screamed out in a fury. "I absolutely won't allow it!" Both Anastasia and Mikhail were struck dumb, frozen in place with expressions of utter bewilderment. Mikhail refused to yield. He pressed on with a confused frown. "What's the problem? I'd be a massive asset if I tagged along." Laurencia shot him a glare and firmly shut him down. "I don't need your backup." Mikhail tried to plead. "Lady Laurencia," but she snapped, "Sasa and I are doing this solo." He suddenly blurted out, "Why am I being blacklisted?" Laurencia's face clouded over with sheer annoyance as she pursed her lips, maintaining a stubborn silence. Anastasia finally found her voice to shield her sister. "Stop pestering my sister." Mikhail shook his head defensively. "I'm not pestering anyone." She doubled down. "Pest." He awkwardly denied it. "I'm really not. Do I seriously look that villainous to you?" Anastasia gave a slow nod of total conviction. Mikhail visibly deflated in a heap of disappointment. Anastasia watched him with a mix of irritation and confusion. "He treats my sister with total indifference, so why the kicked puppy act? Seriously." With a stern, unwavering voice, she stepped in front of Laurentia and declared, "I don't want you here." Mikhail offered a weary smile and knelt down, trying to charm her. "You don't want me? I've been taking notes from Damien on how to be a top-tier big brother. Is my performance still lacking?" She scowled, grumbling internally. "For real? Is that actually the priority right now?" At this, Laurentia erupted again, drawing a hard line in the sand. "Read the room, Mikhail. You are not her brother." Mikhail shot back, his tone laced with irritation. "Excuse me?" Anastasia gasped, tempted to flip a table. "He's giving my sister that 'you're annoying me' face again. Unlike me, my sister's gentle soul is easily crushed." Laurencia tried to keep her momentum, shouting, "No matter how much you cosplay as my brother, you'll never be Sasa's kin." Mikhail put his hands on his hips and just casually mused, "Wait, why not?" Laurentia narrowed her eyes, a flash of pure resentment flickering in her gaze as she glared him down. She immediately pulled Anastasia into her side and stated clearly, "Sasa already told you she's not a fan, didn't she?" Laurentia was absolutely fuming, finally unleashing all the bitterness she'd kept under wraps. "Why are you forcing yourself into our space when Sasa doesn't want you? Sasa likes me better because I'm her real big sister." Anastasia's eyes went wide with shock as she looked at her sister. "This is the first time I've ever seen her go full beast mode." Mikhail was equally stunned, standing there like a statue. Anastasia let out an awkward, weary sigh. "This vibe is way too familiar. Do I really have to turn on the waterworks again to fix this?" But she immediately shifted into tactical analysis mode. "No. The dynamic between my siblings is a different beast entirely. If she started bawling now, it would only escalate the chaos. Laurencia would lose it and start screaming, pinning the whole disaster on Mikhail. Sasa is crying. This is all Mikhail's fault." She was developing a massive headache trying to bridge the gap between them. Then Mikhail spoke up with zero chill. "The little lady doesn't hate me." She gasped, nearly hitting her limit. She wanted to gag him but was too late. He beamed at her with sudden enthusiasm. "Even if you don't love me, you've never actually kicked me out, right, little one?" Anastasia grumbled suspiciously. "I'm pretty sure I have." Mikhail ignored her and answered for her. "See, I'm right." She screamed internally in pure frustration. "I haven't even given my verdict yet." Laurencia's eyes brimmed with red as she started to sob, looking down at the baby with intense anxiety. "That's a lie. I'm better than Mikhail, right, Sasa?" Anastasia frantically waved her tiny hand in agreement to soothe the girl. Mikhail held his ground with annoying composure. "I never claimed the little lady likes me best. I only said I'm not on her hate list." He smirked with sudden interest and proposed, "So, let me in on this mission." Laurencia still wouldn't budge, protesting with everything she had. "No, this is a top secret trip for Sasa and me only." Mikhail corrected her with mock seriousness. "Then now it's a secret for the three of us. I won't leak it to Damien." The girl reached her breaking point and let out a piercing, high-pitched scream. "I said no!" Laurencia broke down into heavy tears, her voice cracking with bottled-up resentment. "Lara said I don't want you here, so why won't you listen? Lara hates you. You only ever play with my brother and leave me out, and now you're trying to steal Sasa too." Her voice was thick with sharp, heartbreaking accusations. "Sasa is my little sister. She's not Mikhail's. She's my baby sister." Sobbing, the girl wailed in absolute distress. "Mom, Mikhail won't stop ruining things. Lara just wants to play with Sasa. She's my baby sister." Mikhail's mother looked on with worry, but stayed rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the drama. Anastasia happened to glance toward the entrance and immediately spotted a familiar silhouette standing in the doorway. Realizing the whole squad was gathered outside the door, she was stunned. Mom? Anastasia was beyond confused. They're all just standing there? Why aren't they breaking this up? Looking at Jula's resolute expression, it was clear she had no intention of stepping in. Anastasia suddenly realized, Mom wants them to settle this beef themselves. She blinked as she watched the two of them finally getting the logic. No matter how much adults try to coddle children, if they don't learn to navigate conflict, it's all for nothing. Besides, if her family interfered, Mikhail would only feel more like an outsider. Mikhail awkwardly bunched his shirt in his fists. No matter how much people praised his maturity, he was still just a 6-year-old kid. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes and let out a soft sigh, weighing her options. Anastasia tried to see things through Mikhail's eyes, gaining a sudden insight into his trauma. He had been under the Duke's wing since he was tiny. It must be brutal for a child who lost everything to lower his guard. But while her brother was a saint who could bridge any gap, she realized they had actually managed to become friends. Her sister, however, was a different story. Even if his internal scars were starting to heal, Mikhail likely had zero clue that my sister was the one he had truly wounded. She had always been the one standing in the shadows, sadly watching them walk away. My sister almost never shows any animosity. She feels the pain of others' mistakes and always tries to be the healer. A literal angel. She reached out to him countless times. But you were the one who kept swatting her hand away, Mikhail. Anastasia looked up silently, meeting Mikhail's panicked and flustered gaze with a cold, direct stare. After thinking it through, she reached a silent verdict. I'm not bailing you out this time. This is for your own good, and for my sisters too. So Anastasia turned her gaze toward Laurencia, who was still sobbing her heart out. Then she looked back at him, her eyes delivering a final message. Fix this yourself, Mikhail. Flashbacks of Laurencia's desperate attempts to befriend Mikhail flooded her mind. She used to approach him with such pure energy, chirping, I'm Laurencia, but you can call me Lara. And countless times after that, she'd take the lead to ask, wanna play? What do you think? Once, she even brought over a vibrant flower crown she'd woven by hand just to see if Mikhail liked it. But he just sat there in silence, unable to comprehend why she was smiling. What's the big deal? I can't just force a smile for stuff like this. Back then, he was drowning in a sea of negativity, making him completely shut down from the world. Mikhail would just stand on the sidelines, watching her glow with her family. Seeing a smile that had clearly never known the sting of loss probably triggered a bit of jealousy. Damien once pulled him aside to ask, Mikhail, aren't you even going to try and get on my sister's good side? Mikhail snapped us back irritably. I've tried, but she treats me like I've got the plague. Damien countered, if you actually make the first move, she'll be down to play. I'm dead certain of it. Mikhail gripped his shirt tight, as if he were physically summoning every ounce of his courage. He finally spoke up clearly. I offer my sincerest apologies, Lady Laurencia. She looked stunned as he dropped to one knee before her. With a voice thick with genuine remorse, he said, I am truly, deeply sorry. I didn't realize I was hurting you. Could you tell me why you've taken such a dislike to me? Laurencia was so dazed she actually forgot to keep crying. Mikhail pleaded earnestly, Please, I'm truly sorry, Lady Laurencia. The silence stretched on before she finally whispered, My name is Lara. I hate it when you call me Lady this and Lady that. Even the knights and the maids just call me Lara. But you always keep it so formal with Second Lady or Lady Laurencia. Mikhail proposed, Then if I call you Lara, will you grant me your forgiveness? Laurencia wavered. If Sasa says it's okay, then fine. Both of them suddenly swung their gaze toward Anastasia, putting her right in the hot seat. She babbled out her enthusiastic approval. Mikhail let out a massive sigh of relief, though Laurencia still looked a little bit dejected. Anastasia could tell her sister's heart was still heavy with sadness. Perhaps because finding the right words to express her feelings was too much of a struggle, she simply leaned in and planted a big wet kiss on Laurencia's cheek. The girl's eyes instantly sparkled, and even Mikhail looked completely caught off guard. She happily gathered the baby into a hug. You love me the most, right? I totally knew it. Anastasia gave a soft murmuring confirmation. Night fell over the estate. It was finally dinner time for the Duke's household. Today, the table was graced with only the finest, top-tier delicacies. Jula said warmly, Please, make yourself at home, Mikhail. He replied with a hint of awkwardness. Thank you for having me. I'll truly enjoy this meal. Jula reflected. I think we made the right call not meddling in the kids' drama. They'll figure it out on their own. Enderblang was still on edge. Are you positive they'll be fine? Her voice remained steady. I believe so. Children need their space. That's our job as Laurencia's parents. You're still a bit worried about me, Kyle, aren't you? Ender Blang hesitated. Well, Jula stared off into the distance. True, if the feud escalates, we'll have to step in. But for now, we should just keep a watchful eye from the sidelines. Anastasia finally snapped out of her trip down memory lane. Mom, Dad, sorry for eavesdropping on your heart-to-heart earlier, but She watched Jula serve Laurencia. They really are such incredible people. I can't believe these saints are actually my parents. A wave of nostalgia hit her. They remind me so much of my master from a lifetime ago. Master and I didn't have nearly enough time. He was the only person I ever truly called master. He was strict, sure, but he was also deeply caring. Before he vanished into the inferno, he told her, "My foolish apprentice, etch this into your heart and promise me that you won't charge into the flames alone." She never forgot those words. They were Master's dying wish. Yet, she hadn't been able to keep that promise. Thinking back to that moment made her chest tighten with ache. She feared that if she gave her heart away so freely, she'd only end up losing it again. Anastasia held her plate and poked at a few cherry tomatoes. Lost in her thoughts, her fork kept sliding off. It'll be different this time, so don't you worry. Damien caught on. What's the matter, Anastasia? Can't catch him? Here, let me help. Mikhail's attention was also drawn over. He eagerly started stacking shrimp and massive chunks of meat onto her tiny plate. Little one, do you want to dig into this? Damien shut him down instantly. No way, Anastasia can't handle huge portions like that yet. Mikhail was confused. But she's got teeth, Damien explained. She's only got a few, dude. Anastasia stared at the mountain of delicious forbidden food with a heavy heart. It's all stuff I can't even chew. Are you guys trolling me? Damien continued his patient lesson. Anastasia is still a baby. Forcing her to eat this might end in tears. Mikhail was genuinely clueless. For real? He turned to her with a sincere apology. I'm sorry, little one. Please grant me your forgiveness. Anastasia's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She let out a heavy, weary sigh. Is he seriously trolling me? Every time I'm near this kid, I find myself acting so petty. It's truly bizarre. In the end, we all scoured the mansion together. And just like that, October has arrived. The estate is buzzing with life as everyone prepares for the harvest festivities and the upcoming holidays. Anastasia paced with her hands tucked behind her back like a tiny, wise elder gazing at the horizon. On days like this, my only goal is to play quietly and stay out of trouble. Ever since Mikhail and my sister buried the hatchet, the four of us have gone on countless adventures. Today, the knights have orchestrated a new challenge. Johann announced with a roar, "It's time for a treasure hunt." Laurentia's eyes sparked with excitement. Treasure! He laid out the ground rules. You'll be split into duos, and the team that recovers the most legendary artifact wins it all. Mikhail asked with the bored, indifferent shrug, and what's the grand prize for the victors? He clearly didn't give a damn about the game. Johann revealed the stakes, and the news hit him like a lightning strike. If the young Duke triumphs, the Duke might just grant you a personal sparring session. He spun toward Anastasia, his excitement peaking. Listen, baby, if I can actually land 3 hits on the Duke, will you finally think I'm cool? She was left speechless. Is he seriously still obsessed with that? She decided to just humor him like a typical child and gave a nod. It's just the innocent dream of a 6-year-old, so I might as well play along. Mikhail's face lit up with pure joy. For real? Anastasia felt a sudden pang of guilt. Wait, why is he this hyped? It's making me feel like a villain. Honestly, after that last fallout, I stopped acting like I hated him. I've finally come to my senses. She replayed Laurencia's sharp words in her mind. Why? Why? Sasa already said she's not interested, so why do you keep forcing her to play? The selfish, cold words I used to spit out of habit had become a lethal weapon for my sister to bash Mikhail with. In this whole mess, she couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility. I was wrong. This was entirely my fault. He might act like everything is business as usual, but that doesn't mean he isn't hurting deep down. It feels like he's finally starting to drop his guard and act like a real kid. Mikhail extended his pinky finger, beckoning her for a sacred oath. He flashed a brilliant, genuine smile. You gave me your word, okay? Anastasia gave a subtle, silent nod of confirmation. When the teams were set, Damien and Laurencia paired up, while Anastasia and Mikhail were grouped together. It was so perfect it felt rigged. He looked at her with pure fire in his eyes. Let's give it our all, baby. Fair enough. Mikhail was brimming with confidence. I swear I'll snatch that victory for both of us. Anastasia remained skeptical. Despite his big promises, Mikhail spent the whole time pointing out botany. Baby, check out these flowers. Yeah, and then he detoured to track butterflies. Look, over there, it's a butterfly. She sighed, feeling totally defeated. Why is his attention span so non-existent? Laurencia's triumphant voice echoed from afar. I found another one. She gave Mikhail's hand a firm tug as a wake-up call. Are you even trying to win? Let's move. In response, his grin only grew wider and warmer. Are you actually worried about me? She froze, caught off guard. Not exactly worried. Mikhail simply smirked. I knew it. A powerful gust of wind swept through the garden, sending a cascade of crimson maple leaves dancing through the air. Mikhail reached out and snatched a falling leaf with ease. Then he presented it to Anastasia, catching her completely by surprise. He gazed at the swirling rain of red leaves. It's fine. Honestly, this is the first time I've been able to just hold your hand and play like a normal kid. Then he turned his full attention back to her. Besides, I've already got this in the bag. Anastasia's mind went blank for a second, but Mikhail gripped her hand and pulled her toward the objective. Follow me. I caught the knights hiding the loot during their morning drills. She was floored. The kid is actually a tactical genius. The two of them walked forward, hand in hand. She observed him in silence. I expected him to be frantic, but he's actually starting to carry himself like a protective big brother. He suddenly broke the silence. Damien told me something a while back. He said that you struggle to put your thoughts into words no matter what you're feeling or seeing. That's why he told me that when we play, I have to be your guardian. Laurencia and Damien have seen it all, but I want to be the one to show you butterflies in flight, falling leaves, blooming flowers, and the first snow, all of it. Anastasia felt a surge of warmth in her chest. My brother really is the GOAT. Mikhail squeezed her hand tighter. I know I need way more practice to be as cool as Damien, but he sounded both dead serious and slightly desperate. Would you ever call me by my name like that too? She locked eyes with Mikhail for a beat, seemingly searching for the perfect words. Finally, she squeaked in her tiny voice. Mikhail, I hate you not. Mikhail blinked in disbelief. You don't hate me? Anastasia nodded firmly. Mikhail. A violent gust of wind swept past, forcing her to screw her eyes shut. When she finally peeked open her eyes, she was caught completely off guard. Mikhail couldn't suppress the genuine smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He gazed at her with pure, unadulterated joy. Does that mean you'll be my little sister too? Witnessing that raw expression, Anastasia felt her face flush and quickly averted her gaze. She silently conceded in her mind, I've always been your youngest, you big dummy. Mikhail suddenly vaulted onto a tree. With effortless grace, he snatched a branch and retrieved the treasure perched high above. Anastasia was floored. Since when did he become such a pro at scaling trees? He leaped down and flexed his find with excitement. Look, baby, I snagged another one. She inwardly side-eyed the staff. What were they thinking, stashing loot that high? This is supposed to be a kid's game. Even Johann looked stunned. I never anticipated him actually scaling the heights like that. Anastasia figured they expected us to play the damsel card. Then Johann would swoop in as the reliable hero. Allow me to climb up and assist you, young duke. She watched Mikhail's radiant, beaming face. As long as he was vibing, everything was golden. By the time evening rolled around, they had secured a grand total of 6 chests. Anastasia calculated that since her other siblings had only managed to scavenge 5, she glanced at the fading sun. With time running out, victory was practically in their pockets. Suddenly, Mikhail dropped to one knee right in front of her. He presented the treasure chest, his voice dripping with expectation. Praise me, baby. Tell me I crushed it. She felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment. This guy is acting like a total kid today. Whatever, it's a small price to pay, and I owed him an apology anyway. Cheh. She reached out and gave his head a gentle pat. Good job! Mikhail's face lit up. Anastasia felt a sense of relief. No point in killing his buzz over a simple gesture. It really wasn't that deep. Finally, Johann stepped up to deliver the verdict, and the results are in... He gestured toward the duo. Victory goes to the powerhouse team of young Duke Mikhail and Lady Anastasia. Laurencia offered a sheepish, graceful smile. I'll take the W next time. Congrats, Sasa. Johann cleared his throat professionally. Since every team found treasure, everyone walks away with the prizes they discovered. Laurencia's eyes shimmered like diamonds. For real? Everyone actually gets loot? He nodded. Absolutely. Lord Damien and Lady Anastasia step up first. For Damien, elite riding boots. For Anastasia, a legendary knight's helm. Enderblang presented a beautifully wrapped box to Laurencia. And this one is for you, Lady Lara. She tore into it with pure excitement. The sight of the contents made her gasp in awe. Is this really for Lara? The knights beamed, seeing the kids so hyped. Of course! It's the exact gear you were dreaming of. Tucked inside the box was a set of pink leather armor, exquisitely inlaid with shimmering gems. She wore a massive grin and squeezed the gift tight. I'm obsessed with it. Anastasia blinked in realization. Wait, is that custom-fitted leather armor for kids? She recalled Laurencia mentioning to Jula. Lara wants to rock some night gear too. She had been surprised back then. Night gear? The girl had squealed with delight. Yes! Since Lara is a warrior, I need the official knight aesthetic. She guessed the knights must have been eavesdropping and actually took her wish to heart. Laurencia and the knights were already plotting. Sasa's the princess and Lara will save her. Next, we build a treehouse. Bet. After the harvest, we'll get right on it. Afterward, Mikhail claimed his prize, a duel with his father. He didn't miss a beat to remind her, don't forget your end of the deal, baby. She gave a firm nod. He smirked with pure satisfaction. Anastasia suddenly paused. Wait, do I actually vibe with him now? The old resentment seemed to have completely vanished. Against all odds, Mikhail managed to tag Enderblang's shoulder. He whispered, 2. The Duke looked confused, having no idea what the kid was counting. Mikhail just maintained that cocky, confident smirk. Enderblang locked eyes with the boy, a newfound spark of respect in his gaze. He unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes that left the boy scrambling to keep up his guard. In the blink of an eye, Mikhail was cornered into a desperate defensive stance. Mikhail lunged for a desperate counter, but Enderblang evaded it with effortless precision. He tightened his grip on the hilt. One more round. Enderblang offered a nod of respect. You've truly evolved, young Duke. I actually have to stay on my toes now. His aura shifted as he locked into combat mode. Fair warning, I'm not pulling my punches anymore. Anastasia watched from the sidelines alongside Damien and Laurencia, marveling. Dad, aren't you going a little overboard on a 6-year-old? Isn't he setting the bar impossibly high for Mikhail? The sharp, rhythmic crack of wooden blades colliding echoed through the air. Mikhail was clearly running on fumes. Enderblang suggested, perhaps we should call it a day, young Duke? He refused to back down. Please, just one more exchange, Duke. Enderblang wavered. But you're... His gaze blazed with sheer resolve. Just a bit further. I won't let my victory in the treasure hunt mean nothing. He swung his blade with a guttural shout and charged forward. All that could be seen were the overlapping shadows of their blades as they clashed. Laurencia and Damien were paralyzed with shock. Even Anastasia was stunned by the intensity. Mikhail! The 3 siblings cried out in unison. Mikhail! His wooden blade finally connected, striking Enderblang squarely in the side. He slumped over, gasping for air as his lungs burned. Then a surge of pure triumph washed over him. I actually did it. Mikhail offered a formal bow of gratitude before beelining toward Anastasia. My thanks, Duke. He bragged with a giddy, boyish energy. Baby, I landed 3 hits in a row. Did you see me? His sudden mood swing left Laurencia and Damien dazed. Anastasia thought dryly, I never even wanted him to duel my dad in the first place. Mikhail pressed. Did you see, baby? She let out a resigned sigh, but since she'd given her word, she flashed a tiny smile and offered the ultimate praise. So cool. Mikhail stood frozen, as if the words had physically stopped him. He abruptly buried his face in both hands, leaving Anastasia completely bewildered. He tentatively extended his hand once more. Then, please, let me truly be your big brother. She found herself mesmerized by that outstretched hand for a moment. Her heart did a strange little somersault. I don't know what's happening, but I feel incredibly shy. But she reached out and took his hand anyway. Wait, aren't you already my big brother? Before I knew it, Thanksgiving was looming, meaning Mikhail had to head back to his own estate for 3 weeks. He lingered at the door. I'll be back before Damien's birthday, I promise. Anastasia and the rest of the family gathered at the gates for the send-off. Mikhail had become such a fixture that I almost forgot he's the young Duke. Right. Enderblang said warmly, Don't stress about making it back exactly for the birthday, Mikhail. He shook his head. No, my grandfather is already demanding an invitation. He gave a soft smile. Then I'll send it out post-haste. Give the old man my best. Understood. Mikhail snapped into a perfect formal bow. Yes, Duke. He locked eyes with Anastasia one last time. A faint smile played on his lips as he whispered, I'll be back before you know it. She gave a knowing nod. The rest of the family just stood there, looking like statues in the wind. The carriage slowly rolled away until it vanished into the distant horizon. The Duke, who was all smiles and waves a second ago, instantly switched to a dead serious expression. This is a major crisis. Our youngest is simply too precious for this world. The weeks flew by, and Thanksgiving finally arrived in all its glory. The entire ducal household hit the streets for the festival, where the energy was absolutely electric. Unlike the flower-filled spring gala, the autumn festival was a total feast for the senses, overflowing with food. Laurentia's eyes sparkled with pure greed. It all looked so mouth-watering. Since this was a celebration for a year of hard labor, the three siblings gorged on sweets together. My little sisters even chew in sync. The Duke and his wife shared a nostalgic moment. Remember this spot? Right here. The family vanished into the throngs of people, enjoying the vibes in low-key outfits. Laurencia tried to push another dish on her. Sasa, you have to try this. Let's eat. She immediately tapped out, I'm stuffed. Anastasia realized her sister's foodie passion was being stifled because she was too busy babysitting. The girl looked genuinely bummed. Lara's lonely eating solo. A servant nearby stepped in. Then allow me to be your dining partner. She and Damien drifted off in a separate direction. Better if I head out with brother for a bit. She's got a maid, so she'll be fine, right? They came to a halt before a massive pumpkin tower. Check out this pumpkin monolith, Anastasia. She nodded. Damien was low-key thrilled. The baby never asked for anything, but she's locked onto this tower. Look at that focus. She stared at the towering structure with absolute intensity. Damien grinned softly. It's so massive it's probably hard to take it all in. Here, let me help. The voices of their parents drifted closer. Looks like the tower is a hit with the kids. Ender Blank chuckled. Even Damien was obsessed with it back in the day. Damien turned bright red. Mom, Dad, please. Not now. The boy reflected on the past few days, irritated that his parents kept airing his cringy childhood laundry in front of his sisters. The two of them were still deep in their nostalgia trip. Damien, do you remember that specific time? The boy felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment. They were digging up fossils he'd rather leave buried. Damien's mother turned toward him. I have to cut them off. Jula was still locked in. Back then, before the girls, it was just the three of us visiting this place. Everyone was obsessed with how cute you were, but you vanished the second I blinked. My heart nearly stopped when you went missing. The Duke added with a smirk, That's right. Your mother was absolutely frantic looking for you, Damien. The boy's hand tightened around Anastasia's, his grip hardening unconsciously. She glanced at him with growing concern. He was squeezing her hand with way more force than usual. She opened her mouth to protest, but hesitated. My hand is literally about to turn purple. Anastasia watched Damien uneasily. He looked like he was simmering with rage. For some reason, I feel like complaining about my hand would only make things worse. The Duke and his wife, oblivious to the tension, kept going. We scoured the area, but you weren't even crying. I honestly thought my wife would faint right then. But we finally spotted you. You were hiding inside the pumpkin tower, weren't you? Exactly. You were too guilty to even speak, just whimpering, Mom, Dad! Damien reached his breaking point and abruptly hauled Anastasia away. Brother Damien! She threw a look back at Enderblang and Jula, who were still mesmerized by the tower. Mom, Dad, forget the pumpkins. Something's wrong. Suddenly, she caught sight of Laurencia wandering off on her own. Sister! Anastasia's mind raced with worry. Where on earth is the maid who is supposed to be watching her? The crowd was so thick it was impossible to see. She was pulled further away from her parents and Laurencia. The atmosphere was festive and happy for everyone else. But why am I being hit with such a dark, ominous premonition? It feels as though someone is about to vanish right before my eyes. The sky turned pitch black as Damien and Anastasia trudged through the crowded streets. Eventually, the two of them came to a halt in front of a massive tree. The boy finally vented his frustration. Do Mom and Dad enjoy making me look like a joke? They just keep recycling ancient stories I don't even remember. Anastasia stayed silent, letting him vent. My brother is a genius, the perfect heir who's always been groomed for the title of Duke. I've only known this version of him since he turned 6. It's hard to reconcile the cute baby in my parents' stories with the stoic brother I know. But to my parents, he'll always be their precious little boy, so of course, they think his mishaps were adorable. It's clear he's desperate to maintain his cool big brother image in front of his sisters. He was so caught up in his wounded pride that he didn't even notice he was crushing my hand as we bolted. The boy let out a heavy, defeated sigh. I'm supposed to be a role model for you both. She finally understood the pressure her brother was putting on himself. Only then did the boy finally look down at her. Anastasia? Seeing her hand bruised a deep shade of red and purple, Damien was instantly hit by a wave of self-loathing. The boy collapsed into a crouch. I'm so sorry, Anastasia. I'm a monster. Damien cradled her small hand as if it were glass. How could I let this happen? He was drowning in guilt. Why didn't you scream? Why didn't you tell me I was hurting you? Anastasia babbled. Am I a bad girl? He shot that down instantly. I never said you were bad. You have never been anything but an angel, Anastasia. Damien looked absolutely crushed. No, I'm the one who was reckless. I'm sorry for being so careless. The boy pulled her into a tight hug. If it ever hurts again, you have to tell me immediately. Anastasia softly whispered, Brother. Damien choked out, I messed up. She patted him gently. I'm okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. The boy was visibly moved by her kindness. Anastasia. Suddenly, a frantic scream pierced through the festive noise. Young lady! Lady Laurencia! A cold shiver ran down Anastasia's spine. Did something happen to my sister? Damien immediately scooped her up. We need to get back, Anastasia. The air is getting too cold for you. Jula was on the verge of a breakdown. Where did the children go? I have a terrible feeling. Enderblang tried to stay calm. The knights are on it. They'll bring them back. Damien yelled out, Mom! Dad! The boy was gasping for air, having sprinted all the way back. What's going on? Where is Laurencia? Jula rushed forward to pull them both into a protective embrace. Where were you, Damien? Anastasia? She was shaking like a leaf. Your father and I were terrified that we'd lost you both. Damien's face flushed with a mix of guilt and embarrassment. He placed Anastasia back on her feet. I noticed the servants frantically searching for Laurencia. What's the real story? The Duke and his wife exchanged a tense, awkward glance. She explained cautiously, It appears Laurencia is playing a game of hide-and-seek, so the maids are simply tracking her down. Anastasia saw through the facade instantly. A blatant lie. It was a calculated deception designed to keep us from spiraling. She white-knuckled her dress. Is something truly sinister happening to my sister? She secretly beckoned Choco. Being trapped in a crowd this massive only amplified her growing sense of dread. Choco manifested and immediately began wailing. Master, why the cold shoulder? What's Choco supposed to do? It's been an entire week. Choco deserves head pats, too. Were you planning to ghost me for 20 years? Anastasia cut the spirit off. My sister has vanished. Locate her, and I'll keep you by my side for 3 days straight. Choco was visibly shook by the offer. The spirit zipped off instantly. I'll be back in a flash. She figured that finding her sister this way was now just a countdown. Damien stepped forward. I'm going to find Laurencia as well. Anastasia felt torn. She knew she couldn't ignore her brother's turmoil, but with zero experience in missing persons cases, she felt paralyzed. The boy turned to her, his voice softening. Anastasia, I'm sure Laurencia is just playing hide-and-seek. His tone was noticeably strained. Do you want to come and find her with me? She was at a loss for words. It was obvious that her brother had already sensed the danger too. Choco pointed towards the massive structure. Demon King! She's right here! Anastasia's gaze snapped in that direction. The pumpkin tower. She immediately yanked on Damien's sleeve. Anastasia? Pumpkin tower. The boy looked bewildered. The pumpkin tower? I'll take you there in a bit. She kept tugging with urgency. Go now! Anastasia stared up at the tower, which loomed several times taller than her, and felt defeated. It's too high and there are no visible gaps. How do we break in? She hesitated. Should I resort to magic? One wrong move and the whole thing could cave in. Damien still looked clueless. Anastasia, what's gotten into you? Muffled voices finally reached the person trapped inside. Pumpkin Tower! Anastasia! Laurencia, who had drifted into a deep sleep, slowly blinked awake. The girl rubbed her tired eyes. Is that brother? Brother? But she was met with nothing but suffocating darkness. Terror surged through her and she let out a piercing scream. Damien, standing outside, caught the sound. Laurencia! He bellowed toward the structure. Laurencia! Are you trapped in there? Anastasia exhaled in relief. Finally, he knows she's inside. The boy began scaling the pumpkins with frantic speed. I'm coming for you. Don't move. It's perilous. Just stay exactly where you are, okay? The boy reached his hand out, his voice trembling with worry. Laurencia! Laurencia, I've got you. Can you reach out and take my hand? Damien guided Laurencia toward the opening. Laurencia, just reach out your hand. The girl complied as the boy carefully braced her. That's it, good job. Step carefully now. The massive pumpkin tower suddenly gave a violent shudder. Anastasia's body went rigid. Dangerous! She discreetly channeled magic to stabilize the tower while her brother rescued her sister. Her role was to be his silent guardian. Damien kept his voice steady to reassure her. Laurencia, hold on tight, you're almost free. Laurencia finally scrambled out and collapsed into tears, clinging to her brother. Brother! Damien questioned her with a gentle frown. Laurencia, what on earth possessed you to go in there? The girl sniffled innocently. I heard Mom and Dad say you used to hide in the pumpkin tower when you were little. Lara was just curious. Damien was completely stunned into silence. The Duke and his wife came sprinting over. Laurencia! Damien! Are you children all right? Damien spoke as they exhaled in collective relief. Lara is safe and sound. The boy turned to his parents with a newfound seriousness. However, there are a few things I need to say. Jula asked breathlessly, Sweetheart, where did you disappear to? Laurencia answered truthfully. Lara was inside the pumpkin tower. Ender Blang couldn't help but drift back to the past. The pumpkin tower. My children are identical in every way. Jula added, Lara clearly wants to follow in her brother's footsteps. Damien cut them off, firmly covering Laurencia's ears. Laurencia, give me a second. The boy addressed his parents with total sincerity. I truly appreciate that you cherish the memories of my childhood, but I'm asking you both to stop broadcasting my past blunders in front of my little sisters. Ender Blang replied with an awkward cough. I get it. It seems we've truly wounded Damien's pride. Damien roared, That's exactly the point. My sister repeated my failures because she thought they were acceptable. The Duke and his wife stood frozen in their tracks. The boy continued with absolute resolve. I want both of my sisters to follow only my strengths. I hope you truly grasp what I'm saying, Mom and Dad. Dad, you've always preached that a mistake, even a single lapse, is still a failure. Ender Blang winced as a sharp pang of guilt pierced through him. His lecture finished, the boy turned back to Laurencia with a warm smile. I'm sorry, Lara. Did I squeeze your ears too hard? Anastasia watched her brother intently. She let out a long-held breath. He looked as though a massive weight had been lifted. Then she glanced at the Duke, who was practically weeping in self-pity. It seemed the gloom had shifted entirely to her father's side. Even grown-ups need a shoulder sometimes, right? The carriage soon whisked the entire family back toward the safety of the mansion. Laurencia, still blissfully unaware of the drama, chirped excitedly. Since brother hid there, I figured the pumpkin tower was hiding something legendary. Jula managed a strained, weary smile. I see. It all makes sense now. Damien laid down the law for Laurencia. From now on, you don't go anywhere without telling us first. The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, I promise. Then Jula added, catching the boy off guard, and it would be fantastic if our eldest son followed that same rule. The two shared a helpless, knowing look. The storm had finally passed. The boy conceded, Understood, Mother. Following that, our parents had a heart-to-heart with Damien. He laid all his cards on the table. Even though my sisters are my world, I'm human. I get embarrassed hearing about my past blunders. Let's keep those stories strictly between us from now on. Ender Blang mused. So, Damien wants some exclusive quality time with us? Jula pulled him into a hug. He'd been so focused on being a guardian to Anastasia and Laurencia. Despite the happy ending, they must have been terrified. Anastasia marveled, worried that her 7-year-old brother was caring too much as the eldest. Jula asked tenderly, Were you feeling neglected? But it seems the air is cleared. What a relief. The scene lingered on the tender embrace between Damien and Jula before slowly fading to black. Anastasia reached out to stroke her miniature spirit beast. You did great, Choco. True to my word, I spent 4 straight days giving Choco all my attention. Regardless, with Mikhail back on the scene, I won't be able to manifest this little chocolate treat for a while. She remembered Mikhail's suspicious questioning. Baby, are you hiding a puppy? I'm still baffled as to how that guy can actually sense Choco's presence. Chocolate lay sprawled across her, purring. Chocolate is in heaven. Can I stay by your side for eternity? Eating and sleeping with the Demon King is the best life ever. Anastasia shot back instantly. Hard pass. It bolted upright. Why? Why? I can keep that arrogant young duke from bothering you. That brat is a fly compared to Chaco. Chaco is the supreme servant of the noble demon king. She felt a wave of exhaustion. Chaco, stopping him from coming, is basically telling him to stop breathing. This world isn't quite that brutal. Then she pondered. For some reason, I feel like I actually need Mikhail. Chaco gasped. Is this part of the Demon King's master plan? She gave a cryptic nod. Precisely. But in reality, she was flying blind. There was absolutely no plan in sight. She wiggled her tiny toes. Look, I can stop the apocalypse with my bare hands, but the idea of dying still terrifies me. It's been an eternity since I felt the true sting of mortal fear. Chaco babbled on. So that Brad is a candidate for the Demon King's Legion, right? He's basically henchman material. Does that mean he's going to be Chaco's new intern? It puffed out his chest with immense pride. Since Chaco was the first hire, I'll make sure to act like a distinguished senior. Its tail wagged like a propeller, radiating smugness. If that rowdy kid is on the shortlist, I need to start preparing his orientation curriculum immediately. She let out a soft, genuine laugh. Her tiny hand gently ruffled Chaco's fur. But Anastasia whispered to herself, Sorry, Mikhail, but I have no intention of letting things go that far. Outside the window, Damien and Laurencia were lost in play. She watched the serene scene and made a silent wish. I hope life stays this peaceful and happy forever. Meanwhile, over at Duke Leventus's estate, the Duke was fixated on a cryptic document. His expression was grim, bordering on dark. If this intelligence is accurate, Mikhail's voice filtered through the door. Grandpa, it's me. May I come in? He set the paper aside. Exactly 30 days after Thanksgiving, the mansion was swept up in a new whirlwind of activity. October 28th was fast approaching, the day of Damien's birthday. Damien suggested awkwardly, Since it's so close to the national holiday, you don't have to throw a bash for me. The anniversary of the Great Demon's sealing is October 31st. My mature brother clearly wanted to step aside for such a massive event. But then Jula rested a comforting hand on his shoulder. Her voice was like silk. The more reasons to celebrate, the better. Damien, we are not skipping your special day. The boy wavered. But she flashed a radiant, motherly smile. Don't you dare rob me of the joy of throwing you a party. Damien turned beet red and mumbled, Yes, mother. And so, the dual preparations for the birthday and the holiday began. My brother's big day is almost here. A mountain of books suddenly appeared before Anastasia. Look, I picked these out just for you. A complete set of premium picture books. Mikhail was officially back. This was the exact moment Mikhail Leventus made his return to the Duke's estate. She clutched a book and let out a tired sigh. Yet Mikhail's affection for her hadn't faded an inch. He reached out his hand. It's been 3 long weeks. You're still as tiny and adorable as ever. Anastasia felt defeated. The trouble restarts the second he steps foot in the door. She offered her tiny hand for him to hold, resigned to her fate. Mikhail grinned like a total idiot. I'm so relieved the little lady doesn't despise me anymore. My blood began to boil. Why does this guy keep spouting nonsense? Does he really think I'm that petty? He took her tiny hand in his and solemnly pressed a lingering kiss upon it. His deep purple eyes locked directly onto hers. He confessed softly, I missed you terribly, baby. Suddenly, a stern voice cut him off. Mikhail nearly jumped out of his skin. It was Duke Leventus. You haven't even offered the Duke a proper greeting, yet you sprinted straight here to see the little lady? Is this the discipline I taught you? Mikhail instantly snapped to attention. No, grandfather, the old man commanded coldly. Follow me this instant. He didn't dare hesitate. Yes, sir. Anastasia was left stunned. This is the first time I've ever seen Mikhail look this genuinely anxious. She squinted, observing Duke Leventus with newfound intensity. That imposing figure must be Mikhail's legendary grandfather, the formidable Grand Duke Leventus. His gaze shifted, locking onto hers for a fleeting second. Then he simply turned away with chilling indifference. My apologies, little lady. I shall offer a formal greeting later. Anastasia wasn't rattled. He seemed every bit as prickly as the rumor suggested. But once alone in the room, she began to wonder. If he merely wanted to summon Mikhail, a servant would have sufficed. Why did he bother coming here personally? Tonight's banquet was prepared with far more opulence than usual. It was clearly a gesture of respect for the presence of Grand Duke Leventus. Ender Blang was welcoming yet deeply respectful. I know your schedule is grueling. Thank you for gracing us with your visit, Grand Duke. Leventus replied with stiff politeness. Think nothing of it. I've entrusted my grandson to your care, so the apology for my infrequent visits is mine to give. Jula added warmly, please, don't give it a second thought. It's a blessing for the children to grow up as friends. He continued, honestly, I'm the one who should be expressing more gratitude for this arrangement. He draped an arm around Mikhail's shoulder. My boy has a knack for causing chaos, yet you've always been generous enough to overlook it. Jula shook her head. Not at all. Mikhail is wonderful. A little curiosity at his age is only natural. Leventis remained courteous. You are too kind, Duchess. Anastasia tuned them out and focused on her food. Damien watched her with a visible sense of joy. She glanced up at the table. I've felt a heavy gaze lingering on me for quite a while now. Was it Mikhail? No. Her eyes locked instantly with Leventis. Grand Duke Leventis is watching me? He averted his eyes with lightning speed. She was left utterly confused. Did I just imagine that? Right before he snapped his head away, I could have sworn I saw the Grand Duke's lips curl into a faint, knowing smirk. Once the main course was cleared, a selection of snacks was presented. Leventis suddenly broke the silence. Duke, do you truly have no intention of visiting the capital this season? He nodded. Correct, mainly because the children are still so young. Enderblang glanced at his 3 kids. I plan to make my official debut during the new year. Avoiding it now might be seen as a slight to His Majesty. Damien asked Anastasia tenderly, is it tasty? While Laurencia shared her plate. Sasa, you have to try this. Anastasia's mind began to race. Speaking of the capital, my father traveled there last year but was forced to retreat halfway due to the kidnapping plot. Since then, he stayed strictly within the estate. Leventis let out a heavy sigh. He set his spoon down and his expression turned deathly serious. You really ought to make your way to the capital immediately. Jula and Enderblang instantly sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Has something happened? He wavered for a moment before finally speaking. Lately, some unsettling rumors have been leaking from the palace. It appears the Empress is expecting a child. The entire dining table was plunged into a deafening silence. Enderblang's demeanor sharpened instantly. I see. The Empress? Anastasia mused. Isn't an imperial pregnancy supposed to be a joyous occasion? She couldn't miss the blatant dread etched onto the faces of the Duke and Duchess. Why do Mom and Dad look like they've seen a ghost? Anastasia narrowed her eyes. She made a silent vow. Based on my parents' terrified reactions, I need to dig much deeper into the Emperor's secrets. Beneath the table, a faint blue luminescence flickered in her palm. She decided firmly. I'll have Chaco handle the reconnaissance. A voice resonated through the grand, cozy chamber. Oh my, look how the time has flown. Jula pressed a tender kiss to Anastasia's forehead. Her voice was a soft lullaby. Good night, my sweet girl. She moved on to kiss Damien's forehead, leaving him beaming with happiness. Next was Mikhail's turn. She brushed a soft kiss against his cheek and whispered, Sleep well, Mikhail? Leventis's voice boomed out, catching Laurencia completely off guard. Good night. Mikhail gave a sharp, respectful bow. Laurencia reached out her tiny hand toward the old man and called out softly, Grandpa? He peered down at the little girl, sounding genuinely startled. What is it, child? She leaned in close and planted a sweet kiss on his weathered cheek. Her clear voice echoed, Good night, Grandpa. Leventis's eyes bulged, filled with absolute bewilderment. Mikhail and Damien stood frozen, watching the scene unfold in a state of total, paralyzed shock. He gave her head a tender, lingering pat. Abruptly, his gaze shifted, locking on to Anastasia. Her expression turned stone cold as she panicked. Why is he staring? Don't tell me he's waiting for a goodnight kiss, too? Leventis's eyes shimmered with a spark of pure, undeniable anticipation. A nervous gulp broke the silence. Realizing there was no escape, she reluctantly reached her hand out toward him. Enderblang beamed at Jula and whispered, It seems our youngest has taken quite a liking to the Grand Duke, hasn't she? Jula giggled behind her hand. As Anastasia wrapped her arms around Leventis and planted a kiss on his cheek, he looked down at her with an expression of profound softness. Cradling her head, he murmured, Now I see why my grandson is so utterly obsessed with the little lady. She glanced at Laurencia, who was mid-yawn from exhaustion, and thought skeptically, If that's the logic, shouldn't he vibe with my sister more? I don't get it. She peered down the shadowed corridor as the manor drifted into slumber. Her siblings were in the east wing, while she and Mikhail were stationed in the west. Damien cheerfully escorted Laurencia back to their quarters. They waved enthusiastically. Catch you tomorrow, Sasa. Night, Mikhail. Mikhail gripped Anastasia's hand and gave a calm, measured wave back. Sleep well, Damien. Mikhail's voice practically vibrated with hype. I can't believe I finally get to go to bed with you. She immediately shut it down in her head. Gross, you have your own room. Mikhail added hopefully. If the monsters get me, can I crawl into your bed? Stunned, she thought, I haven't even agreed to anything. Is this kid actually afraid of the dark? The two finally stood before a pair of towering doors. Mikhail's voice echoed. We've arrived. He dropped into a crouch, catching Anastasia completely by surprise. He looked at her with shimmering eyes. Can I come by for a morning greeting tomorrow? She gave a tiny, non-committal hum. His cheeks flushed crimson as he chirped, For real? Then I'm definitely coming. I promise to be quiet if you're still dreaming. Anastasia remained unconvinced. It's a basic morning greeting, yet he's acting like he won the lottery. His voice piped up again. And one more thing. Mikhail looked at her with a bashful puppy dog expression and asked, Can't I get a piece of the action too? She let out a confused, skeptical grunt. He replied with a pout, That goodnight kiss. You gave one to my grandfather, didn't you? Anastasia scowled, her face screaming, I'm so done. Here we go with the drama again. He argued indignantly. You did it for Laurencia and Damien. She sighed. Duh, they're my blood. Mikhail slumped onto the chilly floor, hugging his knees like a tragic hero. His voice dripped with sorrow. Do I seriously have to be related to get a kiss? She stared at the light in front of her in total disbelief. Wait, that look in his eyes is weirdly intense. I've never actually had one before. She finally caved with a heavy sigh. Fine, I can't exactly ignore the desperate pleas of a 6-year-old child. Anastasia dryly called out, Yo, Mikhail. He scrambled over in a heartbeat. You want me closer? Like, right here? Her hand brushed against the nape of his neck. She cupped Mikhail's surprisingly handsome face and delicately pressed a kiss onto his cheek. Her clear, soft voice resonated. Good night. Mikhail's face turned a brilliant shade of red, his eyes glowing with pure devotion. He whispered, Sweet dreams, baby. See you at sunrise. The maid tucked her in, whispering, Dream of angels, little lady. Anastasia closed her eyes and sank into the plush, cloud-like bed. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide open as she thought, Who am I kidding? I'm not some innocent kid who can just drift off that easily. A faint shimmer of light crept along the dark hallways. Anastasia wondered curiously, I wonder what the secret meeting between Mom, Dad, and the Grand Duke is about. A door groaned open, revealing Enderblang and Jula. She mentally cheered, Found them. They're huddled in the living room. Anastasia narrowed her eyes and whispered into the void, Sorry, Mom and Dad, but it's time for some light eavesdropping. A sharp voice pierced the silence of the room. Are you absolutely certain the Empress is with child? Leventis looked at them with a grim, low-toned intensity. Positive. The word is the heir will arrive this coming spring. Jula's voice trembled with anxiety. In the spring? His stern voice cut through the air. Yes, which means the Empress is already 5 months along. She lowered her head and murmured, It makes sense. It's been 10 years of silence since the wedding. Leventis hoisted his teacup and drained it to kill the tension. He replied, And that's exactly why the Emperor has been so unnervingly quiet lately. He set the cup down with a heavy thud and said gravely, Your entire household has been officially blacklisted by the Emperor. His voice remained chillingly casual. Shouldn't you two have seen this coming from a mile away? Hearing this, Anastasia's eyes went wide. What? A blacklist? Prepared for what? She was burning with questions. Is there some ancient beef between the Emperor and my family? The conversation drifted. My youngest turns 3 soon. Visiting the capital then should be safe, but be careful, especially you, Duchess. She began to piece it together. It seems they're playing a dangerous game with my family. The talk continued. No need to panic yet. How can we not panic in this mess? In her heart, she felt she knew the truth, the bloody path the Emperor took to the throne. Meanwhile, Leventis continued the grim history lesson inside the room. The only reason the Emperor even wears that crown is because... He paused for effect. The Duchess willingly surrendered her birthright. Jula looked at him, her eyes filled with worry. A map materialized in Anastasia's mind. The Persian Empire, my birthplace, was a powder keg right before my mother's marriage. A sprawling, tangled family tree appeared as she focused. The succession war turned into a bloodbath because the previous emperor had too many heirs. Then the image of Jula stepping over the fallen to leave the palace appeared. Anastasia thought, siblings butchering each other for a chair. With her wits, my mother was the sole survivor. She had vanished into the night, carrying a soul full of trauma and scars. She suspected her mother held a deep, burning resentment for the imperial line. Then Jula and Enderblang stepped into the safety of the Duke's mansion. She mused, even with the throne within her grasp, Mother chose to dump the crown and marry Father. The image of a man kneeling to receive the crown flashed in her head. Because of her sacrifice, her half-brother luckily avoided the purge. Laxus became the emperor. But as Anastasia watched the spirit beast sleeping peacefully beside her, she realized that based on Chaco's intel, her mother's sacrifice finally made sense. She analyzed the situation grimly. Laxius clearly knows he's out of his depth, so he's desperately playing politics to keep the high nobility in check. Anastasia's brow furrowed in concentration, and his main target is definitely the Enderblang bloodline. She visualized her family's crest. Beyond her mother's immense influence, the Enderblangs boast one of the most ancient and prestigious lineages in the Persian Empire. She recalled her father's legendary prowess on the battlefield. His singular contributions to the Imperial War over a decade ago made him a living legend. Anastasia's eyes shimmered with apprehension. I assumed the Imperial family would keep their distance as long as we maintained a formal relationship. The vision of a majestic estate flickered in her mind, but after learning about Grand Duke Leventis, I can't shake this unease. The Levantes were once their own empire, but to secure the Persian throne, they traded their sovereignty for a Grand Ducal title. Images of Levantes kneeling in submission. Anastasia fumed inwardly. Technically, the Grand Duke should be the Emperor's most loyal shield, yet he was bullied out of his birthright. Thanks to that power play, my family is trapped in this political deadlock. I have to step up. She shut her eyes, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. To make matters worse, everyone is terrified that the Empress's pregnancy will completely shatter the peace between the throne and the Enderblangs. Anastasia noted grimly that Emperor Laxius is far more ruthless than he lets on. He's a man overflowing with avarice, yet lacks the actual talent to back it up. She exhaled a weary sigh, lamenting the mess. Both sides of this conflict are just a massive, tangled headache. When her eyes snapped open, they blazed with a fierce new light. Her voice was steel. None of that political drama matters, because I'll burn the world down before I let this family fall. Anastasia's consciousness drifted back through the centuries. Civil wars, I've survived dozens of them. It was my 76th life, wasn't it? Back when I was the legendary powerhouse known as CEOYB. She marveled at the irony. After all, those past lives are just ghosts in the machine now. Anastasia thought with a hint of exhaustion. It's already day 4 of Grand Duke Leventis and Mikhail crashing at our place. Mikhail was practically vibrating with energy. One more! Can I get just one more morning kiss? She thought gloomily. Mikhail is a total menace with his constant begging for morning and good-night affection. He stood in her doorway, waving like a golden retriever. Anyway, I'm heading to training. Don't forget, we're hanging out later, okay? She thought dryly, he just drops these demands in bolts before I can even process them. Anastasia let out a soft sigh, secretly baffled. Seriously, why is this kid so obsessed with me? It's honestly unreal. The maids, Anna and Anna, beamed as they began their work. Even if you're not feeling it, the little lady has to look stunning today. It's non-negotiable because today is the young master's big day. She puffed out her cheeks in a tiny pout. When did I ever say I didn't want to dress up? These two are totally delusional. Anna squealed with delight. Oh my, a proper lady belongs in exquisite silk. Anna brandished a lush green evening dress to dazzle her. Exactly. Look, this is the showstopper for the party. Since the young master is a fan of green, we chose this specifically for you. Anastasia stared blankly at the two maids as they continued their frantic babbling. Panic flared in her eyes. Are they seriously treating me like a fussy toddler now? Is this how they see me? The image of Damien's kind smile flashed before her, sparking a riot in her chest. This is a total scam. Brother Damien is my number 1. Anastasia thought irritably. This is all that dummy Mikhail's fault for setting a weird precedent. Meanwhile, Mikhail, mid-sword swing, felt a sudden chill. Huh? She watched the line of guests waiting to present their tributes to Damien. She noted that, compared to the girls' extravagant galas, Damien's birthday was quite low-key. Do they customize these parties based on our vibes? She glided down the stairs, scanning the mountain of presents. It was an endless sea of rare manuscripts and expensive stationery. An announcer's voice boomed, "The Marquis presents a limited edition collection of theological scrolls for your birthday." Damien replied with perfect grace, "My thanks." She saw his polite smile and felt a pang of pity. No matter how much of a bookworm he is, this feels like a mountain of homework. Jula glided over and tapped Enderblang's shoulder, making the Duke jump in a rare moment of clumsiness. Jula suggested with a mysterious smile, "Damien, care to step outside for a moment?" The boy looked at her, his suspicion piqued. "Outside? For what?" Jula escorted Damien toward the courtyard under the watchful eyes of Laurencia, Mikhail, and Anastasia. Anastasia's eyes widened in anticipation. She exhaled softly, a gentle smile touching her lips. Mom and Dad really know how to pull off a surprise. She watched with bated breath. They must have been cooking up something special. Damien stood frozen, his eyes reflecting a shimmering golden light. The boy's face flushed with pure, unadulterated joy. He whispered, "Is this for real?" Enderblang appeared, proudly leading a majestic pony by the reins. Damien stared at the small steed, his voice trembling with shock. "Mom, Dad, did you seriously get me my own pony?" Enderblang replied warmly, "Indeed, because your horsemanship has become truly impressive." Enderblang grinned. "Do you think you can handle the responsibility?" The boy let out an ecstatic shout. "Absolutely! I'll train with the knights every single day." When Leventis cleared his throat, he and Mikhail stepped into the spotlight. "Ahem," he noted with a deadpan expression. "I personally prefer full-sized warhorses." Mikhail replied with equal flatness. "I'm aware." Anastasia watched their awkward exchange, feeling a bit weary. I honestly can't tell if their relationship is a total disaster or just weirdly wholesome. She noted that the Grand Duke and Mikhail were invited to stay through the national anniversary. During those days, she found herself bonding with the old man. In her mind, he stood at her door, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "Little lady?" She paused her reading and looked up, surprised by his presence. He looked almost hopeful. "Would you mind if I gave you a hug?" She felt a tug at her heartstrings, thinking, he always makes a point to find me first. He asked again, "A hug for today as well?" Anastasia realized with a start that his teasing nature was the exact blueprint for Mikhail's behavior. She envisioned him pulling her into a protective embrace. She felt a twinge of melancholy. Today marks the end of their stay. He mentioned he'd be departing after the anniversary donations. Suddenly, while her family laughed, she looked toward the entrance in shock as the priest arrived for the house blessing. Leventis and Mikhail were positioned just a few paces away from her. Anastasia eyed Mikhail's unusually grim face with suspicion. She thought, why does he look like he's about to start a war? A magnificent, high-status carriage pulled up to the manor gates. A herald's voice rang out, "We have arrived at the Enderblang estate, Your Holiness." The Pope emerged from the carriage, his face twisted into an expression of sheer annoyance. He scowled, with a look of pure disgust, muttering to himself, "No matter how often I visit this place, I still find it absolutely revolting." Enderblang greeted him with formal grace. "We appreciate you coming to the manor. We're counting on your sacred blessing." He scanned the room with a sharp, suspicious gaze, his eyes darting as if hunting for something hidden. He asked snidely, "Is that all? By the way, He threw open a chest overflowing with gold coins presented by a servant. With a face twisted by greed, he leered, "Is this the extent of your offering?" Enderblang smiled thinly. "Indeed it is." Anastasia's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Is it even legal for a priest's eyes to light up over cash like that? This rude prick. Plumes of white smoke billowed from a ceremonial golden urn. He huffed and declared pompously, "The baptism is now complete. This mansion is so sprawling, it was actually quite exhausting. Someone get me a tea." Enderblang looked baffled. "Of course." Jula's face was a mask of irritation. She seethed inwardly, thinking, since it's a holiday, my parents are trying to keep the peace, but I can't stand this fake holy parasite. She recalled how he'd completely ghosted the Leventis family earlier, not even granting them a look. She thought, he's been dodging the Grand Duke on purpose. He commanded in a hushed tone, "Set the incense burner right behind that exact spot." He shot a look over his shoulder, his eyes dripping with pure elitist contempt. The chest held by the servant suddenly emitted a flash of blinding radiance. He stepped forward to confront Leventus, asking with peak arrogance, "Has the Grand Duke prepared a token of his sincerity?" The Duke gave a sharp smirk and signaled his servant, who quickly unlatched the lid. He replied, "Naturally, right here." He snatched up a gold coin with a greedy glint, not missing the chance to twist the knife. How fortunate the Grand Duke still remembers to pay his respects to the divine. The Duke countered calmly. Venerating the gods is the bare minimum for anyone dwelling on this continent. The priest closed his eyes and tilted his chin up mockingly, saying, "Indeed, and rest assured the gods are always keeping a very close watch on House Leventus." Anastasia's blood reached a boiling point. At first, I thought he just had a trash personality, but this is crossing a major line. She felt a surge of rage, thinking, he's talking to them as if the Leventis family is beneath his boots. She studied the Leventis family, who remained eerily silent. But why? Anastasia saw Mikhail standing there with his head hung in forced submission. Why are they just taking this disrespect lying down? The priest's expression hardened into something far more severe. He reached out as if to pat Mikhail's head, saying, "The temple cannot simply ignore the Grand Duke's immense sincerity." A harsh surge of white light erupted from the center of his palm. Anastasia gasped in horror, thinking, "Is he insane? Did he actually just snap?" Mikhail went deathly pale, his jaw clenched as he fought to suppress a scream. She panicked. Mikhail's magic is still unstable. This divine power is just pure agony for him. He pulled his hand away and mocked, "Oh, young Duke, it seems you are still unable to harmonize with divine energy." He wore a smile of unadulterated disdain. "But don't fret. Perhaps one day the gods will finally deign to embrace you." Leventus placed a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder, a silent anchor in the storm. Anastasia white-knuckled the fabric of her dress in sheer horror. No matter how much clout the Holy Kingdom has, how does a low-level priest dare to act this insolent toward a Grand Duke? She remembered the Duke's quiet tea drinking last night, thinking, even if he knows he's the Emperor's biggest headache. She watched the Duke lead Mikhail past the Pope with quiet dignity, calculating, this has to be connected to the current political stalemate. She thought of Mikhail's radiant smile whenever he saw her. They aren't just high-ranking nobles, they're human. He'd once shouted, "Let's go check out those blooms over there." An image of the Grand Duke hugging her and checking if she was warm enough flashed by. She realized, these people are my people. They're basically family. She seethed with fury, and yet this hack is tormenting them right in front of me. He held his teacup like royalty. This blend is surprisingly decent. She gritted her teeth. How can I let this gold-digging fraud act so high and mighty? He asked casually, "So, about that extra donation to the temple?" Enderblang gave a pained, forced smile. "I'll give it some thought," she thought sharply. Fat chance. She scowled with an icy resolve, thinking, I'm going to find out exactly what gives this clown the audacity to flex with such mediocre power. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous light. I'm going to make sure his exit from this mansion is anything but graceful. A faint blue spark crackled across the handle of the teacup. His grip failed, and the scalding tea splashed everywhere. In a panic, he let out a shrill scream. Hot! It's burning me! Jula snapped at the staff. Get some cold water in here immediately. Right away, milady. He balled his fists, barely containing his fury. Forget it. My work here is done. I'll return to the temple to serve the Lord. Right then, a servant burst in with a full bucket. The entire bucket of water slammed directly into him. Tea stains bloomed as the water drenched him to the bone. He stood there, frozen in utter shock. The room went bone-chillingly still. The silence was deafening, as if a bad omen had just landed on everyone's head. Jula quickly covered her eyes in second-hand embarrassment. The Pope's face turned a violent, glowing shade of crimson. Shaking with a mix of rage and humiliation, he stammered, I shall take my leave now. But Anastasia just let out a cold huff. She raised her fingertips, a sharp blue light gathering at the tips. She thought, that was just the appetizer. A voice asked, Are you all right? He let out a muffled groan and hissed, I'm fine. He forced a pale, shaky smile. Anyway, if you ever need spiritual guidance, don't hesitate. The gods never ignore those who pay. Those with sincerity. She crossed her arms, fuming. Unbelievable. He's still trying to shake us down after all that? This guy has zero shame. She thought with cold fury. I wasn't going to go nuclear, but he's officially beyond redemption. A violent gale suddenly whipped his hair back. He blanched and whispered, "This wind, it's too much." Jula and Enderblank stared at the sky in total bewilderment. Leventes also tilted his head, scanning the turbulent sky with a sharp gaze. A violent, sudden whirlwind snatched something up and hurled it high into the atmosphere. The priest, now completely bald and deathly pale, stared at his scalp floating away. He shrieked in total hysteria, "No, my hair! Come back!" The wig danced on the breeze, drifting further and further into the blue. She smirked. "Looks like it's heading for a divine meeting." He collapsed to his knees, wailing piteously, "My piece! My precious wig!" She wore a look of pure satisfaction, musing, "I guess greed really does rot you from the scalp down." The two servants offered a deep bow as the carriage rattled away from the manor. One of them finally lost the battle and exploded into a fit of giggles. Anna and Anna were doubled over, clutching their stomachs in hysterical laughter. "I can't believe that holy man was rocking a chrome dome." The entire staff was trembling, barely containing the chaos. The gossip mill ignited instantly. A man of God shouldn't be hiding a secret like that. "I heard he shaves the top just to spite the wind." Anastasia pictured the Pope's new look and started shaking with silent laughter herself. Mikhail gazed at her tenderly and whispered, "Can I hold your hand, baby?" The chatter around them faded into the background. "It's freezing, let's retreat inside." "Yes, milady." "Bring Lara in as well." In her mind, she gasped, "Mikhail!" Anastasia tilted her head back to meet his eyes. She caught the soft smile playing on his lips and thought, at least his spirit isn't completely broken. But she couldn't erase the image of his hollow expression from earlier. She'd been genuinely rattled seeing him look so drained of life. She reached out her tiny, delicate hand and looped it around his finger. Mikhail was so stunned, his cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson. He chirped, "You're actually reaching for me first today?" As they strolled, his tone shifted to a calm, serious register. "Actually, about that priest's little performance." His voice tightened with lingering tension. "He claimed divine power is for healing. But I've felt it from others before, and I loathe it. It feels like pure agony." Anastasia looked up at him, her skepticism written all over her face. "They call that purification?" Worry gnawed at her. Forcing raw divine energy into a normal person is a nightmare. For someone with volatile magic like Mikhail, it's nothing short of a torture session. He brightened up instantly. "But even with that priest's messy energy, I feel weirdly at peace just standing next to you." Anastasia was floored. He sensed her mana. His magical sensitivity is far more advanced than I realized. Mikhail's voice broke through her thoughts. "Baby." His gaze was brimming with pure, unadulterated devotion. "I feel like the world could end, and I'd be fine as long as you're here." Anastasia's eyes went wide, caught off guard by his sudden intensity. Reflecting on her past, it finally clicked. "I get it now. Seeing him suffer like that hurts because he's a mirror of my old self. Someone who let fate be the excuse for every injustice they endured." Anastasia tightened her grip on his hand and declared with quiet strength, "I've got your back, Mikhail. I'll protect you." In the depths of her soul, she vowed, "I will be your shield." He stared at her, completely thunderstruck. Anastasia mused calmly to herself, "My list of people to safeguard is getting longer, but what's one more life to handle?" Mikhail's face turned a deep shade of red as he whispered, "Thank you, baby. Truly." Leventis noted, with a hint of gravity, "The year is ending. You'll be swamped until you depart for the capital." Enderblang replied smoothly, "It's manageable. We're just narrowing down playmate candidates." He shot a worried glance toward Mikhail. "We're in the same boat. I'm just not sure anyone is brave enough to handle my boy." Anastasia narrowed her eyes, thinking with a frown, "They're Grand Ducal royalty, and they're still struggling to find him a single friend?" She considered the concept. Playmates. It's standard for nobles to hire children for their heirs. It's basically a high-end charity gig where kids get an elite education and a paycheck. A fancy work-study for the tiny elite. She thought of the hordes of applicants desperate to be near Laurencia and Damien. She noted with a smirk, "Applications for my siblings are through the roof. It's the opportunity of a lifetime." She looked at his lonely, somber silhouette and realized with a pang of pity, but everyone is more terrified of Mikhail than I imagined. A sudden, booming voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "Sweetie!" Anastasia blinked up at Duke Leventus, who had dropped to one knee before her. He asked softly, "Mind if I snag one last hug before I head out?" He gently gathered her into a warm, protective embrace. He murmured with a trace of anxiety, "Our little one is so tiny, and I know that boy can be a real handful." His voice was thick with unspoken hope, but it would truly be a miracle if you two could look out for one another. A wave of sadness hit her. Even if he hides it behind a stern mask, the Grand Duke is clearly terrified for Mikhail's future. Leventus stood up and nodded casually. "Well then, until our paths cross again." Mikhail beamed, waving like his life depended on it. "See you soon, little lady. Don't forget me." The carriage slowly shrank into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust. She felt a quiet sense of accomplishment. All in all, this meeting was a win. She recalled the mountains of paperwork bearing her parents' desks. Time moved in a blur. Between the New Year preparations and the house playmates, her parents were working overtime, even making sure the staff got their holiday bonuses. Today, Anastasia sat perched in the carriage, watching the world slide by. After a month of frantic prep, the journey to the capital finally kicked off in early December. Laurencia pouted, her voice dripping with sadness. "Mom, why did Dad have to stay behind?" She remembered the Duke's tearful, dramatic farewell. She replied with a wry smile, "Your father is a Duke, Lara. He has a mountain of chores to finish before he can join the fun." Her voice was a soothing balm. "Besides, since you're still so little, that long journey might have made you feel sick." The girl's voice was a disappointed whimper. "This is zero fun." The carriage ground to a halt within the depths of the pitch-black forest. Laurencia was fast asleep, her head resting peacefully on Damien's lap. A faint blue glow flickered on her fingertip. She mused with a hint of caution. "Even with the Duke's elite knights on guard, I should probably deploy a protective barrier once night falls, right?" A shimmering blue defensive dome materialized, completely enveloping the carriage. She felt a wave of satisfaction. Fortunately, our 3-week expedition proceeded without any major setbacks. The two sentries traded puzzled glances. Strange, not a single beast in sight. Yeah, my blade is actually starting to rust. She realized that today marked the final leg of their journey. Jula announced with a thrill, "Children, look, I believe the capital is finally coming into view." Laurencia erupted in a joyful cheer. "No way, really?" The little girl scrambled to peer out the window. "Lara wants the first look at the capital," Jula urged frantically. "Careful, Laurencia, stay inside." As Anastasia watched the gusts whip past the glass, she pondered, "The breeze in the capital is certainly biting, but it's not entirely unbearable." Dark memories from her countless past lives began to resurface. She thought with a prickle of anxiety, "For some reason, I have this sickeningly familiar gut feeling. There's likely a mountain of trouble waiting for me." Mom Jula beamed with pride. "Welcome to my hometown, kids." Her voice resonated deeply within Anastasia's mind. Mom's roots. So this is where it all began for Mother. The carriage slowly rolled toward the towering castle gates. She felt a spark of intrigue. Surely this place holds plenty of fascinating secrets. The following morning, the brilliant sunlight unveiled the magnificent and sophisticated architecture of the capital manor. The rhythm of approaching footsteps grew louder. A voice called out, "Mom, we're all set!" A pair of adorable bear ears popped up on the children's heads. Anastasia, Laurencia, and Damien were all decked out in cloaks featuring bear-eared hoods. Jula couldn't help but squeal with delight. "Oh my goodness, you guys are absolutely precious." She suggested with a bright smile, "Now, let's go explore. The city streets are magical during the year-end festivities." She noted to herself, Mom is totally hyped. She mentioned it's been ages since she walked these streets. She placed a gentle hand on Laurencia's shoulder and whispered, "Watch your step, okay?" She felt a lingering sense of unease, yet Anastasia scrutinized Jula's disguise from head to toe, thinking, an unassuming, weathered carriage stripped of the Duke's crest and a thick veil to mask Mom's identity. A thought echoed, Anastasia, this is clearly more than just a casual outing. Grand ancient structures loomed before them. She observed, the commercial district here is packed with massive boutiques that completely eclipse the Duke's territory. Laurentia shrieked with glee, "Look! A tiger! Sasa's absolute favorite!" Damien gave a knowing nod. Spot on. Anastasia is obsessed with that plush tiger her big brother got her. Then Jula suggested softly, "Let's step inside and browse for a bit." Anastasia shot her a skeptical look. Just a simple shopping trip? Really? She watched her mother and siblings, her mind racing. After enduring nearly 100 chaotic lives, I've learned to assume everything has a hidden agenda. At the fourth boutique, Laurencia clutched a stunning crimson ribbon and pleaded, "Mom, Lara absolutely needs this ribbon." She countered gently, "You've already picked out 2 items today, Lara." She exhaled, her eyes narrowing behind a playful smile. Typical. She's only this disciplined when she wants something. The girl persisted, "But this isn't for Lara to wear." She asked curiously, "Then who is the lucky recipient?" The little girl's voice chirped, "I want to give it to Sasa." She let out a soft gasp of surprise. The girl began to explain with adorable gravity, "Sasa never asks for a single thing. As her big sister, it's my duty to look out for her." Both Anastasia and Jula were left completely speechless. Shock flickered in her eyes as she processed the moment. Amidst the heartwarming scene, she whispered to herself, "Total cinnamon roll." Anastasia marveled, "She's always putting me first. I'd honestly prefer if she just spoiled herself more." A voice suddenly chirped, "Oh, heavens." The shopkeeper looked at the girl with shimmering eyes and said, "What a sweetheart. I'll give you a massive discount on this ribbon, so please take it." The girl beamed. "Really? Lara's taking it." She thought in disbelief, "Well, that was easy." Laurencia snatched up the ribbon and raced over. Anastasia thought with a resigned smile, "I guess I have no choice but to accept this gift with grace. Sasa!" The staff member cupped her face and grinned warmly. She gushed, "You must be so blessed to have such precious children, ma'am." She smiled back, her tone light and airy. "I'm just thankful they're growing up healthy and strong." The staff's next comment made her brow furrow. "I hope the king and queen are blessed with a child soon, too." Anastasia froze upon hearing those words, her mind swarming with suspicion. Wait, isn't the queen already expecting? She recalled her conversation with Grand Duke Leventis. She began to piece it together. Royal news might be slow to reach the masses, but the queen is due this spring. By now, this should be common knowledge. The Grand Duke isn't the type to spread hollow gossip. Jula cheerfully guided the trio out of the boutique. She frowned, a flicker of genuine worry crossing her features. Damien glanced back at her, his expression filled with surprise. The boy asked with a touch of concern, "Is something bothering you, Mom?" She looked momentarily tense before quickly smoothing it over. "It's nothing. Just the strange nostalgia of being back in the capital after all this time." But Anastasia watched her closely, theorizing, "It seems Mom is also spiraling over the secrecy of the Queen's pregnancy." She stared blankly at a powder pink hat held before her. Following that, we hit several other tailors. Damien said enthusiastically, "Let me get this hat for you." Anastasia was suddenly consumed by dark thoughts. Even if the rumors are suppressed, a royal pregnancy after all these years should be headline news. Why is there a total media blackout? The carriage came to a halt at the mansion gates. She mused, and just like that, the night of the New Year's gala arrived, bringing my unanswered questions with it. A hand tightened around a formal invitation. A voice muttered, "They've even requested the presence of children, despite the late hour." Laurencia, Damien, and Anastasia were perched upon the velvet sofa. The tiny lady let out a drowsy yawn, her eyelids drooping as she pondered dejectedly what her brother was scheming. A massive chandelier flooded the grand hall with brilliance. Countless young noble lords and ladies were fluttering about, their laughter echoing merrily through the chamber. A herald's voice boomed as her entire family began their descent under the shimmering lights, announcing the arrival of the House of Enderblang. The noblewomen chirped excitedly. "Oh my, Duke, you finally graced the capital with your presence. It's been ages. We've been dying to see you. We sent invitations last year and the year prior." That morning, Anastasia's eyes widened as she scanned the crowd. She mused to herself, "I didn't expect such a warm, almost thirsty reception from these elites." She glanced up at Jula's graceful smile, her curiosity piqued. "I was also taken aback that Mother is still addressed as Princess rather than Duchess, despite being the sole recipient of that title back then." She replied with cool composure, "My children are still quite young, so we intended to wait a few more years before making our return." The crowd erupted in protest. "Perish the thought!" A young lady giggled behind her fan. "We feared we'd never lay eyes on your precious children. Just hearing your voice is enough to make my heart flutter." Today, Anastasia tilted her head, observing Damien and Laurencia. She thought, even though we're just kids, they're treating us with the reverence reserved for the imperial line. A chilling suspicion took root in Anastasia's mind. Is it possible these nobles have no idea the queen is actually expecting? A voice thundered through the hall. Every head snapped toward the entrance. The bridge between magic and divinity, the rightful sovereign of the Persian kingdom, King Laxius and his queen have arrived. Anastasia narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharpening. Time to see exactly what cards the emperor is playing. A man draped in the most opulent noble finery stood before the gathered masses. Laxius wore a triumphant grin as he announced, "I see the cream of society has assembled." He cast a delighted, knowing glance toward the woman at his side. Dolores stepped into the light, her heavily pregnant silhouette clearly defined. She offered the room a serene, calculated smile. Every eye in the hall was instantly glued to her swollen midsection. His voice rang out, "For today is a day for the entire kingdom of Bourdain to rejoice as one." To the rhythm of elegant music and blinding lights, Queen Dolores looked the picture of blissful motherhood. She caressed her prominent baby bump, putting it on full display to be worshipped by every citizen of the Persian kingdom. Shocked whispers rippled through the room. Dolores's belly. She's been a ghost lately. Is the queen truly carrying an heir? The collective gaze of the nobility shifted toward the high dais where the king and Duke Enderblang now stood. Enderblang gave a formal stiff bow and offered a rehearsed smile. "It seems you've finally been blessed with a child." "My sincerest congratulations, Your Majesty." Emperor Laxius's grin turned smug. I knew a sharp man like Enderblang would clock it the second he saw Dolores. At long last, we have an heir for the kingdom of Bergen. The moment Emperor Laxius confirmed the news, the hushed gossip died instantly, replaced by a heavy, doubt-filled silence as nobles exchanged wary looks. Meanwhile, the sycophants at the front kept the cheers alive. Hooray! Below, the courtiers hung on every word as the emperor proclaimed, "This is a glorious omen. The kingdom can finally breathe easy now that the throne has a successor." A lady standing behind Princess Jula edged forward, her face a mask of hesitation and utter confusion. Please, forgive the intrusion." But little Anastasia caught the shift in their eyes. Her cute face barely hid her mounting annoyance. Such an instant flip in energy. Did the emperor hide this pregnancy just to bait my family into this reaction? She studied the royal couple's curated plastic smiles and realized, these two are going to be a much bigger headache than I anticipated. Suddenly, Anastasia felt a piercing stare. It felt like Queen Dolores's eyes were locked onto her like a heat-seeking missile. Anastasia turned her head, a frown creasing her brow. Did she just... Even across the crowded hall, she felt the impact. There's no doubt, we just locked eyes. Emperor Laxius abruptly pivoted his attention toward Anastasia with a forced, jovial warmth. "Come forward, Anastasia. Dolores mentioned your cousin is dying to greet you." Princess Jula moved to her side and took her daughter's hand, smiling gently, though her grip tightened in a silent warning. "Sasa, come with mommy." She looked up and whispered, "Yes," while her mind raced. Why the sudden spotlight? What's the catch? Anastasia couldn't shake the dark thought. They're trying to back me into a corner and flex their power. Her clear, faux innocent eyes drifted up to the queen. Dolores spoke with agonizing slow deliberation. "Little one, I have decided to bestow a most prestigious role upon you." A wicked glint danced in her eyes as she spat out each syllable. "From this moment on, you shall serve your unborn cousin as their royal playmate." Anastasia's brows shot up in genuine surprise. "Wait, what? A playmate?" The surrounding noble families immediately devolved into a beehive of frantic gossip. Indignant murmurs filled the air. "He said playmate. He's demoting the little lady to a servant? That's an insult to her rank." Though they spoke in hushed tones, Anastasia heard it all. "That's a pity job for peasant kids. How dare they insult Enderblang's daughter like this?" A surge of cold resentment washed over Anastasia. A playmate is a charity case for commoners to fund their schooling. Is she implying my family is so broke we can't educate our own? Jula's grip was like iron, her hand trembling violently as she struggled to keep her maternal rage from exploding. Her eyes blazed with pure, unmitigated fury. "I've had just about enough of this." The emperor remained perched on his throne with a mask of cold indifference, seemingly unbothered by the insults being hurled at his own niece. Anastasia glanced at her mother and thought, Mom is about to go nuclear, and honestly, same. The little lady's brain went into overdrive. Since we're in the heart of the palace with the world watching, a flat refusal is too messy. Time for the ultimate weapon. Playing dumb like a clueless toddler, she shyly covered her mouth and chirped, "What's that?" The emperor's face instantly contorted with rage. How dare you speak so flippantly in the presence of your king? Anastasia smirked internally, her eyes dancing with mischief. Rude? You expect a 3-year-old to have a PhD in etiquette? Yet she kept up the act, tilting her head innocently. Rude? She gloated silently. I'm playing the toddler card on purpose. What are you going to do? Arrest a baby? Suddenly, a crisp voice sliced through the tension. I believe the young lady is simply inquiring about the duties this playmate role entails, Your Majesty. Anastasia blinked, stunned. That voice belongs to... The emperor's gaze whipped toward the newcomer. I am certain our merciful sovereign has already grasped the child's true meaning. Anastasia's heart skipped a beat. It's Mikhail, the young lion of Leventis. The boy spoke with a chillingly polite confidence. Nearby, his father, Grand Duke Leventis, was massaging his temples as if a massive headache had just arrived. Your Majesty, I've come forward with a burning curiosity. Since I am but a child, would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Watching the confrontation with a mere snot-nosed brat, the emperor chuckled with arrogance. Fine then. Despite his youth, Mikhail exuded an eerie maturity. He raised a lecturing finger toward Laxius. If Lady Anastasia is the daughter of a princess, doesn't she possess the divine right to be a princess herself? Laxius instantly dismissed him with a booming, mocking laugh. Absurd! The only one entitled to be called a princess is Jula. Mikhail cast a sharp, questioning glance toward Jula. Is that the case? Jula beamed with motherly pride. Indeed, for I alone was officially bestowed that title by the crown. She maintained a radiant smile while adding, however, since honorary titles are hereditary for my lineage, Anastasia is fully eligible for the title of princess. At those words, Laxius's expression soured instantly, and he lunged to his feet in a fit of pique. Mikhail, wearing a mask of pure innocence, pressed his interrogation. Then how can Lady Anastasia be a playmate when she's qualified for royalty? The social disparity is simply too vast. The emperor's face turned livid with suppressed fury. Unable to choke back his rage, he roared, How dare you insult my heir? He will be the crown prince, the most exalted soul in this empire. Mikhail tapped his chin with a mockingly pensive look. So, you admit the crown prince requires a high-status companion due to his rank? Laxius immediately snapped, Precisely. In a sudden shift, Mikhail tucked his hands behind his back before bowing solemnly. Then, by that logic, I could also serve as the crown prince's playmate, couldn't I? Laxius was absolutely fuming, trapped by his own twisted logic. He bellowed a desperate command, Forget the playmates! All of you, get out of my sight! Anastasia was left stunned, her mind racing. I wonder why the emperor felt so utterly threatened by a boy like Mikhail. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Ah, High Priest, you've arrived. From his elevated dais, Laxius addressed the High Priest with a jarringly submissive tone. Please, bestow your holy blessing upon my unborn child. Anastasia watched Mikhail's retreating silhouette, her mind swarming with doubt. If Mikhail was truly dabbling in the shadows, I would have sensed it. This feels like a total frame-up. She recalled the High Priest's entrance and began to theorize. Thinking back to that low-level priest, if someone has enough clout to manipulate both the emperor and the high nobility... While Anastasia was lost in her deductions, Mikhail suddenly appeared at her side. His face was flushed with a hopeful smile, clearly fishing for a compliment. I crushed it, didn't I? But Anastasia gave him the cold shoulder, scowling inwardly. Not even close. Who asked you to play the hero and put a target on your own back? Just then, Mikhail's father approached and gripped his shoulder, making the boy break into a cold sweat. She couldn't shake the sadness. The way he masked the tension as if it's nothing, it's heartbreaking. Following the outburst, Mikhail stood with his head hung low, bracing for his father's impending wrath. Suddenly, Jula pivoted, physically shielding Anastasia from the uncomfortable sight. She knelt down and pulled Anastasia into a warm embrace, stroking her hair. My sweet Anastasia, that must have been terrifying for you. Secretly, Jula was also spiraling. Why would the Grand Duke involve his grandson in this mess? And how did the palace think they could get away with insulting an Enderblang? Mother and daughter locked eyes, both deep in thought. Anastasia mused, Both the crown prince and the princess have a claim. This power struggle is just getting started. The throne, that golden chair. Do they really think I value such trivial trinkets? If I felt like it, I could bring this entire world to its knees. Anastasia looked into Jula's eyes and saw her own fire reflected. Jula glared toward the royals, her fury simmering. How dare they use my family for their petty games? If they keep pushing, I'll show them no mercy. The tension-filled atmosphere of the New Year's Gala finally dissipated as guests trickled toward the exits. A flurry of invitations was scattered throughout the manor. Most were transparent ploys. The mansion was flooded with mail, but 90% of it was just shallow flattery and social climbing. Jula fanned out the cards before Anastasia. Look, Sasa, aren't these pretty? You can play with them all you want. It's good to learn how the world works while you're little. The invitations became mere toys for the kids. Anastasia grabbed one, thinking, the real power moves are being sorted privately by my parents. This one, it's an invite from the Hepatone family. She stood rooted to the spot, analyzing the card. My parents only let us play with these because these families have zero tactical value. Which crest is this? I need to build a database of info. Chaco would be living for this drama. A flash of something elegant in the distance suddenly caught Anastasia's sharp eye. It was a set of cards far more opulent than the rest. One in particular boasted exquisite craftsmanship. But the wax seal, is this an official summons from the royal family? She scanned the contents. To Duchess Enderblang, I am deeply pained by the events of the gala. I seek a swift reconciliation. As a mother-to-be, my heart aches for understanding. I didn't expect the queen to make the first move. A tea party for education? Please, that's the oldest excuse in the book. While she was dissecting the trap, the card was snatched from her tiny fingers. Jula spoke with a forced sweetness. Sorry, darling, this one is off limits for playtime. Anastasia watched her mother, realizing Jula was now backed into a corner. I wonder what venom the queen has brewed for this particular meeting. Polished noble slippers and the rustle of a princess gown that grazed the floor. Jula took Anastasia's hand, leading her with a firm, protective grip into the lion's den. Before them sat Dolores and two other socialites already entrenched at the tea table. Welcome, Princess Jula. Jula offered a flawlessly stiff bow. Greetings to the Queen of Persia, the gods' chosen mediator. Oh, please, no need for such cold formalities between us. The queen wore a plastic smile that didn't reach her eyes. Sit, sit. Everyone is eager to see you. I had no idea you were enduring such hardships lately. That remark instantly set off Jula's internal alarms. Hardships? Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Dolores let the bait hang in the air with casual cruelty. I heard a deluge of incredibly rude letters regarding the gala were sent to your home. You must be quite distressed. She added with a pointed look, I feel such profound regret for how things looked in public. So, Princess, surely we can just bury this little hatchet, right? Anastasia stood by, watching Dolores with pure annoyance. Is she for real? She expects total forgiveness without even uttering the words, I'm sorry. Jula didn't flinch, mirroring the queen's fake enthusiasm with a chilling smile. I'm afraid I haven't the slightest clue what you're implying, Your Majesty. Viscountess Daenerys leaned in, whispering something into Dolores' ear with a furtive glance. A moment later, the queen displayed a radiant but utterly hollow expression. Precisely. There is no reason for us to remain at odds. Suddenly, Jula's demeanor shifted to pure, icy steel. Actually, if we're letting things go, let's lay them bare so everyone here is on the same page. Her eyes turned razor sharp, as if she were ready to tear Dolores apart. Tell me exactly. What is it you expect me to forgive? She was so paralyzed by Jula's gaze that she began to stammer, her voice failing her. About last time... Dolores white-knuckled the fabric of her gown, reminding herself that as queen, she should keep it classy. But despite her simmering rage, she knew a public apology was mandatory. What I'm trying to say is, I wish to offer my apologies to the little lady. I want to emphasize that none of it was intentional, Princess Jula. But Jula remained relentless, pressing her interrogation until she extracted a straight answer. You claim it wasn't intentional. Are you suggesting the crown simply made a clumsy mistake? Dolores flashed a strained, plastic smile, her internal fury reaching a breaking point. Precisely. That is exactly the point I wish to make. Jula let out a weary sigh. The air in the tea room had become thick and suffocatingly tense. She delivered a sharp correction to Dolores' etiquette while maintaining a flawless, icy smile. Owning up to a blunder only after being cornered isn't exactly peak royal behavior, Your Majesty. Having her lack of class exposed, the queen felt so humiliated she wanted the floor to swallow her whole. As you noted, we are family, so I'll trust such accidents won't be repeated. Rest assured, there won't be a next time. The surrounding noblewomen traded glances, realizing that Princess Jula's influence was truly a force to be reckoned with. Dolores rose abruptly to abandon the tea table, with Viscountess Danae scurrying at her heels. An urgent matter has arisen. I must excuse myself for a moment. The second the queen vanished, the remaining ladies began showering Jula with desperate flattery. Princess. The young lady was the very picture of grace and poise that day. Anastasia watched the spectacle with a stone-cold expression. The moment the queen bolts, the sycophants start kissing up. Do they think I'm blind to their games? Jula set her teacup down onto the saucer with a deliberate, haunting clink. She threw a biting question at the pair of them. Tell me, do you neglect the education of your own children as well? The brown-haired noblewoman froze in her tracks. What are you implying, Your Highness? Jula spoke her mind with lethal calm. I mean, a person must be taught how to sincerely apologize for the wreckage they leave behind. This caused the woman's face to drain of color, replaced by sheer terror. If your daughters were this cowardly in the future, you wouldn't let them off the hook either, right? The brown-haired lady scrambled to apologize. We were out of line, Princess. Anastasia sighed internally, wishing they'd found their common sense sooner. Forgive us, Princess. We shouldn't have been so reckless with our words. She stared at Dolores' vacant chair, wondering why her mother hadn't just played nice. By the way, hasn't the queen been gone for ages? It's pretty sketchy for a host to ditch their own party this long. Anastasia decided it was time to do some reconnaissance and see what was really going down. Outside, Dolores was mid-meltdown, screaming at Danae in a blind rage. I did exactly what you plotted, yet everything is blowing up in my face. Please, lower your voice, Your Majesty. She ignored the plea, her voice reaching a fever pitch. I wanted to humble her. She needs to remember that I'm the one who holds the cards here. Danae hissed a warning. Quiet, Your Majesty. If you're overheard, the rumors will paint you as a common savage. The second the insult landed, Dolores snapped shut and glared Danae straight in the eye. Every word of their venomous exchange reached Anastasia's ears clearly. One was the queen, but who was her accomplice? Ah, the green-haired woman who followed her out. She demanded Danae fix the mess. I put my faith in your schemes, and now I've been shamed in front of everyone. What's the next move, Countess Danae? The memory of a specific letter flashed through Anastasia's mind. Now I remember. Danae. She's the snake who penned that pathetic letter. A green shield bearing a horse crest, the mark of a royal aide. She was the queen's childhood bestie and the mastermind who helped her seize the throne. Rumor has it she secured her countess title through pure ruthlessness. The queen is totally dependent on her. Countess Danae laid out their dark strategy with chilling composure. Relax, Your Majesty, I have a fallback. Everyone knows the Ender Blangs spoil their kids, especially the youngest. Wouldn't it be trivial to control the older siblings if we force a marriage between the youngest and one of our own pawns? As she eavesdropped, Anastasia's face hardened into a mask of grim determination. Are you serious? The tea party isn't even over and they're already plotting a forced marriage? But the palace was crawling with eyes. In the distance, a maid approached and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I've been searching for you. The princess was preparing to take her leave. Watching the queen scramble back, Anastasia smirked inwardly. Whatever half-baked plot you're cooking, just try it. I'm going to dismantle your world. Dolores reappeared, putting on a front of hesitant concern. Surely you aren't leaving so soon. She turned to the pair and put on her best performance. Princess Jula, I am truly remorseful and pray you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Her face shifted into a mask of pure manipulative innocence. In the spring, I'll be a mother too. I have no mentor to guide me except the esteemed Princess Jula. With wide, shimmering eyes, she pleaded, So Princess, please bring the little ones to the palace often. Let's make this a weekly tradition. It's my one small request. Jula offered a polite smile that carried a clear no. I appreciate the sentiment, Your Majesty, but my daughter is still far too young for such frequent social tax. What? Hearing the rejection, the queen stood paralyzed, unable to process the no. Jula took her daughter's hand and spoke with effortless grace. I trust your kind invitation is proof that your majesty deeply respects the house of Enderblang. Caught in her own trap, the queen flustered, stammering, Of course, that goes without saying. You are the emperor's only sister after all. Countess Danae stood nearby, her face a mask of barely concealed irritation. Anastasia felt a surge of pity for them, thinking, plot all you want, but my mom is way out of your league. She recalled the fallout her mother usually endured. These vultures would keep pestering her even if she ignored them. It was Jula who always had to shoulder the burden of their pettiness. Meanwhile, back in the private chambers, the sound of shattering glass echoed alongside Dolores's hysterical shrieks. You promised it would work. Are you just going to let them walk all over me forever? What about the disrespect I'm enduring? Think of everything I've given you. Countess Danae trembled, whimpering, I'm so sorry. Is that all your mouth is good for? Apologizing? They had no clue Anastasia was listening to every word. She thought grimly, no matter how much I see of her, there's nothing but a demon under that crown. Is it even healthy to be this toxic while pregnant? Suddenly, a maid entered to interrupt the silence. Milady, the queen has dispatched yet another invitation. Again? Jula muttered, clearly fed up. Anastasia spoke up firmly. Mom. At the sound of her daughter's voice, Jula's expression softened instantly. She cooed, My darling Anastasia, are you tired? Shall I sing you a lullaby? As she began to sing, the lingering rage from the tea party made the gentle song sound eerily mechanical and ominous. Her mother's lullaby had devolved into a flat, monotone drone. She balled her tiny fists, her face set with fierce resolve. Enough is enough. Playing defense isn't working. I need to take the offensive before Mom burns out. Their schemes are amateur hour, but mine will be legendary. Anastasia summoned her spirit beast and issued its directive. It chirped back with eyes glowing in excitement. Chaco is on the case. This is lit. I usually roast sinners in hellfire, but the Demon King is honestly too soft. As it spoke, it wagged its tail and pulled a cute act, fishing for a treat. Excellent work. You're a natural at sowing discord. Way more efficient than waiting for the Demon King to snap. Hearing the praise, she flashed a cunning smirk and thought, precisely. It's far more satisfying to watch them tear each other apart from the inside. It was a lethal strategy for both of them. I still couldn't fathom why the queen used the term playmate. Wasn't that just a fancy word for a child slave? Looking into the history of the queen and Countess Danae, the dynamic makes sense. The queen actually started her career as Danae's lowly servant. The daughter of a disgraced knightly house, she managed to bewitch a powerless member of the royal family. Nobody predicted Laxius would actually seize the throne, so she was crowned queen without a second thought. It seemed Danae didn't give a damn at the time. However, thanks to my mother's intervention, Laxius survived and took the crown. Danae was livid when the power dynamic flipped, while the queen lived in terror of her past leaking. So, she kept Danae close as an aide just to keep her on a leash. They are both still rotting with deep-seated inferiority complexes toward one another. With just one little nudge from me, it's only a matter of time before their fragile bridge of trust collapses. Truly such predictable mid-tier enemies. While she was plotting, Chaco chimed in, Just bet on Chaco. Everything will be wrapped up before spring, Demon King. She chuckled and gave it a head pat. Fair enough. I'm putting my chips on you, Chaco. 2 weeks later, at the gala celebrating the 8th month of the royal pregnancy, Anastasia was making her rounds with her family when Chaco suddenly swooped in. Demon King! The Demon King said, if we're doing this, it has to be flashy, dramatic, and absolutely chaotic, right? Hearing this, she thought blankly, hold up, when did I ever say that? It puffed out his chest. So Chaco cooked up a massive legendary surprise. Since I'm the Demon King's right hand, it had to be on a global scale. Suddenly, her face paled. A few beads of sweat formed as she thought, I'm low-key nervous, but also kind of hyped for the fallout. Then she pivoted toward the grand hall. Let's see if Chaco's surprises are actually worth the hype. A high-ranking noble approached and interrogated. I heard the funding for this entire project has been pulled. Is that the truth? Danae's face went ghost white with shock. What? Instantly, the crowd caught wind and erupted into an uproar swarming her. Is it true? I only invested because of your hype, Countess Danae, so what's the deal? She stammered in a panic. Wait, where is this coming from? Suddenly, a figure stepped out and sneered, I heard the land we were promised actually belongs to someone else entirely. Wasn't that territory a gift from the queen? Word on the street is you've completely lost her favor lately. Looks like Danae has finally been tossed to the wolves. Hearing this, one man in the mob demanded furiously, "How do you plan to compensate us for this disaster?" Before he could finish, Danae turned tail and bolted. The crowd roared, "Get back here, Countess Danae!" Meanwhile, as the queen was holding court, Danae barged in like a hurricane and shrieked, sending her into an immediate panic. "Dolores, how dare you stab me in the back like this?" In a shadowed corner, the mischievous Princess Anastasia and her familiar Chaco watched the drama unfold. She praised, "He scripted this masterpiece perfectly." She glanced at Chaco, unable to suppress a proud grin. As expected of my familiar, Chaco let out a smug, satisfied snort. Below, Dolores stood with arms crossed, her face a mask of cold fury. "The audacity! What do you think you're playing at, Countess Danae?" Danae balled her fists, struggling to contain her exploding rage. "What am I playing at?" The two glared at each other as sparks flew, hurling accusations and venom. "That's exactly what I want to ask you, Dolores. How dare you address the queen of an empire so flippantly? Childhood friend or not, you've crossed a line." Dolores snarled, "Don't tempt my royal mercy." Danae scoffed, her voice dripping with mockery. "Mercy? The queen's mercy? What kind of delusional joke is that?" Dolores froze as Danae's bitter words cut through the air. "If I hadn't picked you up when you were rotting in poverty and dragged you to the capital, would you even be wearing that crown?" Anxiety flickered across the queen's face as she broke into a cold sweat. "Why are you digging up the past now?" Danae hissed with fury. "And now you repay my loyalty with betrayal? What the hell is wrong with you?" As Danae kept exposing her, Dolores screamed, "Will you just shut up?" She tried to flex her crumbling authority. Her face was distorted with rage. "Shut your mouth this instant, and I might still consider forgiving you." Before Dolores could finish, Danae lunged forward, ready to snatch her by the hair. At the exact moment Anastasia was vibing with the dramatic showdown, a hand suddenly reached out and obscured her vision. Anastasia looked up at Mikhail and pouted. "Really? You're ruining the best part." Mikhail gave a helpless, charming smile. "You're way too young to be watching a trashy catfight like this, kiddo." Meanwhile, down below, the two were locked in a savage struggle. They were both baring their teeth and snarling, completely discarding every ounce of royal decorum. The brawl continued, neither willing to yield. "Are you going to let go or not?" "You first, Dolores." "The nerve! You should be the one bowing to me first." Danae laughed mockingly. "Why should I? 10 years ago, you didn't even have the guts to speak to me." Dolores fired back. 10 years ago, my blood was already superior to yours." The servants rushed in, faces pale. "Countess Danae, remember the queen is pregnant." "Your Majesty, we'll handle the countess if you just let go." But the bickering was endless. "How can you be so ungrateful? You set me up. You sabotaged me the second you handed over that land." Even with Mikhail blocking her view, hearing the shrieks was enough to make Anastasia laugh. Just the audio alone is pure chaos. Anastasia gloated because her master plan was a total success. 2 birds, 1 stone. The empire Danae built on the queen's favor is in ruins, so this meltdown was inevitable. Plus, Danae's gossiping pushed their mutual paranoia over the edge. "Exactly," Dolores questioned with dark suspicion. "Seeing you act this way, those rumors about you talking trash behind my back must be true." Danae fired back. "You're just reaching for excuses because you're caught in a lie, right?" Mikhail looked at the scheming Anastasia with worry. "Honestly, this isn't a sight for children." Jula approached the kids with a soothing smile. "On behalf of these embarrassing adults, allow me to apologize. It's late. You two should head home first." Mikhail spoke as if a burden had been lifted. "Yes, I understand now." Anastasia also let out a sigh of relief. "That's right. Let's stop here and go home since their relationship is already ruined." But the events that followed were reported to her by Chaco, who had stayed behind. Chaco gave a mischievous smile. "The Emperor personally handled everything, you know. He saw the fight right after we left." As soon as Laxius witnessed the scene, he shouted in a rage, "What the hell are you two doing?" He scolded them severely. "How impudent! How dare you harm the queen right in front of me?" Danae was flustered, not knowing how to explain, only stammering, "The thing is..." Laxius, with a fierce expression, declared, attacking the queen while she's pregnant to harm the crown prince. Execute the Viscountess immediately. Dolores, hearing this, immediately rushed over. She hugged the emperor, sobbing, "Your Majesty!" Dolores pretended to defend her best friend. Even though it's true the Viscountess Danae just threatened me, she acted hesitant, reflecting on their long-standing sisterly bond. Dolores's eyes pleaded earnestly, "But she's still my only childhood friend. Please don't punish her too harshly. The crown prince is also about to be born today." Laxius looked at his wife with eyes full of adoration. "Truly, my queen, even an angel isn't as merciful as you." Then he immediately issued the order. "Viscountess Danae, your crime is attacking the queen with an intent to assassinate the crown prince. I should have executed you, but because the queen pleaded like this..." Danae turned pale, stammering, "Your Majesty..." Laxius looked at her, his face burning with rage. "Instead of execution, you will be stripped of your lands and banished from this empire." Danae was immediately dragged away without a chance to explain further. Her scream still echoed back. "What? How could you? How could you do this to me?" Choco happily finished the story with a wiggle of its head. "That's how the Viscountess was kicked out." Anastasia stroked its head affectionately. "I see. You did well, Choco." As she petted Choco, she thought to herself, "Really, who starts a war without having an exit strategy?" But Anastasia predicted with peace of mind. Now that she's lost her aide, the queen will likely keep a low profile for a while. She won't think about bothering my mother or messing with my brother and sister anymore. Laurencia walked up with a beautiful bouquet of roses, looking at her dear sister and excitedly rubbing them. "A gift for you." Meanwhile, Damien, holding a book, chimed in, "Anastasia, let me read to you." Anastasia felt a sigh of relief in her heart. "I feel so relieved now." Spring had arrived. The air was extremely fresh and cool, carrying the scent of grass and flowers. Anastasia thought, "I think it's time to return to our territory." But in the guest room decorated in fresh green tones, Enderblang spoke to the whole family in a warm, deep voice. "The queen gives birth in just a few weeks, so we'll have to stay in the capital until then." Damien looked curious and a bit disappointed. "So we won't be able to see the April festival this year?" Jula confirmed with a hint of regret. "I suppose so. We'd have to return in about 2 weeks to make it in time for the April festival." "Really?" A young voice spoke up. "Lara really wants to go with Princess Jula and Sasa too." Then she announced another piece of good news to lighten the mood. "I heard there's also a spring festival in the capital. It must be beautiful. Do you guys want to go see it once?" Laurencia immediately cheered. "Beautiful!" Anastasia closed her eyes to relax. "Having some warm time with my family while in the capital is good too." At this moment, worry struck again. Jula looked anxiously at Anastasia. "Her fever still hasn't gone down. How is she, doctor?" The doctor immediately reassured her. "Since she's taken the fever reducer, we must observe her until dawn to see how it goes." That morning, Anastasia lay on the sickbed, her face flushed with fever. She thought, "I heard the festival is happening soon. We plan to go tomorrow. The spring festival. To suddenly get a cold like this? Or maybe my anxiety has finally eased up." Watching her mother busy writing letters, she wondered, did everyone go to the festival? The room became very quiet. Anastasia pondered, "What a pity that I can't do anything. I hope they have a good time." Suddenly, Enderblang leaned his face close to hers and asked with concern, "Is our youngest awake?" Then her father let out a radiant smile. Anastasia was extremely surprised, wondering in her heart, why is father still here? Chapter 40. Enderblang gently placed his hand on his dear daughter's forehead, his breath escaping in relief. "Good girl, your fever has broken." Then he pulled Anastasia into his arms, his face full of affection. In her father's warm embrace, she wondered, "I really don't understand the praise standards of this family." Her eyes stayed on his chest as she pressed her cheek against it. Feeling the steady heartbeat, she thought carefully and realized. Her eyes began to look around curiously, suddenly realizing, "I think this is the first time I've been to the manor. So this is father's office?" Enderblang noticed his daughter's surprise and gently explained, "You must be surprised to be in an unfamiliar place. This is where I work, daughter." Anastasia looked blankly. "Work? Your mother, brother, and sister aren't home right now." He continued, "They went to see the spring festival, so you must feel very sad." Anastasia immediately shook her head vigorously to signal not at all. Enderblang asked with surprise, his voice searching, "Really? Then staying with me today is fine too, right?" But Anastasia looked a bit surprised, her heart filled with confusion. Why did father ask if it's okay to stay with him? She suddenly remembered, come to think of it, I'm an easygoing child who doesn't often cling to mom's arms. My hands were mostly reserved for my sister and brother. Perhaps that's the reason why father thinks I don't love him very much. But Anastasia thought to herself, I love father very much though. Yet, Enderblang still felt worried for his youngest daughter. You're still tired, right, sweetheart? She felt uncomfortable. No, it's not that. It can't be like this. I need to clear up this misunderstanding with father today. Then she looked up at her father's desk, wondering, wait, is all that pile my father's work? Truly a duke. Anastasia babbled out, Father has so much work. But Enderblang seemed amused and laughed out loud. You talk just like your mother. Your father doesn't just play around. In her heart, Anastasia felt a bit guilty. I feel bad for making father waste his time because of me. Seeing the little girl's unhappy face, Enderblang looked blankly at his daughter. Oh my, does father's daughter not like father? Anastasia immediately denied it. No. Enderblang pulled her into his arms affectionately, bearing his feelings. Even though there's a lot to do, I can set aside work to play with our youngest. So, sweetheart, do you want to play with father today? Anastasia looked up at her father, her eyes sparkling. How could I refuse when father says it like that? Yes, her hands gripped her father's shirt even tighter. Yes. Enderblang sat his daughter down on the floor. In that case, with an excited look, he asked, Our little one, what do you want to play? The father and daughter sat facing each other. She hesitated. Anastasia felt a bit flustered. I've never really decided things like this for myself. Chess pieces and a board suddenly flashed in her mind. She looked pensive. Even though I know how to win a war or have successfully suppressed a rebellion, suddenly Enderblang looked at his daughter and said, I like just staying by your side like this, but feel free to tell me if you think of something. Anastasia felt a little worried. It's been a while since I've been alone with father, so it'll be awkward if we don't do something. She thought of every game possible. What do I usually do? Playing outdoors is out of the question. Butterfly? Look, a butterfly! A spark lit up in her mind. That's it. Anastasia cheered. Books! Let's read books! Enderblang looked at his daughter with sparkling eyes. He leaned his head against hers excitedly and affectionately. Well said, sweetheart. Anastasia closed her eyes and enjoyed it, but couldn't help wondering, what made you so touched? Then they actually started reading. One book, then two. Anastasia still tried to read with great focus. As Anastasia sat in his lap, Enderblang lowered the book and smiled. Our youngest seems to be able to focus even better than Damien used to. Recalling how Laurencia and Damien often fell asleep in his arms, Enderblang marveled, I'm not comparing, it's just that both your brother and sister couldn't wait for me to finish a book like this. Anastasia suddenly understood. Ah. He reminded her softly, since you're so focused, I'll read to you more. What's this? Do you remember I read about this before? A tiger. That's right, it's the tiger our youngest likes best. I don't like it the most, but no need to correct him. And a deer. Dear. Just like that, Anastasia fell asleep before she knew it. Anastasia peeked her eyes open. She wondered to herself, since I just woke up from a fever, why do I feel so sleepy again? In her heart, she tried to resist. I can't sleep yet. Father is... Enderblang gently stroked her head. He tried to be as gentle as possible to help her get into a comfortable sleeping position. Our youngest is so reserved. Enderblang suddenly thought of his wife. She looks like a carbon copy of Jula, but her self-restraint is completely different from our princess. He pulled her into his arms and told himself, well, it doesn't matter who she takes after. Whether she looks like both of us or mimics our personalities later, the fact that she's our adorable youngest will never change. When Anastasia opened her eyes again, she seemed to hear her siblings nearby. Laurencia's voice was worried. Is she okay now? Is she not in pain anymore? She's sleeping, Lara. What if we wake her up? Damien's voice was warm and soothing. If you're not fully awake, go back to sleep, Anastasia. Your brother will lull you to sleep. Anastasia sat up dazed. Was it a dream? She held the yellow flowers on her bedside, wondering, why are these flowers on my bed? Just then, Jula walked in with a smile and asked gently, "Did you sleep well, Anastasia?" Anastasia looked up at her mother blankly. "What's this?" She replied with a warm, affectionate gaze, "These are gifts from your brother Damien and sister Laurencia." Watching Anastasia cherish the petals in her hand, Jula asked, "Do you like them?" She replied softly, "Yes, I like them very much." Knowing Laurencia and Damien were hiding outside for fear of bothering their sister, Jula added, "You must tell your brother and sister that. They were both very worried about you." Anastasia obeyed. "Yes." She drifted back into her thoughts. "I just want to stay right here like this, in a family where there is no sorrow, only happiness." Early morning on the first day of April. A maid's voice rang out, "Milady!" Her voice sounded anxious. "I heard the queen has gone into labor." Jula stepped out of the room and was immediately informed, "His Majesty the Emperor wants you at the palace." From within the royal castle, Dolores's painful screams echoed. After a breathless moment, the wet nurse's voice happily congratulated, "It's a healthy princess." Dolores clutched the cushion in her hand, her voice trembling. "A princess?" Her face turned pale, her whole body shaking with uncontrollable anger and disappointment. "A prince. Our crown prince." But while the others tried to calm her down, "Queen, pull yourself together." Laxius walked in with a shocked expression. "It's really a girl? Not a boy, but a girl?" The servant confirmed again. "Yes, Your Majesty." He trembled with rage, unable to accept the truth. This can't be happening. The door was pushed open slightly. Laxius guessed who it was. Feeling extremely annoyed at having to see the person he least wanted to meet right now, he muttered reluctantly, "You're here?" Jula walked in, her voice calm. "I came because the Emperor called. How is the Queen?" Laxius crossed his arms irritably. "The birth is over." The servant brought the child closer and said respectfully, "Your Highness, she has given birth to a healthy princess." Jula bowed slightly and looked at the baby with extremely gentle eyes. "Oh my, congratulations, what a cute baby." Laxius stood there with a cold, angry look. "It should have been the son I longed for day and night, not a daughter." His fingers gradually tightened. "I thought of the day my son would surpass Jula's brats and become the crown prince." Just to feel a bit of victory in front of her. Swallowing his venom, he rasped out in a forced, jagged tone, "You were a princess by birth, were you not?" Jula replied simply, "Yes." Laxius whipped his gaze away, dismissively waving a hand toward Jula. "Fine then, go ahead and bestow a name upon her." Jula stood there, momentarily stunned by the sudden concession. "Understood." She was genuinely shocked. He's actually entrusting me to name his precious firstborn heir? Watching the wailing infant, Jula's eyes softened with a deep maternal pity. "Poor little soul, my sweet niece. I think Scarlet suits your spirit perfectly." At exactly 5:55 a.m. on April 1st, Scarlet, the first princess of the Kingdom of Pakistan, entered the world. Jula gently caressed the baby's cheek. But as May rolled around, the queen remained a ghost at social functions. Just 3 weeks post-labor, she began hosting wild galas focused entirely on dancing. Though she neglected the child, Dolores never missed a chance to boast to the elite, her voice dripping with ego. "I can only imagine Scarlet's destiny. They say a light split the heavens the moment she was born." The noble women played along, offering syrupy congratulations and flowery praise. "I have no doubt she will grow into an exquisitely charming princess." But the moment her back was turned, the knives came out. "Did you hear? She dumps that poor baby on the nanny. Figures. If the queen raised her, the girl wouldn't have a lick of class." Wary eyes drifted toward Jula with a sense of desperation. Unless Princess Jula steps in as her godmother, that child has no hope. Choco rapidly compiled the tea and reported back to Anastasia. "That's the latest word from the high society circles." Anastasia's brow furrowed with cold resolve. "You really think I'll let you play house your way?" The queen was secretly livid over the name my mother chose. The public was clueless. Dolores hissed to the emperor that she should have picked a boy's name to manifest a male heir next. Jula Enderblang gave her that name just to spite us. But Anastasia scoffed. "With that kind of toxic energy, why would my mom ever want to be godmother?" Besides, gender doesn't change the line of succession. To vent her frustration, she hammered away at a toy while whispering to Choco, "I hear there's also talk about your future minions, Demon Lord." It kept the gossip flowing. By the way, Duke Leventus is confirmed for today's grand celebration. Today? Well, it would be a scandal if the Grand Duke didn't show. True, since he's the shield of the border, but there is a chance that Jinxed Kid will tag along too. Drama is practically guaranteed. The Queen mentioned the Grand Magistrate is coming as well. It's a relief, but still feels like a trap. Anastasia mused. That Jinxed guy, if people are going to drag his name through the mud, they should at least have a solid reason. Anastasia reasoned that if there were a real red flag, her parents would have blacklisted him from the estate. I figured coming to the capital would finally reveal the truth behind the hate. Everyone shuns Mikhail like the plague, yet no one can point to a single specific sin. Simply put, it's straight up cruel to despise a child without even knowing why. There is definitely a shadow operative spreading these vile rumors. Not the Blue Bloods or the Royals, but a third party. She pictured Mikhail's sweet, innocent face and steeled her heart. Whatever the reason, I won't forgive anyone who forces a child to endure those cold stares, because I know better than anyone how much that isolation burns. While she was lost in her dark thoughts, a playful voice chirped in her ear. Hey, little sister, who's the unlucky person you're glaring at? The familiar voice broke her trance, but her reflexes were too fast. The hammer came down right on Mikhail's hand. Wait, that wasn't... Mikhail winced, his eyes snapping shut in pain. Ow! Choco instantly froze into doll mode, acting like a lifeless toy. Anastasia's face paled. I actually just assaulted a child. She scrambled to grab his hand, rubbing the spot with genuine guilt. Mikhail, I'm so sorry. But he brushed it off like a champ, comforting her with a soft, gentle tone. If something's eating at you, you can tell me anything, okay? Anastasia looked up, her heart still heavy with worry. Doesn't it hurt? She thought, even if it's plastic, that hammer has some serious weight to it. Mikhail leaned his head on his hand and closed his eyes, playing it cool. Then he leaned in with a mischievous, dimpled grin. If you blow on it for me, the pain will magically vanish. Anastasia's guilt evaporated. I totally wasted my concern on you. Mikhail looked ready to whine, but was met with a cold shoulder. You're not gonna blow on it? You hit me and won't even give me the magic cure? Anastasia went full Ice Queen. I already checked the damage. You're fine. Mikhail plopped onto the floor to join her game. Resting his chin on his palm, he teased, You're getting pretty talkative lately, kiddo. He gazed at her and chuckled with pure joy. Do you really enjoy talking to me that much? Anastasia turned her back inside. Arguing with him is a total energy drain. I'm officially done. Left to his own devices, Mikhail snatched up Choco and gave its cheek a pinch. Did you know I'm heading to the newborn princess's birthday bash too? Anastasia whipped around with a scowl. Why are you even telling me this? Seriously, this guy? Suddenly her eyes went wide and she froze in place. Seeing Mikhail looking down with such a fragile, somber expression made her heart ache. Why? Why does he look like his world is ending? She instinctively reached out to touch his cheek, her touch a silent comfort. Don't look like that. Mikhail forced a small smile, his voice low and earnest. If you hold my hand that day, I think I can face them without feeling lonely. He whispered, You're younger than me, but you have to promise to hold on tight that day, okay? Mikhail's eyes searched hers with a heartbreaking, steady resolve. Anastasia stared back, her eyes round and wide. A realization hit her. I was determined not to get involved, but that expression is a total low blow. Anastasia gently squeezed Mikhail's hand and made a silent, soul-deep vow. Yes, I will definitely stay by your side. The day of Princess Scarlet's debut arrived. Summer in the capital had hit in May, and the sun was absolutely brutal. The horse-drawn carriage clattered loudly along the sun-baked cobblestones. Anastasia let out a huff, her cheeks flushed from the stifling heat. Who schedules a gala at 3 p.m. during peak heat? These formal layers are actual torture. Damien took her hand, his voice thick with concern. Are you feeling okay, Anastasia? Today she wore a regal purple bow, looking every bit the poised little lady. Her eyes glimmered with hope. I just pray the ballroom has some decent ventilation. Right at the foot of the stairs leading into the hall, Mikhail was already standing there waiting. Yeah, today he was dressed so sharp. Seeing her from afar, he waved his hand. Hello, little lady. Duke Enderblang looked at the boy and smiled. Mikhail, you're here early. I heard from the Grand Duke. He politely replied, Yes, my grandfather said he might be a little late. Mikhail immediately bowed and smiled at Anastasia, his eyes sparkling. I dressed up today because the youngest said she'd hold my hand. How do I look? Do you like it? Anastasia was moved. Had he been waiting outside all alone in this heat? She gently reached out her hand. Mikhail blushed slightly. He softly took her tiny hand and gently led her away. Shall we go, little lady? In that moment, it felt as if they were the only two people there. The whole Enderblang family watched, moved to tears. Our Anastasia. Oh my. Mikhail. This time Lara will just look the other way. And inside the hall, she thought to herself, it's hot in here too. They found a quiet spot to sit. Mikhail asked with concern, Are you still hot, Anastasia? Anastasia also showed care. What about you? I'm fine. Fanning you won't tire my arms out. Anastasia tried to brush off the thought. It's not like I'm worried about him or anything. Anastasia thought, I heard the current king stays away from magic to avoid attention. But who knew the palace wouldn't even have basic magic climate control? Regardless, they really are a troublesome couple in many ways. Meanwhile, Mikhail was super attentive. Shall I get you some juice? Dolores' voice rang out from afar, acting humble yet boastful. You say our Scarlet radiates a holy aura. Oh my, she's only 2 months old. She held Scarlet with a proud face. The people around acted interested. Isn't it because the queen is so devout? You were so worried when the princess was born. Anastasia glanced in that direction. She wondered about that woman, Scarlet's nanny. She gave me an annoyed look for a moment. What's up with her? Mikhail leaned in to look at her face and teased. The youngest has the same expression as the Duchess when she's angry. He kept fussing over her. Do you want some juice? Anastasia looked helpless. Does Mikhail just stare at my face all day? Flattery surrounded Dolores. Since birth, Charlotte has been a filial daughter. She was born quickly because she wanted to see His Majesty as soon as possible. Such a gentle and considerate little princess. Suddenly, Scarlet's nanny interrupted. Of course. Her face was expressionless, her voice sharp and full of malice. The princess is truly blessed, unlike someone who traded their parents' lives just to survive. Hearing this, Mikhail's face suddenly stiffened. Her words weren't too loud, but enough for the whole room to hear. The atmosphere went dead silent. Anastasia was worried. Is she talking about Mikhail? She remembered Mikhail's parents died in a border inspection during a monster attack. It was a dangerous mission, and young Mikhail was entrusted to the Grand Duke then. But why talk as if it was Mikhail's fault? Mikhail looked down, his emotions unclear. Then he suddenly looked up with a cheerful smile and took a napkin to wipe her face. There's something on your mouth, little one. But Anastasia was shocked. Why is he still smiling? Did he know this would happen? Mikhail, with a cake in one hand and juice in the other, happily said, All done. Anastasia was stunned for a moment. So that's why you wanted me to hold your hand? She reached out and lightly touched his hand. Mikhail. Mikhail froze for a second at her touch. He looked at her with sparkling, happy eyes. Today the youngest held my hand all day and called my name. I must cherish this memory forever. Despite the talk around them, he kept a smiling face for her. Anastasia felt a pang of sadness and cursed. Why would you cherish a day like this, you idiot? Scarlet's nanny walked over quietly. She nudged Dolores away and turned to inform the other ladies. The queen seems tired. She needs to rest for a bit. Dolores looked surprised. What? After that, the queen was quickly taken back to her room. Anastasia looked after them, thinking, after kicking out Danae, they replaced her with someone just like her? Let's see what they're whispering about. In the private room, the nanny looked at Dolores sternly. Why didn't you follow the original plan? Dolores looked reluctant. What do you mean? Didn't I do it right? The nanny continued, I clearly told you the high priest said the reason you had a princess instead of a prince was because the gods are angry, and the main cause is Dolores' voice was weak and trembling. Leventus, the little duke? You mean... Scarlet's nanny shouted angrily, if you hadn't invited that cursed name, you would have birthed the prince we all wanted. Dolores looked terrified. I know. I invited him, but I'll make sure he doesn't get near us, okay? Her face was full of evil, her eyes wide. That alone isn't enough to appease the divine wrath. I told you we must completely eliminate that filth. Then she pushed Dolores down with a powerful force. She cried out helplessly. But if we do that, what if we run into even more bad luck? Anastasia, who had snuck after them, was shocked. That just now... She quickly realized it was divine power. The nanny reached out toward the queen threateningly. "Are you doubting my words?" Dolores' voice was full of fear. "No, of course not. I won't do it again." Anastasia observed and assessed in silence. No surprise there. She isn't a normal nanny, but someone sent from the temple. She assessed the wreckage. Surely someone gifted with divine power to protect others shouldn't weaponize it. And insulting Mikhail with that tone? This time, I'll ensure she's punished properly. Anastasia slipped back into the room unnoticed, her eyes immediately zeroing in on Laurencia and Damien. Nestled in her mother's lap, she continued plotting. Since she threw the first punch, I'll deliver the knockout. Only a master of high-level divine power can break this. Someone at my level. Before their departure, Mikhail and Grand Duke Leventus arrived to say their goodbyes. "Little princess, you're returning to the duchy today, right? I really want to attend your next birthday. Will you invite me?" Anastasia felt a flicker of internal conflict. Don't put me on the spot like that. But on the surface, she gave a nod of agreement. The boy's face lit up as he took her hand. "Seriously? You'll really invite me, little one? I'll be there without fail. Thank you so much for today." Left to her own devices, Anastasia's expression turned grim. "I suppose I'll have to double the intensity of her gift. I need to settle the debt for the ache she caused in my heart." A few days later, Dolores' skin felt like it was on fire. Her face was deathly pale, and she could only groan in agony. She shrieked at her terrified attendants, "I've been hexed! I know it! Bring the high priest to me this instant!" Following the princess's debut, whispers swirled that the queen and her nanny were under a curse. A spell made them perceive heat at double intensity, so it was no wonder they suspected dark magic. Dolores lunged forward to cling to Laxius, wailing in sheer misery as sweat and tears blurred her vision. "Your Majesty, it's scorching! I feel like I'm burning alive!" He tried to soothe her. "It's all right, Dolores. I've ordered the cooling tools back into the room." The nanny scrambled over to join the lament, her face a mask of heat-induced panic. "No, this is impossible. How could this happen? Have you no shame before the gods?" The nanny's mental state was deteriorating. She was haunted by nightmares of divine wrath and retribution. "Don't I know exactly what kind of trashy deeds led to this?" Her legs buckled, and she nearly hit the floor. "The heavens must be—" A maid rushed forward, whispering urgently, "Nanny?" Dolores was at the edge of collapse, her voice barely a thread. "I don't even have the strength to hold you anymore." Laxius spiraled into a panic. "Dolores!" He barked a desperate command. "High priest, fix this now. At once, sire." Dolores couldn't endure the searing sensation any longer and slipped into unconsciousness. Laxius paced anxiously. "Well, is there any change?" The high priest stood paralyzed, stammering. "As for that, I cannot find a remedy." The king's expression hardened into one of pure disbelief. "Even your holy power is useless against this?" Laxius snapped. "This is unacceptable. Send word to Duke Enderblang immediately." His tone was final and cold. "I'll have the mage tower handle her treatment if I must." At those words, the high priest's face went pale. The palace was a hive of gossip. The mage tower? Even the temple is stumped? Is the queen truly cursed? And the nanny too? Even a servant of the gods couldn't escape it. Suspicion spread like wildfire. Is she secretly dabbling in the dark arts? Shh! The high priest is right behind you. The high priest felt the heat of the situation. The ground was becoming increasingly shaky for the clergy. He realized, if this persists, not only will the temple lose its dignity, but our alliance with the crown will turn to ash. The high priest reached a grim conclusion. "I must bury this incident before the damage becomes permanent." A few days later, a carriage clattered steadily along the highway. Enderblang clutched a magic communication stone, his voice heavy with relief. "That is good news. Yes, I understand perfectly, Your Majesty. Indeed." Jula asked with a worried frown, "What's the word from the palace?" Enderblang replied, "It seems the mage tower I suggested has managed to suppress the curse." She let out a long breath. Thank the heavens. Anastasia smirked internally. "I knew that mage tower near our estate had strong ties. The royals despise magic, yet here they are, begging wizards for a cure." She mused to herself. The mage tower has some decent talent, I'll give them that, but she didn't need to worry for now. It wasn't a curse, but a high-level psychological feedback loop. At the very least, she'll be suffering until the autumn chill sets in. Jula still looked uneasy. The queen is so young. I truly hope she recovers without any lasting scars. Enderblang nodded. I share the sentiment. Anastasia kept her ears open for updates. Word was that the nanny, suspected of being the source of the curse, had been stripped of her title and excommunicated. She felt a wave of satisfaction. Good. That's exactly what a snake like her deserves. But then, her thoughts drifted back to Mikhail. Who told that woman she could direct her venom at a child right in my presence? Whether a curse comes from a god or just bad karma, the result is the same, isn't it? Mikhail must have caught wind of the fallout by now. Recalling his constant forced smile, she wondered if he finally felt a moment of peace. I truly hope so. Her heart heavy, she thought of how he was so accustomed to hearing wicked slurs. That look in his eyes is one I've seen too often. I've seen more than enough of it. Duke Enderblang suddenly turned to Anastasia and asked, Sasa, why are you so fond of that Mikhail boy? Anastasia jumped. Huh? Anastasia answered with a quick pout. I love Papa most. Laurencia joined in with a giggle. Lara loves Papa most too. Enderblang's face melted with joy. Of course, my precious daughters love their old man the most, right? Laurencia pulled her sister into a hug. Yes, and I love Sasa just as much. Anastasia couldn't help but scowl. How did father sense I was thinking about Mikhail? She looked at her dad and sighed. His intuition is actually terrifying. Laurencia looked up at Jula. Mama, is Papa coming home with us for real? Anastasia remembered. Father had mentioned he had unfinished business. Jula recalled her stern lecture to her husband, her voice mockingly sharp. No, he has duties in the capital. Are you really going to neglect the dukedom? Enderblang whined like a toddler. But I can't bear being away from the kids for a month. Let me fulfill my fatherly duties. She smiled at the children. Your father claimed he'd be too lonely without us, so we're all traveling back together. Really? Anastasia realized. So that's why he's been glued to that magic communication tool. He's working on the go. Laurencia cheered. Score! The little girl lunged at Damien, nearly toppling him. Lara is so happy the whole squad is together. Damien looked at his sister with a gaze full of pure affection. Enderblang gazed upon the children and let a satisfied, warm smile spread across his face. A significant stretch of time passed. Nearly 6 months after their arrival at the capital, a pristine white carriage drawn by twin snow-white stallions pulled to a halt. Laurencia scanned the unfolding scenery, her eyes shimmering with unadulterated excitement. Beholding the majestic castle nestled beneath the cool canopy of emerald trees, the children erupted in cheers. It's home! We're finally back at the Duke's estate! Simultaneously, the high priest's face contorted in a silent, venomous rage. The audacity! To bypass the temple and dabble in forbidden sorcery? His gaze sharpened into a wicked slit. This is a divine omen, a warning that the god's patience has finally run dry. He addressed a shadowy, ethereal spirit lingering in the air. Tell me, what fate befalls those who dare stand near the accursed? The diminutive spirit tilted its head, its voice a ghostly whisper. Shall I manifest a terrifying warning for this occasion? His tone vibrated with a dark, hungry anticipation. I imagine you'll find yourself needing my services much more from now on, because I am desperate to reunite with you, the savior of my wretched existence. My precious Anastasia. Coinciding with the triumphant return of the House of Enderblang, the servants' faces were masks of pure longing, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. We've pined for you, my lady. You've grown so much. You really should have let us witness your journey every step of the way. Even the battle-hardened knights couldn't suppress their inner delight, their voices thick with emotion. We were itching to storm the capital. The thought of being away from your side for months was torture. Anastasia looked up at the emotional crowd and offered a calm, steady reply. It's all right. The moment her voice reached them, the entire assembly froze in collective shock. Tears of pure ecstasy began to flow. My lady. Your speech is so articulate now. Have we trained hard enough over these 6 months to even deserve you? Anastasia felt a wave of helplessness. They're still as loud and extra as ever. Laurencia bounded toward them, waving frantically with a radiant, heart-melting smile. Did everyone miss us? Jack beamed at the little girl, his voice dripping with affection. Lady Lara, your timing is absolutely impeccable. He dropped to one knee, clumsily hiding a mysterious package behind his back. We missed your big day since you were away at the villa back then. Jack's grin widened as he unveiled the surprise for the little girl. The knights have pooled together a birthday tribute just for you. Laurencia clutched the gift with pure glee. Can I tear it open? Jack let out a hearty laugh and nodded. By all means. With eyes sparkling like diamonds and a miniature sword gripped in her tiny hand, her face lit up with joy. Laurencia turned to Anastasia with a fiery look. Look, do I finally look like a legendary hero? Anastasia gave a simple nod. Yes. The little girl struck a valiant pose, her eyes shimmering with newfound determination as she faced her sister. So, Sasa, you never have to be scared again. Anastasia's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Wait, really? Laurencia's cheeks flushed as she giggled with delight. For real! Since your big sister is a hero now, I'll protect you no matter what darkness comes our way. The little lady even extended her tiny pinky to seal the solemn vow. Cross my heart. Anastasia's lips curled into a smile, her gaze toward her sister overflowing with deep, sisterly affection. She reached out her own small hand, locking pinkies to finalize the sacred pact with her sister. Eamon stroked his chin with a pensive, scheming look. So, Lady Lara wishes to walk the path of a hero? Well, every hero needs a Demon King's fortress to conquer, obviously. He continued sketching out the plan, circling back to our last meeting. What if the Demon King's lair was hidden deep within the woods? Tom and Sky nodded in frantic agreement. The trio looked absolutely obsessed with the project. Understood. Let's build a masterpiece to fulfill the lady's dream. A short while later, their initial bravado had evaporated into nonstop complaining. I'm seeing stars. I think my limbs have officially checked out. Ouch. But despite the physical toll, the Demon King's fortress stood completed. That was it. Laurencia stared at the freshly minted wooden castle, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. She was beyond thrilled. Incredible! It's so cool. Does the Demon King live there for real? If Lara slays the Demon King and rescues Princess Sasa, then the castle becomes Lara's personal domain, right? Tell me I'm right. The three men heard this and immediately put on a performance of absolute terror. Oh no! The Demon King! Anastasia watched the theatrics and thought, why are these grown men taking this roleplay so seriously? 2 days after the fortress was finished. In the early morning mist, Jack and Heyman were huddled together whispering, Are you insane? You really think you can kidnap our little lady? It's not a kidnapping, I'm just borrowing her to make Lady Lara's hero dream come true. Shh, she has ears like a hawk. One wrong move and she'll wake up. Anastasia, lurking like a silent phantom, peered at them and thought, I'm literally right here, guys. From the sounds of it, they were prepping a full-scale theatrical production. Heyman clutched his head in mock agony. But me, as the Demon King, I don't want Lady Lara to grow up hating me. So, he's the designated villain. Still, Anastasia maintained her cover. She sat up in bed, rubbing the sleep from her eyes while thinking, It's for my sister's dream. I suppose I'll play along out of pity. Strictly out of pity. The moment she stirred, the two men nearly jumped out of their skins. Good heavens! She forced a drowsy, half-asleep tone. Who's there? She coached herself mentally. All right, this is your cue. Just grab me and go. Heyman's face went pale. After a frantic second to gather his wits, he charged forward and scooped her up, activating a shimmering orb. Forgive me, little lady, this is for the script. Anastasia blinked in genuine shock. Wait, what on earth? Jack's eyes nearly popped out as he shrieked, You absolute moron! Before he could even finish, the idiot triggered an emergency magic teleportation gate just for a prank. The two of them vanished into thin air. An actual teleportation gate? Heyman prostrated himself in a desperate apology to Anastasia, his voice trembling with sincerity. I am profoundly sorry, little lady. I won't beg for mercy, but please don't cry. This was all to fulfill Lady Lara's dream. Anastasia thought, even for my sister, blowing something that expensive, that's literally half a year's salary up in smoke. She maintained her dazed facade and asked, Who are you? Heyman immediately beamed with relief as he introduced himself. I am one of Lady Lara's most loyal knights. Meanwhile, at the makeshift fortress, Sky led a squad of knights forward with a thunderous roar. Hey, if you've got any guts left, show your faces. How dare you lay a finger on our little lady? Shh. Anastasia peered down through the narrow window. Oh my, it's my personal guard. They've actually mobilized for this. On the opposing side, Jack stepped up, his voice dripping with mock hostility. Don't even dream of it. You're not taking the little lady anywhere, you pathetic minions of the Demon King. The moment Sky locked eyes with them, he froze mid-stride. These guys... Jack's face was instantly drenched in nervous sweat. Sky's voice echoed with newfound determination. Fine, let's settle this. We're ending this farce today. Jack's fighting spirit blazed just as bright. Bring it on. We're going to win. Anastasia, caught in the middle, scowled. This is a total disaster. She thought, it's just a play, so why is everyone acting like it's a war? I better put an end to this. Anastasia waved frantically from the wooden tower. Hey, I'm perfectly fine. The knights looked up at their lady, their expressions overcome with emotion. Even in such a life-or-death crisis, you're still worried about us. I swear on my blade, I'll rescue you from these vile monsters. Anastasia was left speechless. How did my rescue attempt make things 10 times worse? Suddenly, a commanding voice bellowed from the distance. Halt! Are you all there? The shout made both sides jump, forcing them to stand at attention. Anastasia felt a vague sense of familiarity from that voice. A gleaming sword was hoisted high into the air. Laurencia brandished her sword of justice, her voice ringing out with dignity. The hero Lara has arrived to liberate Lady Sasa. Her gaze was sharp as she whispered toward her sister, just hold on a little longer. Anastasia's knights shouted in perfect unison. We will follow you to the ends of the earth, my lady. Anastasia watched them and realized, they're being surprisingly cooperative for Lara's sake. I really need to give my knights a raise. Suddenly, a pair of rough hands hoisted her into the air. Haman, fully committing to his villain arc, tried to growl menacingly. No way! Princess Sasa belongs to me, the great Demon King. Anastasia gave him a silent cheer. He's really giving it his all. Sky twisted his face into a fierce snarl and immediately barked his objection. Fine, Demon King! Let's see who's still standing when the sun sets. Rescue the lady at all costs. His glare made Haman go pale with genuine terror. Both sides collided in a frantic charge. Protect the Demon King at any cost. Suddenly, a shadowy figure intercepted Laurencia's path. Jack appeared out of nowhere with his blade drawn. I am the Demon King's right hand. You shall not pass. Laurencia let out a huff of indignation. She looked frail, yet radiated a righteous aura. Do you truly intend to stand in my way? I am Lara, the chosen hero. I must bring Lady Sasa home. Her words hit the knights like a physical blow, leaving them stunned. Sweat poured down their faces as they struggled to maintain their roles. Jack was the first to collapse with a theatrical, deafening cry. One by one, the other knights stepped up to challenge her. Lara, the stage is yours! A knight bellowed, Quickly, go to Lady Sasa! Laurencia's eyes blazed with iron resolve. Right! She tossed her sword aside and began scrambling up the wooden ladder. The moment she reached the top, she cried out, Sasa! But Haman gripped Anastasia tightly, refusing to yield. The Demon King has Lady Sasa in his clutches. Now back off, hero! Laurencia's voice turned icy and firm. Hey, you! The little girl leveled a threat. If you're the real Demon King, you should be able to breathe fire, right? Haman acted absolutely petrified. Fire? What on earth are you talking about? She stared him down with a gaze that could pierce armor. Haman continued to fake a total meltdown. After the theatrics, he gently placed Anastasia back on the floor. Then, while sprinting for the exit, he shrieked, I surrender. Anastasia fought to suppress a giggle. Poor Demon King was actually terrified. Laurencia tackled her sister in a hug and cheered, her eyes dancing with pride. Lara saved Sasa. I kept my promise, didn't I? She looked at her sister softly and whispered, Yes, you really did. Anastasia thought to herself, well, if my sister is this happy, I guess it counts as a happy ending. Inside the miniature castle, voices of awe and admiration echoed. Lara actually defeated them? For real? Laurencia hoisted both hands in a victory pose to flaunt her success. Yes. Even though they were stubborn, they gave up once I asked nicely. They're actually all good people. Damien ruffled his sister's hair and offered his warmest praise. Our Laurencia is a truly fearless hero. You rescued your little sister. She beamed with joy. So, starting tomorrow, I'm officially starting my night training. But Anastasia was left completely bewildered. Night training starting tomorrow? How did we even get to that conclusion? After the hero play ended, my sister went to see father. Enderblang was surprised by his daughter's intention. You want me to train you? Laurencia's voice was earnest. I want to become a knight. Enderblang looked at his daughter tenderly and smiled. Becoming a knight is very hard work. Why do you want to be trained? Because it looks cool? The little girl acted thoughtful. Lara is the eldest sister, so I'll study just like my brother. But swinging a sword like this, and that is much more fun than reading. I want to be a knight. Enderblang analyzed with a considering tone. I understand, but if you train, your hands and feet will get hurt. You know that, right? But Laurencia was determined. It's okay. I'll train with my brother and make my arms strong just like yours, father. Enderblang could only smile at her affectionately. All right, sweetheart. I'll discuss it with your mother and let you know later. Yes, mother. Anastasia watched her sister and sank into her own thoughts. It seems our parents have already given their permission. When I think of a knight's life, I don't really want her to be one, but she should do what she wants. Laurencia was very carefree, always keeping one thing in mind. From now on, Lara will protect Sasa. As for the eldest brother, Damien, by the way, my brother is currently busy studying to be the heir. Watch closely what father does. Laurencia practiced very hard. When my sister started her knight training, don't swing that around. This is a real sword. Thinking back, Anastasia felt a bit guilty. Am I the only one in the house just sitting around playing? Looks like I'll be bored for a while. A few days later, the servants looked up at the clear blue sky and chatted happily. I am so glad it stopped raining. Me too. It's been raining for days. I was worried about what we'd do. Anastasia thought to herself, just when I thought I could relax, things got busy again. See, I shouldn't have spoken too soon. A servant brought a dress to her. My lady, this is the dress you'll wear today. Her voice was cheerful. You should dress up beautifully. You're the main character today, after all. Today is July 3rd, a special day in this world. Anastasia thought, I can't believe my birthday is already here. My lady, let's fix your sleeves. If we add a ribbon here... Anastasia turned her head toward the door, wondering, is someone out there? The servant quickly opened the door. Oh my, please come in. It seems the invitation reached him just in time. A glimpse of blonde hair appeared. Mikhail suddenly showed up before her eyes and greeted her happily. Long time no see, my little one. Anastasia thought, this party is smaller and cuter compared to my first birthday. She looked at the multi-tiered sweet pink birthday cake with delight. Even so, I like this party much better. Anastasia felt happy in this atmosphere. Perhaps it's because it feels like I've truly become a member of this family. But only one thing made her unhappy. Our youngest lady never seems to grow, does she? She observed her surroundings. This year, there are more guests than last year. Mikhail looked at her dotingly. The little one is so tiny and cute. Leventis nodded. I agree. Anastasia frowned. These two, every time they see me, they call me tiny. It's so annoying. Mikhail stepped forward and spoke clearly. Thank you for inviting me to your birthday party this year. He held out a small, exquisitely wrapped gift box. Here's your present. Anastasia remembered clearly that last time, he gave her a ruby that matched her eye color. She guessed, is it amethyst this time? Mikhail's face was full of excitement. How is it? Do you like it, little one? Leventis looked at his grandson in surprise. Does the little lady like gems? Anastasia thought to herself, no, not even a little. The Duke blurted out, I guess I'll have to buy a few more mineral mines. Hearing that made her want to facepalm. Grand Duke Leventis also gave her a small gift. That's right, here's a gift from me. I heard you like tigers, so I prepared this. Do you like it? A golden tiger. Anastasia looked at the gift and fell into thought. I thought only Mikhail was weird, but it runs in the family. She politely thanked him. Thank you, sir. Mikhail also demanded his share. What about me, little one? Despite his eager urging, aren't you going to thank me for my gift, little one? Anastasia remained cold. Eyes see nothing, ears hear nothing. Suddenly, another gift was brought over. Damien walked up, clutching a gift box to congratulate her. Anastasia, happy birthday! The boy happily introduced his gift. It's nothing big, but since you might get bored when you're alone, I prepared this. The gift was colored pencils and drawing paper. Anastasia was a bit moved by her brother's sincerity. I'm used to being alone, but I didn't expect my brother to care about me this much. Damien whispered, if drawing is too hard, just call me over, okay? She happily agreed. Thank you, Damien. After that day, whenever she was alone, she would start drawing with those colored pencils. The servant was surprised. Goodness, is Our Lady drawing a puppy? Anastasia narrowed her eyes. No, I'm just drawing a line. Another time, the servant praised her. It looks just like a tiger. Our Lady loves tigers. She thought, it's just a circle and a straight line. Anastasia felt a bit dejected. The reason I draw these scribbles instead of a real picture is that over the past 2,000 years, despite my efforts, I've never had the chance to improve. She gave a calm smile. These drawings are meant to nurture a child's development. I can't let them be a failure. While she was lost in thought, Mikhail walked up. Little one, are you drawing? This startled her. She was a bit surprised. She heard he was training with her brother, but why does she see him so often lately? He looked interested. Can you show me the picture you drew, little one? Mikhail looked at her drawing and examined it. He then made a suggestion. Hey, little one, can you try drawing me? Anastasia looked up, her mind racing. Why is he asking such a brainless question? She gazed at Mikhail's flawless, beaming face and mused, how could I ever hope to capture a top-tier visual like that? She delivered a flat rejection. Absolutely not. Why the cold shoulder? I'm convinced you'd be a natural. Mikhail gestured toward the sketch and gushed. You rendered this little puppy so incredibly well. She shot him down instantly. It's not a dog. He didn't flinch. A tiger then? It's a tiger, right? Anastasia stood her ground. Wrong again. Mikhail grew flustered, beads of cold sweat forming. Is it because I can't identify your masterpiece that you won't draw me? Hang on, I'll crack the code right now. The servants eavesdropping on the children's banter were equally baffled. Not a dog or a tiger? Could it be a cat? They fretted. What if the little lady gets discouraged because we keep failing to see her vision? Mikhail refused to yield. A butterfly? Still no? The following day, she was perched on her bed, sketching in solitude, when a voice called, Anastasia. She blinked in surprise. Brother? Aren't you supposed to be buried in your studies right now? Damien leaned in close and asked softly, Are you upset because no one could decode your art? She thought, Not even a little. Damien smiled warmly. Mikhail sent his deepest apologies, so I figured we could have a private drawing session. Laurencia is dead to the world and won't be waking up anytime soon. Speaking of Laurencia, she suddenly recalled that ever since her sister began her grueling night initiation, she's been logging way more nap time than usual. Since you're a novice, you must be completely drained. Damien probed gently. Since she's out cold, you're stuck drawing with just me. Kind of a letdown, isn't it? No. Damien's face lit up. For real? In that case, let's get to work. She gave a ready nod. She took charge, showing Damien the proper grip. You have to hold the pencil like this. The siblings traded happy chatter. What's the subject today? Clouds. Pick your favorite hue. Our baby sister is a world-class prodigy. Out of nowhere, Damien proposed, Anastasia, how about you draw me this time? Draw you? She froze, locking eyes with her brother. Her vision seemed to blur. There is physically no way I can say no to a face this handsome. After a while, the masterpiece was complete. Anastasia thought, whatever, I've officially lost the plot. Damien hoisted the drawing to inspect it. Did you really capture me? Thank you so much, Anastasia. The servants instantly erupted into chaos. My lady! I'm next! Draw me! I heard the rumors and sprinted here. I need a portrait. Hasasa, don't forget your sister. Demon Lord, render my likeness. Before long, her head was spinning. How did a simple hobby escalate into this? This is a disaster. At this rate... Suddenly, Mikhail materialized and called out with a hesitant tone, Hey, little one. She tilted her head up to meet his gaze. Mikhail questioned her, Why am I the only one denied a spot in your sketchbook? Anastasia scowled. I knew this was coming. Mikhail proudly displayed his work. I drew you, little one. Won't you return the favor? No. Anastasia couldn't help but feel a sting of awe. Check that out. He actually made me look stunning. Mikhail looked slightly panicked. Is it bad? I can start over from scratch. If there's anything else you desire, I'll fetch it instantly. His eyes softened into a pleading pout as he whispered, So please, just one sketch, okay? Anastasia felt a wave of exhaustion. Is he insane? Flexing those skills and then begging for my art? She donned her ice-cold mask and nodded. Fine. But Mikhail's eyes only grew more soulful. Little one, you possess such raw talent. Surely you realize that. Looking into those shimmering eyes, Anastasia could only let out an internal sigh. Good grief, I'm a goner. She told herself that if Mikhail hated the result, it was his own funeral. Having committed, Anastasia shoved the scribble toward him. Here. Contrary to her grim expectations, Mikhail looked absolutely ecstatic. Is this me? Is this truly how you perceive me? Anastasia felt a flicker of unease. Why am I actually nervous about his reaction? Mikhail broke into a radiant, pure smile. This is the very first gift you've ever given me, little one. Thank you. I'll treasure it for a lifetime. Hearing those words, Anastasia was stunned into silence for several seconds. She instinctively averted her gaze. After everything he showered me with, he considers this mess his first real gift? Anastasia's heart felt uncharacteristically fluttery. I really hate to admit it, but why am I catching feelings over this? Outside, Laura asked with a curious tilt of her head, is it just me, or has the young master been incredibly helpful lately? Anna agreed. Right? It's like we have two Damiens running around. The image of a hyped-up Laurentia flashed through her mind. Listen, today Mikhail actually smiled and greeted me. And get this, he even sparred with me. Elsewhere, Mikhail was parading Anastasia's drawing in front of Anna. The little lady created this specifically for me. It's exquisite, isn't it? She nodded in approval. Yes, truly exquisite. Anastasia was beyond speechless. Is he seriously that hyped? She couldn't help but wonder. I truly cannot fathom why a low-effort scribble like that would trigger such pure joy. Anastasia felt a strange conflict within. I don't hate seeing people happy because of me, but this is different. Another day, Leventis summoned her. Little lady, I've caught wind of your recent artistic endeavors, haven't I? He suggested smoothly, I would be honored if you'd grace me with a portrait as well. Anastasia looked at Leventis and cursed her past self. If I knew this would snowball, I never would have given him that sketch. Now he's even dragging us on a mountain trek. Beside her, Leventis kept up the pressure. I've sourced the finest professional art supplies. Anastasia hesitated. Do you really want to witness my skills against this breathtaking backdrop? She weighed her options and yanked on Leventis' sleeve. I need to pivot the conversation immediately. Anastasia's mouth moved wordlessly, as if she were desperately attempting to blurt something out. Inside her head, she was calculating whether she should mirror her sister's classic tactics for these specific situations. Leventis beamed with delight and asked, Are you begging me to play with you, little lady? Anastasia was floored. Did that actually work? She had never seen his face light up like that before. Leventis kept pressing. Shall we play a game? Anastasia stammered out each syllable with effort. Gao, gao, gao. Leventis gave an approving nod. Understood. He asked with startling bluntness, You want to climb on me, don't you, little lady? Anastasia froze. Wait, come again? But Leventis just pushed forward. Fine by me, I'm fond of this game too. Just like that, Anastasia was hoisted up in a state of total bewilderment. Hold on, I thought he finally caught my drift. Leventis tucked her in close and issued a warning. Steady now, be careful, it's a long way down. Perched high on his shoulders, Anastasia couldn't help but feel a fleeting sense of awe. She gazed out at the sprawling horizon unfolding before her. So, this is the perspective of a Grand Duke. It's breathtaking. I can see the entire duchy from here. It's gorgeous. Grandfather Leventis looked up and made a request. By the way, if I'm your elder, that makes you my granddaughter, right? Go on, say the word. Anastasia tentatively called him Grandpa, wondering, is he really planning to commit to this bit forever? Leventis flashed a tender smile and replied, Exactly, my sweet granddaughter. Since I've gained such a precious treasure, I must reciprocate. I'll gift you one of my rubies. It's only right for our family's prestige. Anastasia was floored. Say what? She frantically waved her hands in a desperate refusal. No, Grandpa. Simply having you as my grandfather is more than enough. Leventis waved off her concern. Nonsense. I intended to give it to you regardless of whether you finished that portrait or not. Anastasia wailed internally. I was praying to the gods he'd forget about that drawing. A short while later, she managed to churn out another masterpiece of a scribble. I'm finally off the hook after finishing the portrait he demanded. Both Leventis and Mikhail were totally locked in, hanging the sketches on the wall to admire them like fine art. From that point on, a peaceful rhythm returned to the Duke's mansion. Jula pulled Anastasia into a snug embrace, whispering, "Shall we just hide away at home for a bit? This year's social scene feels off compared to the usual parties." They explored countless vistas together as a tight-knit family, and everyone managed to sprout up a few centimeters taller. Mikhail teased Anastasia with a playful grin. "The little one is still so bite-sized." She fired back in her mind, "You're literally the one hitting a growth spurt every 5 minutes." Anastasia was on the cusp of turning 5. Amidst this tranquility, word arrived that the temple had unearthed a holy relic, sparking massive hype. Naturally, the whole family decided to hit the capital this season. This morning, Ender Blang approached Jula and relayed the news. The temple sent a formal invitation specifically because of that holy relic discovery. Anastasia sat nearby, her mind racing. "A holy relic, huh?" Her expression darkened instantly. Are those zealots trying to pull another fast one? Weighted by a sudden sense of dread, Anastasia wondered if her guard had dropped for just a split second. The voice of the dream god abruptly echoed in her skull. "Greetings." A familiar phantom manifested within the depths of Anastasia's subconscious. She questioned how he could possibly breach her mental defenses. The dream god before her continued cryptically, "Our paths will cross again very soon." Anastasia scowled at the apparition. More riddles and nonsense. The dream god cautioned, "Until that moment arrives." He issued a stern warning to Anastasia. "Please, watch your step." The dream god extended a hand, his lips trembling as he uttered a confusing plea. "Please, you have to save me." Ender Blang draped a warm shawl over Anastasia's shoulders and asked, "Are you feeling the chill, Anastasia?" She shook her head and whispered softly, "No, father." Ender Blang smiled dotingly and cupped her rosy, flushed cheeks. He took Anastasia's small hand in his and urged, "Come now, let's head inside." Anastasia flashed back to the Demon King's castle and the knight's use of the teleportation gate. It was solid proof she was immune to gate-induced nausea. Her mother nodded off while running numbers. "So this time, I'm at the villa with father. I've warped so many times that a gate feels like nothing to me now." Anastasia recalled the other kids waving goodbye with forced excitement, knowing most of them suffer from brutal gate sickness. For instance, her siblings, "Catch you in 3 weeks, Sasa." They were taking the slow route by carriage with their mother. Up ahead, Ender Blang asked with a touch of fatherly concern, "My littlest one, are you feeling lonely without the others?" Anastasia shook her head. "I have you, father, so I'm perfectly fine." Ender Blang still looked worried and asked, "Truly? You're okay being stuck with me for weeks?" "Yes," Anastasia nodded with a look of pure innocence. "Yes, as long as father reads stories to me, I'm happy." Hearing that, Ender Blang finally felt the weight lift from his shoulders. He leaned over and tenderly stroked his daughter's hair. "All right, my darling girl. Father will play with you until you're absolutely sick of me." However, Anastasia knew the score. But father couldn't actually keep that vow. I didn't realize his schedule would be this slammed. She told herself that despite the workload, these days weren't exactly a drag. On another afternoon, Anastasia was strolling down the hall when a voice chirped, "Little one!" She turned her head, musing. There's another person who's young but immune to gate sickness. Mikhail stood behind her, flashing a grin. Up for a stroll? Anastasia knew the deal. Of course, he's constantly hopping between the Grand Duke's place and our estate. Anastasia pointed a cold, tiny finger toward the frost on the window. "It's freezing out there." Mikhail wasn't about to back down. He stepped closer and reminded her, "You can't just hibernate indoors just because of a little chill. That's what Damien said anyway." Anastasia was stunned. He was actually using Damien to guilt trip her. She let out a defeated, dramatic sigh. "Great. Now I literally can't say no." A moment later, Anastasia, bundled in a thick winter dress, was forced to brave the cold and play with Mikhail. He took her hand and asked, "Little one, you've been dying to see the greenhouse, haven't you?" Anastasia blinked in surprise. Wait, did I actually say that out loud? She remembered staring at it because the figures in the paintings looked so blissful inside the greenhouse's warmth. Finally, the realization hit Anastasia. He had been paying attention after all. She mused over when he had become so frighteningly perceptive. With a silent shrug, Anastasia gave a small nod of agreement. "I want to go there." Mikhail's face lit up with pure joy. "Wonderful. I was terrified I'd misread your eyes, little one." The two of them immediately quickened their pace. The entrance is just up ahead, so let's push through just a bit further. As they moved, Mikhail's brow furrowed in confusion. Why is the road so insanely crowded today? Anastasia scanned the swelling mob and realized they were approaching the temple's territory. She noted that the area was crawling with high-ranking nobles. Anastasia's gaze sharpened with sudden tension. Is the high priest making a personal appearance? Her mind spun with calculated worry. Rumors say they've unearthed a holy relic. Lingering here is just an invitation for trouble. Determined to avoid the drama, Anastasia grabbed Mikhail's hand and urged, "Pick up the pace." But before he could even process her urgency, a chillingly familiar voice cut through the air. "Oh, look, my darling niece!" It was Laxius, predictably obnoxious. "Have you come to join me in celebrating this miraculous day?" Anastasia swept the scene. The high priest, the king, and the queen were all standing in a toxic formation. Laxius stood on his high horse, dismissively waving a hand. "Now, don't be shy. Come over here." His tone turned slick and condescending. "Let go of that cursed boy's hand. It breaks my heart to see my niece's hand stained by such filth." Anastasia let out a weary internal sigh. Lately, the nonsense coming out of his mouth had been reaching peak levels. Just tune him out. Suddenly, Mikhail's grip loosened and he pulled away, leaving her stunned. "Why on earth would you let go of my hand?" Mikhail gave her a gentle, self-sacrificing shove. "Go on, little one." Anastasia dug her heels in, refusing to budge. "I'm not leaving your side, Mikhail." Mikhail offered a fragile, forced smile to calm her. "It's fine. The king only wants to see you because you're his own flesh and blood." Anastasia saw right through the lie and cursed him silently. "Family, stop acting like their abuse is normal behavior." Laxius continued to beckon from above. "Ahem, niece, it's scandalous to keep your elders waiting. When your king calls, you obey instantly." Anastasia weighed her options. If she defied him, he'd likely vent his rage on Mikhail. "Fine, I'll handle this clown myself." With a sharp breath, she turned and marched toward Laxius with a cold determination. Suddenly, just as she reached the inner circle, Anastasia halted, leaving Laxius visibly baffled. He raised his voice, seeking the respect he didn't earn. "Ahem, niece, I am the king of this entire realm." Anastasia tilted her head with feigned innocence. "Uncle?" In her mind, she scoffed. He was the one who insisted on the niece label, wasn't he? Dolores, lurking behind him, exploded in a fit of rage. "What? Were you never taught basic etiquette? You are the daughter of a duke, for heaven's sake." But Anastasia maintained her naive act. "Huh? Isn't a simple greeting enough?" Dolores shrieked. "Absolutely not." At that, Anastasia theatrically clasped her tiny hands together. She offered a stiff bow and whispered a mere 2 words. "Hello there." The surrounding circle of nobles couldn't help but snicker behind their gloved hands. Laxius turned a shade of crimson, gritting his teeth. How in the world has Jula raised such a child? Anastasia felt a surge of triumph. Nailed it. The high priest stepped in, clearing his throat to regain control of the room. "Ahem, little lady, you are far too young to grasp the complexities of life, but..." He lectured her with a suffocating air of superiority. "Elite individuals should only associate with their equals. That is how you climb the social ladder. You should be playing with Princess Charlotte, not some common discard." Anastasia's blood boiled. Is that really the crap coming out of a holy man's mouth? Laxius chimed in with a smug grin. "Indeed, my niece should be forming high-tier alliances. Why not start studying with the other noble heirs?" Anastasia felt a wave of speechless exhaustion. I literally cannot listen to another word. She spoke up, her voice small but clear. "Mother always told me that..." Internally, Anastasia mocked the 3 adults trying to brainwash a child. She adopted a hesitant, wavering tone. "You say I should seek out new friends, but..." Laxius blinked, confused. "But..." Anastasia decided it was time for some brutal honesty. She stated flatly, "Mikhail is my friend. He's more like a big brother to me." Standing tall before Laxius, Anastasia declared with iron resolve, "Mikhail is a wonderful person." She casually dismantled their prejudice. "He isn't a bad child in the slightest." Having dropped her bombshell, Anastasia gave a curt bow and sprinted back to Mikhail. "Peace out, everyone!" The king stood there, paralyzed by the sheer audacity. Wait, what just happened? He began to sputter in a blind rage, screaming, "That brat! That disrespectful little brat! She actually dared to walk away!" Mikhail looked at her with wide, worried eyes. "Are you okay, little one? You could have just told them I'm nothing to you." Anastasia scolded him mentally. "Like hell. You've been my shadow all day, and now you want to play stranger?" She reached out and firmly interlaced her fingers with Mikhail's. Anastasia's voice was pure honey as she replied, but Mikhail was the one who wanted to hold hands. Mikhail's eyes clouded with a deep, lingering remorse. Even so, Anastasia felt a pang of frustration. "It's not your fault, so lose the guilty face. My parents aren't the ones making this weird." She offered Mikhail a reassuring squeeze. "It's fine. Besides, we have a date with a greenhouse." Anastasia tugged him along, urging him to move. "I'll make sure everything stays under control." Back at the estate, Anastasia gave a detailed report of the skirmish. "So, I just went over to say a quick hello." Ender Blang sat her on his lap, his voice rich with fatherly warmth. "Is that the whole story?" He peered at her with gentle curiosity. "My littlest one," Anastasia shook her head vigorously. "Weren't you terrified?" "Not at all, but..." She lowered her head, her voice dropping to a sad whisper. "Mikhail let go of my hand. I hated it. Is Mikhail being a naughty boy?" Ender Blang gathered her in a hug and chuckled reassuringly. "How could he be? Mikhail isn't a naughty boy at all." He offered Anastasia a tender, soothing smile. "From this moment on, our littlest treasure only needs to focus on having fun with her friends." Back in the sanctuary of her bedroom, Anastasia mused, "I tipped off father so he could handle the fallout, but since I'm the catalyst for this mess, shouldn't I be the one to clean it up?" She reached an immediate conclusion. "This time, I'm definitely taking matters into my own hands." With that, Anastasia sat bolt upright and summoned her familiar. "Where is my little spy?" She calculated his moves. He's undoubtedly plotting some pathetic revenge scheme. Choco fluttered over with chaotic energy. "Demon King, why did you keep me waiting so long? Do you have any idea how much Choco missed you? Every single day I pine for you, and yet you," Anastasia cut him off, "project the images of that high priest and the royal couple." Choco saluted obediently. "You got it, boss." In the palace, Laxius was practically vibrating with fury. The high priest hit the nail on the head. That duke's family clearly thinks they're above the crown. He slammed a fist onto the table, rattling the fine china. "A mere brat. How could she look me in the eye and not feel a single tremor of fear?" Dolores hovered nearby, trying to talk him down. "Please, your highness, lower your blood pressure. What does a child know? She's just a puppet for Tekla and Enderblang. They're obviously pulling the strings." But Laxius remained unappeased, even if he didn't argue. The queen is correct, even though she constantly plays the "I don't care about the throne" card whenever I'm around. He drifted into a dark memory. Back when I was a lowly prince, that woman had a dozen chances to end me. Yet whenever our eyes met, just that look alone was... Tekla's ice-cold gaze haunted his thoughts. On several occasions, she told me she'd spare my pathetic life and ordered me to crawl away. Anastasia froze at the revelation. "Hold up! She spares your life, and you can't even muster a bit of gratitude?" The high priest slithered forward. "Indulging in such rage is detrimental to your health, your highness." Laxius sighed. "I apologize for allowing you to witness such an unseemly display." The high priest donned a mask of false humility and shook his head. "Not at all. Anyone would be incensed by this. Despite your sage advice, she continues to wallow in that filth." His eyes grew dark with a calculated worry. "After witnessing the young lady's defiance today, I fear she's already being corrupted by her proximity to that cursed boy." Laxius gnawed on his fingernail, spiraling. "What's the move then? Tekla will surely be devastated." The high priest produced a mysterious artifact from the depths of his robes. "Fortunately, the holy relic we've unearthed possesses the divine power to smite those who defy God and purge the defiled." A sinister smirk played on his lips. "What if we use this holy relic to protect the young lady first? Witnessing her purification will finally force everyone to see the true danger of the curse." Laxius eyed the relic, his mind racing. Tekla will never agree to this, which means... Anastasia couldn't help but scoff. "So that's the game you're playing, is it?" She gave Choco a quick pat. "Good work, Choco." A faint, dangerous smile ghosted across Anastasia's lips. This might actually play in my favor. It's been a while since things got this entertaining. She laughed at their amateur plotting. A formal letter arrived for Enderblang. In 24 hours, a purification rite will be held at the Great Temple. I wish to show grace to my niece, Anastasia. It promises to be a day full of surprises. Anastasia knew they were trying to ambush her before her mother could intervene. She saw the move coming a mile away, and predictably, Enderblang's face turned deathly pale as he read the summons. Not a chance. This was playing out exactly as Anastasia envisioned. Her father wasn't the type to let this slide quietly. She scrambled onto the table and poked the letter. "What's that, Papa?" Enderblang forced a gentle smile. "Nothing for you to worry about, my sweet." Anastasia saw right through it. It was an obvious trap designed to lure the tiger out of its den. She shot him a suspicious, playful look. "For real? You look like you're about to explode, Father." He tried to brush it off with a strained laugh. "Did I startle you? I promise I'm not upset with you, Anastasia." Anastasia leaned into her spoiled brat act. "No way, you don't scare me at all." Suddenly, Enderblang suggested, "Anastasia, let's head to the doctor for a checkup tomorrow." Anastasia knew he was searching for a medical excuse to dodge the invite, but she shook her head decisively. "I'm not going." In her mind, she whispered an apology. "Forgive me, Father." Anastasia couldn't suppress a thrill of anticipation. "I'm actually dying to see how this disaster unfolds." The next day, before a massive audience, the high priest made his grand entrance. "Behold this divine relic, a gift from the heavens. This artifact can purge the deepest evil and cleanse the souls of the accursed." Enderblang leaned down to whisper to his daughter, "If things get weird, just call for me and run, okay?" Anastasia nodded obediently. "Got it, Papa." But her inner monologue told a different story. "As if anything here could actually scare me." Anastasia scanned the room. The turnout was significantly larger than the previous event. Good. The bigger the crowd, the more satisfying the fallout. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Wait, Mikhail showed up too?" Noticing his guilt-ridden expression, Anastasia let out a heavy sigh. There he goes again with that "it's all my fault" look. She thought to herself, I'd much prefer it if he just stuck to his usual annoying, smug self. At the altar, the high priest announced, "The vessel who will receive this divine purification is none other than Lady Anastasia. Please step forward, my lady." He beckoned her closer. "Come now, place your hand upon the relic." Anastasia approached, her mind sharp. "You're just using me as a prop to prove Mikhail is cursed, aren't you?" She was genuinely curious to see what this holy toy could actually do. Suddenly, Anastasia's instinct screamed, "Wait, this energy, it's pure black magic!" A violent surge of abyssal energy erupted from the relic, completely swallowing Anastasia in darkness. Enderblang and Mikhail let out a blood-curdling scream in unison. "Anastasia!" Anastasia hit the ground hard, clutching her head. "If I don't counter this magic immediately, things are about to get very ugly." She squinted through the gloom. But wait a second. She was standing in a vast, pitch-black void. Where the hell am I? Anastasia began to scout the area. Seriously, where did I end up? She looked at the crows circling above, cawing ominously. Who dumps a child in the middle of a creepy, haunted forest? Anastasia sighed, totally over the drama. They might as well just drop dead. She held her temples in frustration. I didn't think they'd actually use forbidden black magic on a toddler. Just how much do you people hate me? But she began to connect the dots. Maybe I'm not the target at all. This is a direct hit on the Enderblang line. She let out a breath and a cold smile touched her lips. Whatever. I need to wrap this up before my dad starts crying again. With that, Anastasia snapped her fingers, summoning her internal reserves. Suddenly, it hit her. Wait, that black magic strike must have temporarily jammed my mana flow. Holy power or internal energy, it's all blocked. Teleportation is off the table for now. Choco! Anastasia barked. The familiar popped into existence. You called, my queen? Anastasia commanded. Pinpoint our coordinates immediately. Choco saluted. On it. Anastasia reached out into the gloom while Choco flew off to scout the perimeter. A shimmering scepter materialized in her grasp, radiating a blinding, ethereal glow. Yet Anastasia mused internally, I suppose I ought to extend a warm welcome to the denizens of this forest as well. On the other side, Enderblang, eyes burning with homicidal intent, seized the high priest by the throat. What have you done to my daughter? The man's complexion turned ghastly pale as a violent tremor took hold of his entire body. The high priest could only turn a desperate, pleading gaze toward the throne. Your Majesty! Laxius, however, feigned total ignorance. The high priest spiraled into a panic, shrieked, Your Highness, help me! Gasping for air, he jabbed a finger at Enderblang. I warned you repeatedly. Your daughter's proximity to that cursed boy is why God has struck her down. Enderblang slammed the high priest onto the cold floor with brute force. Divine punishment? He drew his blade in one fluid, lethal motion. The steel bit into the marble floor, missing the high priest's skull by a mere fraction of a millimeter. Enderblang's tone was absolute zero. If you think I'd swallow such a pathetic fairy tale, you've made your last mistake, priest. His eyes flared with pure loathing. If you wish to draw another breath of this filthy air, shut your mouth and tell me exactly where you've sent my daughter. The high priest's resolve shattered under the sheer terror, his face slick with a cold, greasy sweat. He forced out a stammered confession. The magic beast sector in the northern forest. Enderblang turned his predatory gaze back to Laxius. Your Majesty. The king turned white as a sheet, beckoning him to speak. Enderblang's command was ironclad. Grant me the immediate authority to mobilize knights across the capital and the northern border. There was zero mercy left in his gaze. You will grant me that permission, won't you? The communication orb in his hand vibrated. It was Jula. Darling, what's happening? Meanwhile, deep within the suffocating shadows of the Black Forest, a massive tiger lay broken on the forest floor as Anastasia spoke. One should really size up their opponent before lunging in. She leaned against the beast with total nonchalance, continuing her lecture. Honestly, without my intervention, you'd be toast by now. Dozens of ferocious predators lay in a tangled, unconscious heap nearby. A pack this size ganging up on a toddler? These monsters are truly pathetic. Suddenly, Anastasia's instincts flared as she sensed a shift in the air. She gave the tiger's head a firm pat. Hey, big cat, time to speak up. A fresh swarm of magic beasts emerged from the gloom, drawing an annoyed sigh from Anastasia. I thought I told them to play nice. She let out a weary breath. Mom and Dad are probably losing their minds right about now. Anastasia watched as the tiger struggled to its feet with a low growl, looking mildly intrigued. You want to protect me? What can a cub like you actually achieve? Her gaze hardened once more as she tightened her grip on her staff. Well, 2 targets are better than 1, I suppose. Let's show them what we've got. Back within the gilded walls of Laxius's palace, the nobility was rife with hushed, frantic gossip. Is the lady truly accursed? What does this mean? Angry murmurs rippled through the crowd. Has the priest finally lost his mind? This is an absolute disgrace. Laxius sat hunched on his throne, his voice cracking with cowardice. Duke, shouldn't you be out there searching for her? Enderblang offered a chilling smile that did nothing to mask his murderous rage. I must hold this ground. After all, the priest claims my daughter is being judged by God, right? Laxius sputtered, trying to find words. So you're just going to abandon the child? Before the king could finish, Enderblang's sword shivered as it bit deeper into the stone. He cut through the stuttering. I intend to prove to the villain who orchestrated this cruelty that my daughter is beyond reproach. Enderblang's eyes swept the room like a scythe. I have no use for those who stood by and watched the temple play its games. His gaze lingered momentarily on Mikhail. That boy was finally beginning to understand the meaning of friendship. Enderblang looked at the tainted relic on the floor and thought, to use my daughter just to torment him, I'm done playing nice. Steeled by that thought, he issued a final warning. You had better prepare yourself, Your Majesty. He didn't spare the shivering cleric a glance. And you as well, priest? Enderblang's voice was as cold as naked steel. The second I prove her innocence, both of your lives are forfeit. In the shadows of the hall, Mikhail stood with his head bowed, looking completely hollowed out. Suddenly, he bolted for the exit, ignoring the frantic cries of the servants. Young Duke, wait! Mikhail tore away on horseback, riding like a man possessed. As he galloped, his mind was a storm of fury. I thought if they focused their hate on me, she'd be safe. So why did they have to drag her into this hell? His knuckles turned white against the reins, fueled by pure resentment. Hating me was enough. She's just a child who knows nothing of this world. Dark, traumatic flashes of his past flooded his vision. I refuse to let anyone else be taken from me. Back in the thick of the woods, Anastasia's breathing had grown heavy with fatigue. She watched as the tide of magic beasts continued to swell. There are way more of them than I calculated. My stamina is hitting the red zone. Even the tiger was violently thrown back by the overwhelming numbers. Big cat! Suddenly, a towering beast lunged, its jagged claws inches away from Anastasia's throat. She gazed up in sheer terror. The strike was inevitable. There was no escaping it. Anastasia braced herself and squeezed her eyes shut. She prayed a single blow wouldn't be fatal. Suddenly, a desperate roar echoed as a whistling arrow pierced the beast's skull. Little one! Anastasia's heart skipped a beat. She recognized that frantic voice as... Charging through the tree line, a familiar silhouette on horseback tore into the clearing. Mikhail, gripping his bow with white knuckles, cried out in a panic, Little one, are you hurt? Anastasia instantly called out to her savior, Mikhail!